This is Aiden. We got Blaze here. We got Chris, and we're on the High Roller stream for the West Texas Poker Series. Isn't that right, Blaze?
Yep. How's everybody doing? This is event number. How you guys doing? Event number 7, High Roller Championship here at the West Texas Poker Championship. Here with Aiden, we're gonna do a little bit of commentary on this play. Right now, we are on hand number 6 of this feature table, the first feature table of the day, and we're gonna go ahead and jump right into the action.
We jump right into this hand here. Looks like Brian has a lock on it with 10-9, pair of nines. Gonna go check. He's gonna take it down. And we're jumping right into the action. We're gonna be a little late, but still at level 1, so 100, 200. We got a star-studded cast in the table. We got Slate seat 1. We got Craig seat 2. We got Moy seat 3. Got MJ in seat 4. Braxton bracelet winner in seat 5. Brian Arnold in seat 6. George in seat 8. And in seat 9 we have Brian Duplantis.
Ton of good players, guys. A lot to look forward to. Should be some interesting hands played out. Braxton has a ton of experience, and he likes to be aggressive. I heard him when he first sat down. It looks like he's coming to play. He ended up getting second place in the PLO event number 6 yesterday, so he's playing well, getting good results so far. We'll see where this day takes us. Got Tony Love sitting in over here on seat 7, a new addition to the table. So we got an interesting cast for sure. Let's see
How this first hand on the stream takes us. How it takes us. Got Brianna in the box, one of our dealers here, one of our favorite dealers.
Just waiting for everyone to get going. They've had the cards for a while now, so curious what the holdup is. Action is on Slate. Slate's in the big blind. Craig folds. Mari is going to be limping in with the ace-4 suited. Action on Braxton.
I do like the limp with the ace-4 because any raise you're just going to call, and hopefully it's like set mining for a flush. You're flush mining.
Yeah. So Braxton was pointing out one of the cards had a little nick on it. We went ahead and switched it out for him. That was me taking the card from him in the background there. George on the button with pocket 7s. Going to be raising it up to 1600, 3.5x. Duplantis in the small blind with 10-9 off. Decides to call and take a flop. Slate is going to be sitting with 4-3 offsuit in the big blind, and I would imagine that Mari is going to be continuing. He might decide to limp re-raise this hand, but I think it's a little bit too early for that. Everyone takes a flop. Slate does complete as well. Action is a little bit behind. Okay, so action's behind. Slate folds. Duplantis does come along with 10-9. Mari flops top pair. They both check it to the aggressor, George, on the button, who does continue for 800 into 20. Go ahead.
It continues into. I was going to say continues into 3 players. That's why I like the just a limp call, especially under the gun with the ace. He could potentially be putting George on a higher ace, or probably one of the hands he exactly has, like a medium, middling pocket pair. So that 6 probably going to be better for George's range here.
Sure. George is going to continue after he sees a check call. He's going to be betting big, 4K into 3,900. He continues with a pot size bet, utilizing his range advantage. Mari does have some queens that he can be attacking. He could be attacking King Jack, King 10, any of the Broadway straight draws as well. Is not betting for the value of his hand. He is betting in order to generate folds from better hands with his range advantage. Mari does call the turn, goes ahead and checks on the King of Hearts river. Mauricio does not have any ace-king in his range, very little ace-queen. He's pretty well capped here. He'll have a fair amount of ace-x, but I think the majority of his ace-x he's going to be raising under the gun from early position rather, instead of limp calling. So George could definitely barrel off in that spot. Um, Mauricio does have the Jack 10 advantage in that situation, but all the two pair combos are in George's favor, and overall he has a much more strong range there. So he could have considered barreling on that river, decided not to.
I was just about to say, I wonder if the third barrel on that river could have potentially got Mauricio to fold there, just because all the higher cards came out, which is better for George's aggressor range pre-flop.
Definitely. Yeah, it would have been an interesting spot for him to take. It's a bit early in the tournament
Hmm.
to be three barreling. Honestly, I don't think that the turn barrel was necessarily the best move, but he does decide to attack the Queen X and the Broadway portion of Mauricio's range, as well as the under pairs to the Queen that he's ahead of.
Yeah, and just a limp call into the check greatly disguised his ace hand there, so it's harder to put him on an ace.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he'll have some excess ace X, like I said, but it's not going to be very strong versions. He'll have the wheel aces and he'll have the middling aces, but maybe ace 10 off, ace jack off. But honestly, I think that he would be raising those and not limp calling from
Hmm.
early position. Those hands benefit a lot from from opening and not playing them as a limp call. A limp call is not something that you do with those sorts of hands.
And that'll be the last hand we see from Mauricio for a little bit. He's being moved off the feature table onto one of our tables outside. So interesting play right into we'll never know. It's off the table.
Yeah, Mauricio is a seasoned veteran of the tournament circuit here in Texas. He frequents all of the major stops, plays in Austin, plays in Houston and Dallas. I've seen him all over. He's out of El Paso originally. I think he's a veteran and yeah, has a ton of experience. He's been out here with us at Kojak's from the beginning when we first opened. He's been out here for most of our main events and is definitely an experienced player, knows what he's doing, someone to pay attention to, and has earned his respect on the felt for sure.
Champ here with the pocket twos. I think this is the second time we've seen pocket twos here. Still not very strong coming against King 8. Jay, interesting. Got a 8 spade redraw and the second pair here.
Yeah, it looks like George raised open the hijack to 500, gets a call from the blinds. Is going to be continuing on an ace king 7 two-tone flop. MJ with king 8 off is going to keep him honest. Calls the flop bet. No need to check raise with king 8, and yeah, folding is just a little bit too tight versus a player of George's caliber who's going to have a lot of hands that you beat.
This is almost the same situation George was just in. A little smaller turn bet here, but instead of having top pair, MJ has second pair. I think this bet might get MJ to fold in this situation, considering George raised from the hijack, so any ace X's are more likely to be in his range.
Yeah, 100%. He picks up a perfect barrel card. I don't think there are many other turn cards that he's going to continue to bet with. The 5 of hearts is one of them with his specific hand. MJ looks like he's going to be leading on this river. Really interesting play. I don't see the merit to it, to be honest. You're never getting called by worse, and you're never folding out better. I don't see any ace X that is going to be folding out. If he has a flush draw, then he's going to be checking back the majority of the time anyway. Yeah, don't agree with the river lead from MJ, but maybe he just didn't want to deal with a bet, and so he would rather lead into the aggressor and ends up taking it down.
I'd say maybe a blocker bet of sorts, kind of setting his price, seeing where he was. If he gets raised there, probably fold in that situation
Yeah,
potentially.
that's probably what he was thinking, but it's not good poker, to be sure. Um,
Hand number 10 here. We missed some of the hands, but we're already on hand number 10 for the players when we've been recording the stream. So George here picks up ace queen, gonna be opening from the +2. Brack's gonna be thinking about calling with a queen jack in the big blind here. 300 complete. Does complete. Heads up to a flop here. 8-3 ace. So George getting pretty involved early, just getting pretty good starting hands.
yeah, he's not getting out of line, just picking up a bunch of playable hands and is going ahead and getting involved. Takes it down on an ace 8-3 rainbow flop. These flops are basically a mandatory C bet for a small size with the entirety of your range. Here in these positions, it's hard for Braxton to have much ace X. If he has 8X, then you can barrel him off of those combinations on turns and rivers if you pick up equity and cards that you want to barrel on. And very often, yeah, you're just going to generate folds. Say he has the 9-8 suited or the 8-6 suited like he did in the previous hands. 10-9 suited, things like that, you can fold out better hands such as the king highs and the queen highs, jack highs, those sort of hands. And so it does make a lot of sense to bet with the entire range. Under the gun, Tony does raise it 2x here in this spot. They are all sitting pretty deep right now, about 200 bigs deep. Does opt for a smaller sizing. MJ on the button with Jack 10 off decides to 3-bet and attack that small sizing. I like it. Setting up some aggression here. Going into this hand from the button. Has possession on Tony. And Tony, if he had a strong hand, I don't think he'd be raising to 400. He would likely raise much bigger in order to protect his perceived value hands that he would like to protect. And so when he opens for 400 here, he's not going to have too many strong hands. Tony checks. MJ bets. Tony does call. Turn goes check, check on the king turn. Now we go to a river. It is a board pair. So there's 2 pair on the board. King out there as well. Card reader isn't quite picking it up, but it is a king. And Tony leads into him. Again, this is another situation where it doesn't make a ton of sense to be betting into this board. I guess you could be trying to get value from king highs and queen highs, but those cards aren't really going to call you.
How about saying any king high improved to the king pair?
Yeah, good point. I didn't see the king up there, but you're doing something strange and betting to try to fold out better. So I don't know if it was a bluff or a value bet. I think he was just betting because he thought that MJ didn't have anything after checking the turn, which does make some sense. Duplantis here, +1, is going to be limping with the pocket deuces. Cut off for MJ with king 7 of diamonds. Let's see what he decides to come with. He is going to come with a raise it up to 800. Gets a fold from the button. Now we have Brian in the small blind with ace queen of clubs. He does continue through a call. We're sitting pretty deep here, so 3-betting is always an option with that hand. Personally, I would three bet it, but you know, everyone has different views on how to play the game. Brian does flop well here, top for him. Duplantis whiffs. MJ flops middle pair. Goes ahead and bets 2,000 into 2,600. And see if Brian decides to check raise or just call. He does check raise to 5,000. It's very nice. Rob, what's up, Rob? How you doing, fam? We got Robert in the chat watching. MJ 2 with that phone, moving the game along. Moocher, shout out to Moocher. Shout out to Chancellor Poker. How many entries? Let me pull it up on my phone there, Chancellor. It's a $1,200 buy-in. This is the high roller event. And see if I can get the clock. Right now we have 33 entries, 32 remaining. So we've had one bust out. Still 2.5 hours left of registration. So I would expect we're going to get at least 50 entries into this. A good 50K prize pool. Not too shabby. Yeah, Braxton fan, huh? Braxton found good game selection, I'm guessing. I mean, this is his hometown, so he's playing where he came up.
And Brian rivering top 2 there. I don't know if it's going to get many calls out of MJ here.
Interesting continue from MJ. MJ's pretty sticky. He calls a check raise on the flop. Brian bets into him after check raising the flop and taking the initiative. On the turn, MJ calls in position. And now we have a small bet of 6K into 20,000 on the river.
Small bet. Hoping to get called by worse. Probably targeting exactly that. Maybe a weak ace, maybe weak queens there.
Yeah,
or strong queens.
He's targeting all of the queens, all of the under pairs between 7 and queen, and also the 7x. Other than that, there isn't much to be getting value from. But that's nice hand from Brian. Looks like MJ is not going to be giving up very easily today.
The letting it known to the table if you want to he's not to be bluffed with. That he's going to call you down.
Yeah, it's a great observation, for sure.
We got Duplantis for the 7-6, and we got Slate in the +1 here. Pocket 10 is probably going to be raising this up, I guess. I'm assuming. Like now 200, 300, so I'm guessing maybe 1,000 here. Maybe about a 3x.
Yeah, he likes going a little bit bigger, probably like 1,200. Let's see what he comes with. Yeah, 1,200.
Yeah, champ.
2,200.
A lot bigger than we both thought.
Yep.
Gonna be charging any of those. It's similar to jacks. It's like charging any ace x, king, queens type of hands. You know.
Yeah, you wanna charge the overcards if they're gonna hit on you. Does get a fold. Ends up taking down the limp from Duplantis and the blinds as well. The only thing about adjusting your raise sizes based on the exact holding that you have in any particular hand is it makes it easier for your opponents to read you. So, so if you're limping when you have marginal holdings, when you have premium holdings, you're raising to 4 or 5x or something big, or things like that. You know.
So it's better to keep your hands disguised by always raising the same amount?
Correct. You can also, you can modulate and you can have a couple of open sizes, but for the most part, you're going to play a strategy where you have a cutoff of the worst hands that you're going to play, and you're going to play everything above that, and you're raising them to the exact same size. And it disguises your exact holding by blending in with your range.
Oh, no. Here we have the 10s moved over one and moved down one to champ, going to pocket 9s, and Braxton going to be pipped one with the pocket 8s. Brian with the king jack and a complete. Tony with a king nine. A lot of good hands here. Gonna go multi-way to the flop here.
Yeah, this is gonna be an interesting flop. Let's see if we can get an action flop. Maybe like
8-9.
that's not it. Yeah, 9-8, 9-8 of clubs.
5 deuce 3. Duplantis picks up the wheel draw along with the higher straight draw with his 9 or with his 6. I say Champ retains the lead and is going to be leading out here, donking into Braxton. 'Cause I think Braxton was the initial raiser. Looks like a call there from Braxton. Brian Tony most likely going to get out of there. Even Duplantis gets out of there with his gutter ball. Jack might end up slowing down the action. So Craig might want to keep his Champ might want to keep his floor on the gas. Does call from Braxton. 3 on the river, 9s and 3s. Champ gets a check mark. Then goes check check on the river and 9s take it down. 9s get 9,000.
Yeah, nice hand by Champ. Basically plays itself. And yeah.
Yeah, Braxton most likely wanted to get to the river cheap because he does have showdown value with the 8s. Only overcard to that being a jack, and 3 is the only thing that paired. So hard to put anybody on 3s. Maybe ace 3, but I think you're getting a raise on the river. Someone has ace 3 in that situation, so probably just wanted to get into showdown cheaply.
Yeah, for sure. It's good thinking. Also, like a really good observation, when you're playing in a tournament and you see a player like MJ, he's showing a lot of resistance and calling down with the weaker made hands. You want to make adjustments and not bluff those kinds of players. If you, on the other side of it, see players that are folding strong hands pre-flop, like aces in their hands, or they're doing stuff like folding top pair on the turn to a barrel, then those are opponents that you can categorize as candidates to barrel off of hands and bluff with big bets on the river, things like that. They're only going to be calling you with
The best holdings, and that's hard to have. So I want to get a quick look at these VPIPs here. So highest VPIP goes to Duplantis, 41%. MJ, Braxton, and George all roaming around 40%. Brian with 30. Champ with 26, and Tony and Slate 22 and 20%. So a lot smaller than yesterday. PLO being a lot more of a drawing game, so you're gonna see people calling, a lot less raising, unless you have a really, really strong hand. So stark differences from yesterday, but still some interesting VPIPs from the table here.
yeah, still early. The VPIP will shift quite a bit once we get to like hand. I would say 50 or so. Then those VPIPs are really going to tell a different story. For now, everyone is between 20 and 40, but it's too small of a sample size to really for it to mean much,
Only 16 hands in.
Yes, sir.
So a lot of it's determined by your holdings at this moment.
Yeah, like George, right now George has a 40% VPIP, but as we've seen, he's not getting out of line or doing anything crazy. He's not playing 40% of hands. He's just had a top.
40% of his range has been good.
Yeah.
Good to continue.
100%. So ace 9-4 rainbow, pretty dry flop here. Champ is going to
take it down. I think it's going to be bet fold here.
It feels so weird calling him Champ.
Oh yeah, I can want to call him Craig.
Yeah.
He asked for it.
He asked for it?
He was like, I'm like, what do you want to be named, Craig? And I already wrote Craig down. He's like, Champ. I'm like, okay.
That's funny.
So the champ is here, as they say.
That's Stucky, bro.
As you might know if you follow us on Facebook, Champ slash Craig slash whatever you want to call him recently took down our Flesh Frenzy for $4,000, around 4,250, something like
It was
that.
almost 5K. He hit
Almost
for
5K.
4750 about 3 days ago.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty sick. I think he hit it after like 2.5 hours or something like that.
It's nice little pickup for him. Basically free rolling this tournament a few times potentially.
Mhm.
Coming off to hand number 17 here. Brack's gonna be opening under the gun with ace 3. So it seems like Maurice was the odd one out. Everyone with ace X holdings that are suited have been raising under the gun. He's the only one that decided to limp.
Yeah, everyone has different styles and approaches to the game. So early in a tournament, I don't hate it necessarily. They're sitting so deep that say you limp suited ace in early position, and you allow some trashy, dominated
Holdings to get in.
suited holdings to get involved, and you flush over flush them.
Mm-hmm.
That's worth quite a bit. Um, you do benefit from the initiative in poker, so raising is always going to be one of the better options as opposed to limping, but there might be something to it. Guy has a lot of experience, so.
Yeah, I would say it's tricky because your aces don't hold, but generally stronger aces are gonna always be calling you no matter what. Like the ace queens, ace kings are always gonna be raising,
Right.
so you're not really gonna get them out. So maybe there's some merit to it. What do I know?
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. It's a good point. I agree with that for sure.
So George gonna be opening from the +2 to 700. Duplantis right behind him gonna be re-raising, 3-betting to 1,500 with the pocket nines. MJ gonna be completing with the 4s. Braxton folding the best hand, 7 deuce. And I imagine George probably completes here. Might consider folding just because worst position and to 2 players. Does complete off to a flop 3 ways. 9-10 ace. Wow, what a action flop here. Bottom set for Duplantis and open-ended for George. MJ less than 1%.
Interesting to see his size in here. He bet 6K into about 5.
Overbet.
So
One to really charge with. There's 2 draws out there. Pretty wet board. Ace 10 9, Ace 10. Maybe targeting Ace 10s here. Any high club draws. Maybe targeting George's exact hand. Queen Jack charging for the straight draw.
yeah, it's so expensive though. You're gonna be folding out all of your queen jack. You're gonna fold out all your 10x, ace x. You might even fold out ace x. I'm not too sure. Maybe the weaker ace x of George's range. I don't like the sizing because of that. You know,
But
you,
any of
you want
the
to get value when you flop sets, and if you're betting and getting them to fold out all of the hands that you have crushed, then you're missing out on a ton of chips that should be in your stack, but they're going to remain with your opponents. So
yeah, and the stronger ace X's are always going to complete there, and they have so many outs now because potentially they have the ace. They could run a runner at ace 10s, only need a ace or a 10, and any of the ace kings, ace queens are one away from a straight.
Yep.
Come up to hand number 19 here. And 9s move right over to George. Gonna be raising to 700 here. Champ with the ace jack, both red, not suited though. There goes one in George's 9, while MJ has 9-8 of spades. Pretty suited connector there.
Yeah, so let's see if
And on the button.
Craig is going to go ahead and call or 3-bet from the cutoff with this ace jack off. Waiting for the graphics to catch up a bit.
I feel like it was just a call, but MJ thinking about it leads me to believe it was a raise.
He put chips in the pot. I'm just waiting to see it.
It is a 3-bet to 1,200 here.
Chooses a pretty small sizing. MJ is going to call on the button with 9-8 of spades.
easy enough hand to navigate post flop. Oh wow, and Brian picking up ace king, not suited here. I can imagine this gets raised.
Braxton here is going to come along with 5-4 off from the small blind. It's an interesting decision. If he does happen to smack with his hand and flop a wheel, then he can win a big pot. Other than that, on a 6-7-8 board, you flop the bottom end of the straight, it's not going to be ideal. So he's gambling and trying to hit a wheel here. Brian does 3-bet from the big blind with ace king offsuit. Has ace jack off crushed. Is going to put a bunch of pressure on George with the nines. George does complete with the red nines. Going to set mine here.
Yeah,
Pretty often is going to be ahead, and we'll take it post flop and go from there.
But a difficult decision there for George because so many players behind him. But I think for George, the strategy is simple: either hit a 9 or fold post flop here. And Champ's gonna complete with the ace jack. Really dominated here, hoping for that jack. Once Champ calls, I think MJ might be forced to call with the 9-8, especially in the button, and Braxton priced in at that point as well. Flop comes out ace queen 3, 2 clubs, no one holding a club. Both Champ and Brian hit top pair. Only one has top though.
Yeah, it's an interesting spot for sure. There's no club draws out in the field specifically. Brian does smash the flop. Has a lot of worse aces that he can target for value. Also needs some protection from quite a few hands. I'm interested here to see if Braxton does decide to take a turn in a 4-bet pot like this. The sizing was pretty unique. Craig did choose a pretty small sizing on his 3-bet, and Brian chose an equally small sizing with the 4-bet, allowing everybody into the pot, and I would say almost forcing them into the pot just out of an incentive perspective. They had too good of a price to fold.
And Braxton does end up folding his gutter ball, and 3 really changing the texture of this board. Now the clubs are there, and also the board is paired.
Yeah, it's going to be an action-killing turn. I expect to see a lot of check here. Brian might decide to continue. There is so much in the pot, 31K in the pot, and he does decide to bet. Targeting the single club hands.
And the weak aces.
And the weaker aces, yes, sir. Which is exactly what he is going to be getting value from.
I think oh my. It looked like he was getting ready to go all in. I think the board pairing was not the worst thing happening, because any 3, ace 3, I think you would have heard about it on that street alone. You're not really putting your opponents on queens, and you have blockers to aces pre-flop because you didn't see any raises from queens pre-flop, or you would have seen it.
Yeah, well, Brian did 4-bet.
Mm-hmm.
He was the 4-better, so he could have pocket queens, could have ace queen, just all the hands that he's going to be betting on the flop and continuing to bet on the turn. When the flush comes in, we'll be ahead of ace jack.
Mm-hmm.
So Craig does make a disciplined laydown, decides to take a flop, makes a mandatory call after hitting his ace, and folds the turn, facing continued aggression.
I think even hitting 2 pair there would have been tricky for Champ to navigate, because it does put the straights out there. I think it's king 10 would have been the straight there. Less likely, but still interesting to navigate.
Yeah, so if he hits the jack on the turn, something to think about. How often is Brian 4-betting with king 10 suited out of position? He doesn't have any king 10 offsuit combos. So if any king 10 available, he'll have them suited, and very often those are going to be incentivized just to call. So
yeah, you're
you
right.
can eliminate those from his range.
I forgot about the 4-bet. So yeah, really limiting his range there to ace king kings, queens, maybe jacks.
Yep.
And the only hand Craig was beating there was jacks, and he had that discounted by one because he
Yes,
was
sir.
holding one of them.
You're starting to see it, brother. Starting to see it.
Well, I could see when I have my money out there, you know? It's
Yeah.
it's super easy when you could see the card and just be like, you did that wrong. No. I just do it wrong and I'm like, man, I shouldn't have done that.
It's hard, you know. A lot of times, it's easier to see with clarity when you're not behind the seat itself, and then you get into the seat and you're actually playing the game, and it's a different beast altogether.
I get very tunnel vision when I'm in the seat. It's just I know exactly what I have. I'm betting because I have these exact cards and I'm not thinking enough about what they have most of the time.
Takes practice.
Mhm.
It'll come in time. Duplantis takes a
What did he have?
little apple break. I
Okay.
think he had a bad hand. He just didn't know it was on him, and
Thought
takes
it-
a little snack break.
Thought he might have 8-6 and laughed at it and folded.
MJ is going to be opening the hijack with 10-9 off. Braxton comes along from the cutoff with Jack 8 off, and George completes
In the big blind.
in the big blind with 10-7 off. Flop comes down ace, ace 4, two-tone.
I think MJ can. Ooh. Well, he's in the lead now. I thought he could maybe continue c-bet there, but I think maybe it's smarter to check because even if you do have an ace, you're going to be checking it most of the time. You're not going to be betting out because it's too strong. So probably better to check that, and then does hit the 10 here. Might get Jordan some trouble. George, this one fold there after hitting the 10.
Yeah, I guess well, I'm not too sure what he was thinking after hitting the 10 on the turn. Maybe one call would be something worth considering, but he does decide to lay it down. Move on to the next hand.
Yeah, also potentially maybe just put him on an ace. Was like, I'm good. I don't even want to find out.
Yeah, 100%. MJ could be trapping
Mhm.
with an ace there and checking on the flop. Try and let them in, hit a pair, like a pair of tens, and get value from on the turn. Makes some sense.
Slate with the Robbie there. Does decide to lay it down. MJ with the dirty diaper. I'm assuming lays it down. Braxton with the king 9 suited does call. No, does raise to 1,000. Brian with the ace 10 suited. Just going to be flatting here. And Duplantis with the deuces. Never loses. Going to be completing the big blind. 4 ways to a flop. 10-9, ace 10, king 9, and deuce deuce. Up comes out ace 6 jack. Brian with the best hand and a backdoor diamond draw. Queen on the turn does give some interesting outs to Braxton.
Brian here going to be betting on this turn. He went ahead and yeah, kind of missed the action, guys. But he's betting this turn here. Pretty small sizing with ace 10 of diamonds. Tony picks up open-ended and is going to call. Braxton coming in with a check raise, blocking the king 10. Let's see how Brian proceeds. He also has a 10 in his hand, blocking that straight. Braxton could easily have the pocket sixes. He could have the 2-pair combos. Tony, it looks like, is going to gamble. Does not like folding when facing aggression for the most part. Tony does like to continue in hands. Let's see what Braxton comes with here on this river. It's a board pair. Thinking about his sizing. Does not go all in. Chooses a bet of 9K into 17. And Tony has no other choice but to fold. Really nice hand there from Braxton. I missed the action on the flop. Was involved in a little something here on the side, but the sizing on the turn from Brian is likely what Braxton picked up on and decided to attack. A lot of respect, and that's what it takes to win a bracelet. So I'm not surprised to see a good play there from Mr. Dunaway. Thank you to everyone. We got 29 people right now watching concurrently from all of our channels, Twitch, Facebook, and YouTube. Really appreciate you guys hanging out with me here on this Wednesday afternoon for this high roller event. And we're going to be here all night. Last night we did not stream the final table, but we will be streaming into the wee hours of the morning and try and have ourselves a good time. I'm going to be here locked in for quite a while today. I'm curious if you guys can put in the chat where you're tuning in from, what you're doing at 8 o'clock here on a Wednesday evening, if you're at work, if you're at home, and where you're watching from. Say what's up. Jay Hardy. Tyler, Texas, huh? I believe that's East Texas. Respect. Thanks for tuning in, Jay. Paul Hurd, the cuz. Down at home. There's some 1-2 playing if you get some time later, Paul. You want to check it out? Probably with the fam and stuff, but thanks for tuning in. Mauricio. Checking out the live stream, trying to get some info on the fellas here on the feature table. We'll probably see Mauricio back in here soon. On the next break, we will be switching out the table, so we're gonna have a whole different set of characters here at our next break. Tyler, Texas, huh? That's crazy. There's two of y'all from Tyler. Miss Areola watching Big Daddy George at home here in Midland. Pretty awesome. Awesome. Much respect. Your husband is good at what he does. Let's see when the next break is at. Next break is going to be coming up in 18 minutes, guys. So in 18 minutes, we're going to take ourselves a little break, and we'll get a switch out at that time. George here, 3-betting pocket jacks from the cutoff. Braxton is going to be raise calling with ace 4-0 from early position. Flop comes down 8-7-4 rainbow. Braxton continues with a check. George is going to c-bet on this flop. Braxton with bottom pair comes along, is still ahead of all of the Broadway high card hands in George's range. 10 of clubs on the turn. I hear you, Paul. I hear you, brother. I know you're working hard out there. We'll see you up here on the weekend, brother. And Jake, how come you don't come down to Kojak's, bro? I don't get it. We never see you out here. We have all these tournaments with your name on them. I hope you're doing good, bro. It's been a while since I've seen you, and yeah, look forward to seeing you in the future. Hope you're not a stranger when you're out here. You come play a couple tournaments with us. Much appreciate it. Braxton binks off an ace on this river to pull ahead of George and leads into him 20,000 into a pot of 25,000 on this river. Pretty sick spot for George. Plays it well. Bet when he was ahead, folded when he was behind, and just a cooler river situation for him. When George bets that turn, I don't think Braxton is ever ahead. I suppose there could be like Queen Jack of clubs or some other. I think that's the only hand that he's ahead of that barrels twice there, and I don't think he would even be betting on that flop with that hand. So it's debatable, but Braxton does decide to call that turn and gets lucky on the river. Braxton under the gun with the suited Charlie. Charlie is going to be excited if he can crack ace king here in this hand. MJ will be 3-betting this hand out of the big blind. Champ, a.k.a. Craig, is going to be completing with Jack 8 of diamonds from the small blind. MJ, 3-bets massive. Is not trying to fool around with Braxton. Gets a snap fold from Braxton and from Craig. That is one way to do it. All right, I see you, Jake. Respect, brother. It'll be good to see you. Yeah, it's been years, man. It's kind of crazy. Time flies. But that's good. Get back out here with family. Congratulations on the grandfather status, bro. You an OG now, official. And Brian here with the deuces under the gun. This is a fold under the gun. It's just hard to realize your equity, and Brian knows that. He does do pretty well with his range understanding, so he does make the fold there. Hijack open from Duplantis with the 10-9 of spades. Slate with the offsuit version of the same hand does lay it down. Craig, a.k.a. the champ, with the pocket kangs on the button, and does raise it. It looks like Duplantis limped in from the hijack with the 10-9 suited. So Craig raises it up to 800, gives him a good price on a continue. Ace high flop. And he does check it. He's probably got that old saying and stuck in his head, the ace magnet, pocket kings. Duplantis picks up a gut shot to the nuts. Best turn he could have seen. I'm interested whether or not he is going to gamble and try and hit that 8. He does decide to gamble. Craig bets 1,200 on the turn. Queen of spades river. And the river does go check, check. Let's see what else we got going on. Brian making some change. You know, we're working, guys, on getting the audio set up for table talk from the players. Just in general, it makes the game a lot more fun. It's a big part of poker itself, and getting a sense of how people are feeling and what's going on at the table, and it makes it a lot more interactive and fun. These streams are cool and all, you know. I'm sure you guys love hearing my input and me talking about hands and my thoughts, and maybe you learn a thing or two. But you know, the commentators are just supposed to be fill-ins for the poker itself and all the action. The table talk is a big part of it, so we'll see if we can get the audio here soon. Try and get it figured out. We already have all the equipment purchased. We're just trying to get it set up. We've been having some issues with the setup on it. Yeah, I know, Paul. No. It's something with the streaming software. For whatever reason, there's just feedback on all the microphones, but yeah, that'll be a really great addition to the stream for sure, man. The table talk would make it a lot of fun. So we'll see if we can make it happen. I don't know if we just got a curse or a jinx or something, but we have some good guys on tech and software, just haven't been able to figure it out. Hit us up when you get in town, Jake. I didn't know that you're the one that built the original, bro, the OG. I guess you were here back in the John Dunn and Kimber days, right? And it really has been that long. I was still a wee chap back then. I've come along as a player, I would say, quite a bit. But yeah, brother, if you can share some of your expertise and get us set up to go live with players, that would be awesome. We got Reese, Mr. McCain joining us here on the stream. It's been a whole lot of me by myself, Johnny Blazing here, taking care of everything, and I'm gonna get a little different perspective and extra flavor here. Action's been a bit slow also as well, guys. So.
Well, it's going to be slow when the buy-in is $1,200 for this high roller championship. What's going on, Blaze?
What's going on, sir?
I turned us up a little bit. Had some people saying that we were a little quiet here, so hitting that good marks there. So let us know in the chat. Lots of people watching on across all of our social media pages, Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch. So let me know if we're too loud. I'm a louder speaker than Mr. Blaze here. Looks like stepping right into a Queens for Mr. Duplantis, raising up to 1,600. Kim and Brian making the calls, suited ace-4. Queens looking at 1 ace and 1 king, see if they can dodge him on this flop by Corey. Queen, ace, jack, scary but good flop, Blaze.
Yeah, monotone flop, ace high flop. There is a king 10 out there. Duplantis does check his set and decides to take a turn.
That's even a worse turn card for the pocket queen set there.
Yeah.
I think I would have liked to have seen somebody stab at it just to see, but there's a great river for the queens. So, unfortunately, I don't think Kim or Brian will pay too much here, so let's see what kind of sizing Duplantis chooses here.
I hope he chooses a really small sizing.
It's like 5,000, right at pot size bet.
Pots it is not going to be able to get action, just doesn't have well, Brian
might try to keep him honest here. He's got 60,000 in the stack, 1/12 of it here to see if Mr. Duplantis is getting out of line.
It might be the perfect size, and it kind of looks like he's just trying to buy it for the price of the pot. Got Brian curious, definitely thinking about it. I just don't see what he thinks he might be doing this with that he beats.
Well, it looks like he's the current chip leader here at the table, so that might have just had something to do with their having the extra chips to try to keep Mr. Duplantis there honest.
Gotcha.
Yeah, Brian here, 60,000 in chips. Looks like it's going to be your current table chip leader. We have 4 tables going right now for this Event number 7, $1,200 entry, no limit hold'em, high roller championship, and it's been a circus out there, Blaze. I'm sweating.
You got 41 entries, huh?
Oh,
That is crazy. How many tables? 4?
so there's 4 tables right now.
Wow.
Just opened with the 4th table, and there's still
Love to see it.
what, about an hour and a half worth of registration still?
An hour and 45 minutes.
Hour and 45 minutes. Dig under the couch, get the change off of the dash of the vehicle, and come by into this $1,200 tournament. This prize pool is going to be pushing $50,000 at least, probably, with a few more re-entries over the next hour and a half.
I think so. There's going to be some people that will come in and late register in this. There's going to be some bust outs that are going to rebuy. Pretty safe to say we're going to hit 50 and maybe 55K.
Yeah, it's going to be a monster event. But we knew it would be. Only at Kojak, so the high roller guaranteed always makes here for this event. But if this isn't your price range, we've got a couple more tournaments left for this series. Tomorrow's the Big O Championship, a $600 buy-in. And then we have the main event Friday and Saturday. I believe that one's a $480 buy-in.
Yeah, I believe so.
And that's a $50,000 guaranteed tournament. We saw Mr. Duplantis get moved off the table. Like I said, we were just opening up the 4th table, so you're going to have some of these people get moved around as we balance the tables. This is a featured table, but it is still a tournament table. We keep all of the tables balanced and everything equal. Kim here is going to bet $11,000 into a very small pot. I guess just wanted to end that hand as is, take that money down. Don't blame her.
36. I think they might have opened up a 5th table. That's
Was
why
it
they're
5?
that's why they're pulling players. 37. So they had to open up a 5th.
It could have been 5. I thought it was 4, but how many players we have in it right now?
37.
37.
So yeah, they had to open another one.
Yeah, that would be, yeah.
Awesome.
So
It must have just happened. That's why they're pulling Brian.
yeah, plenty of time still to get into this event.
Appreciate you following along with the journey, Jake. Hopefully I can get things going. It's been a rough year, to be completely honest, but still been working on my game a lot, and it's been coming along.
Sam, I get that question all the time. When's the next tournament with all 3 clubs again? You remember that, Blaze? You remember that tournament, that $50,000 free roll?
I
Had the wrestling belt.
I do remember it. That was a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's been a minute. We've had a lot going on at all 3 of the West Texas clubs, but we're due. We're due for another 3-club event. We'll see what I can cook up in the near future.
Just keep your eyes on the socials, Sammy. We'll let you know, brother. It'll probably be here pretty soon. Have a lot of things in the works here at Kojak's CCC and the wider network that we're running with here, and a lot of exciting changes coming here up in the future. Don't want to spoil anything. Don't think I have the authority to do that, but there is some cool stuff that I'm really excited for in the near future.
So do you know if anyone here is on their second bullet? Have we had any bust outs here on this feature table?
I don't believe there's been any bust outs here, no. Not at all. It seems like total there has been 7 bust outs. Average chip stack right now is at 41K,
Yeah,
35K starting stack.
Yeah, we've had some re-entries so far for sure. I just didn't know if any of them came off of the feature table or not.
No, sir.
Looks like George here is going to make a little squeeze on these raises here with the pocket 5s, and it's going to work as Tony lays his down slate, gets out of the way. Shows the 5s. Let them know that I'm capable, guys. Never know what I have.
Yeah, nice rejam there from George.
But if the high roller event is not what you're interested in, we got a cash game going on out there as well. A 1-2 going on, and the flush frenzy is active. If you can hit all 4 flushes in the 6-hour windows, 4 to 10, and then 10 to 4. What is it? 8 o'clock right now. So you still have a couple hours left to hit those flushes here at Kojak's and win that jackpot. I believe it's $1,500. I think it's $1,500. It was hit by Mr. Craig here in the guy in the 2 seat. He hit the 47.50, I believe he hit it as, and there he is right there. He hit the floor 4 flushes. He actually had 3 of them. Got the $100 bonus for hitting 3 and not getting the 4th, and then stuck around after 10 p.m. and hit all 4 of them by about 1:30.
Pretty impressive. It was crazy. It was crazy. He he was really close a couple of times to hitting it in the first window, stuck around, and within a couple hours he smacked it between 10 o'clock and I believe like 2:30, something like that.
Yeah, with as many hands as that man likes to see flops with, it's no surprise that he made 4 flushes in a couple hours. Mystery hand here for Champ. He's going to lead out here on this 3-4-3 2 spades board with the mystery hand. Tony Ace Jack high. Doesn't usually get too adventurous, but he also knows that Champ is capable of just betting with anything at any time. But he's going to go ahead and lay that one down. So small pot there for Champ. Looks like he's just back over the starting stack.
This right here might be. No, I guess Slate is just standing up for something else. Never mind. Yeah, Jake, that would be cool, man. Let me know when you're in town, and I'm pretty sure I can get you here in the booth to commentate. I know you have a lot to say. You've been playing for a long time, so that would be something I might be able to pull some strings and get you in here, brother.
Definitely always looking for help on the streams. We're going to be doing a lot more of them in the coming weeks, few months. Lots of events planned. So pretty excited about what we have in the bucket for the streams here on Kojak's Live. And we appreciate each and every one of you for tuning in and making it totally worth it for us to put these together.
Not much action here. Everyone has that they decided to fold, and we got Kim with 10-8 off, Champ with King 4 offsuit. Gonna go check on the flop. Turn brings in a 6.
Yeah, no real reason for Champ to bet here. He's got equity with that King high at showdown against a big blind. But Kim gets the 8 on the river, so check's going to go her way this time. So maybe he should have fired at it.
I think it's fine. You have the king of hearts in your hand, so you could go ahead and bet and try and get some protection. But
save those moves for the later levels where the blinds mean a lot more.
100%. No reason to fight over something so insignificant, you know?
Justin, we're all booked up. There's no shot. You got any room from the booth here? I'm sorry, sir.
Oh, wait, I want to cut. Sorry.
That would be a fun stream with
Mr.
Justin in the booth.
Definitely a personality.
By all means. Dealer Lauren in the box. Hand number 32 here of this feature table. We got started a little bit late on this tournament. That whole computer meltdown that about 3 or 4 of us were fixing up there. That was nice and timeful by the universe, but went around good here.
Yeah, finally got it going. It's going to push us pretty deep into the night, I would suspect.
Well, with this kind of prize pool, I expect the play to tighten up later. And definitely whenever you're talking this kind of prize pool, these kind of placements these guys are going to be playing for, I expect it to run pretty late. But, you know, what I'm okay with is I would like the blinds to not be the deciding factor. I like it when these larger events are dictated by the play, not by the blinds necessarily. And it kind of allows the best cream to rise to the top in tournament play whenever the blinds don't dictate the action like they do on like a normal weekly style tournament.
Right. In a championship event like this, I completely agree with that. Giving an extension, a lot of big blinds to the players so that they can navigate and avoid dangerous spots and fight back when they face adversity, that sort of thing. It's definitely to the advantage to the more skillful players.
Yeah, that's what I say. That's why I like these championships events to run a little deeper.
Mm-hmm.
Blinds a little slower, a little lower. 7-4-6 rainbow here. MJ is going to bet out his gut shot King 3. Champ wants to float one time with the Ace 5 offsuit. close to hitting it, but not quite. But that's going to give Kim more outs with her flush draw now. So she's got a gut shot and the flush draw.
It's actually a double gutter. She can hit a 5 or a 9. That's a beautiful hand.
Yeah.
Champ
Yeah, she's
decides to check it. It's going to slow down. Doesn't have much of anything.
7 on the river does not change anything. That's going to give Champ ace high, but I think to the better is going to go the spoils on this one here, and MJ is the one reaching.
Goes for it.
He was the one that let out on this flop, so probably going to get away with it.
Much respect. That's that takes a lot of guts and creativity. Does take it down with the worst of it. King 3 offsuit finds a way to extract some chips from that hand. That's
Yeah, a little stop and
stuff.
go on the flop and turn there, and play a little pot control to make it to where that last river bullet doesn't need to be as big.
probably got Slate looking for stars on those dollars. That man,
He seems like one that would check everyone for a star.
he's a collector. I was wondering what he was doing. Got Lauren with us now, getting those hands out. Waiting for everything to catch up. Brian with a fold. Tony pitches it. George pitches it. Slate pitches it.
Yeah, no one can really get any premium hands here. Folds all the way around to Kim on the button. She's going to let her button go. So now MJ versus Braxton, they don't have anything to fight with either.
Lauren is running cold. That's kind of crazy. Has not been any interesting hands whatsoever. Even the last pot, MJ takes it down with a mediocre holding.
So Braxton and MJ going to see a flop. Braxton there in the 4-seat. He brought his WSOP bracelet today.
Did he really?
Did you get to see it?
I have not seen it. No.
Yeah, I took a
That's pretty cool.
picture of it. A couple guys were wanting to see it, and he obviously not the kind of guy to wear his WSOP bracelet. But 20 at 23, I believe it was the Monster Stack event.
I think so.
Like $2.1 million in a WSOP bracelet.
I think it was 1.3,
1.2,
1.2,
Was it
something like that.
1.2? Might have I don't know if it was 2.1 or 1.2. Either way, it definitely
It's a
had
ton.
it definitely had millions after it.
Yeah.
And yeah, he brought his WSOP bracelet to show to a couple guys who wanted to see it. Very, very nice. Still had it in the Jostens box and everything.
It's awesome. Yeah, it was a $1,500 buy-in event. If you can only imagine going to Vegas, play some poker, buy in for $1,500 bills and cash out over $1 million. That is a pretty special feeling, I would think. Really crazy. The summer series in Vegas, that's where you make life-changing money for sure. Probably not going to be going this year myself, but I look forward to it eventually. Getting out there and taking some shots at those historic events.
Yeah, I wish I had the time to do so. That'd be amazing.
Reese here is very relied upon here in the network. He's going to be spending some time here at Kojaks with us to get it back on board and taking care of us. But he's been busy for quite a while working at all the different clubs. Fort Worth, Texarkana. They have some clubs in San Angelo, of course, Odessa, South Texas possibly, and he's going to be here in Midland with us for a couple weeks and get us set up.
I think they just changed the names and stuff. I mean, we can start with whatever's easiest for you.
10 high flop here. MJ with ace 10 off on the button.
Just talking to our fantastic operator Chris there. I missed the beginning. Did Tony have was he the pre-flop aggressor?
Yeah, he must have been. I don't think he's going to limp in with that hand. I missed the action as well, but I'm thinking it was a raise from Tony. MJ completes on the button, and Brian completes out of the big blind. Uh, Flop ends up going check, bet, and then raise from MJ. Tony does C bet with his ace high holding.
Yeah,
MJ raises him off of it.
I like that. Pretty dry board. Just go ahead and find out if your opponent's got jacks or better there with a small re-raise.
Yes, sir.
Daniel asked how much time you need for a Vegas series. There's a lot of events, but if I had 2 days off in a row, I wouldn't know what to do with myself. So you need some time to go play some of those Vegas series. Some of those tournaments are only a day. Some of them are 2 or 3 days, and I think the main event is up to 10 days now.
Yeah, I believe so. It's bigger than ever. Poker really is booming. The main event has been getting a larger and larger turnout for the past 3 years, I believe, setting records and stuff. So poker is alive and well. A lot more interest in it, and a lot of new faces in the game.
Yeah, Jake, they've added some interesting tournaments, and those bounty tournaments are pretty crazy. Even here at Kojak's, our bounty tournaments, people really like those events. But yeah, there's a whole slew of new events. I've been watching and viewing the WSOP for over 20 years, like most people, and some of the stuff they have now with the mystery bounties and the rounds of each, and no more of the horse events and the deuce to sevens, and you don't see that so much anymore. But you're starting to see Big O, and you're starting to see bomb pots. I mean, the game is definitely evolving. WSOP is doing a pretty decent job of keeping up with it.
Yeah, 100%. Saying that the mystery bounty, Sammy's going to be there. Daniel's also in agreement. Jake's saying that there's going to be $2 million bounties this year for that Mystery Millions event. So
yeah, I gave away some tickets to that event a couple of years ago, and it was a really, really cool event. 2 pair here for MJ on this flop. Hearts get there for George.
And Braxton has
and
a queen
hearts.
high
Yep.
flush.
So this is going to be a cooler situation here. George, he's pretty short too, betting 45. Just put in a third of a stack. I don't think he's going to be able to fold it if Braxton comes over the top here, which he may. We're holding the second nuts.
Curious to see if he decides to call. He is on the button. Out of position, you have more of an incentive to raise when you have it, because once you arrive on the river, you're either going to have to check call and then lead on the river to get the rest of the chips in. Whereas if you're in position, they're either going to put it in for you or they'll check it to you, and you can put the rest of the chips in.
Yeah.
So in position, I would like to see a call here.
MJ made the call. Braxton's going to go ahead and raise it up because George can't fold either way. So you're going to put it in now or on the river, and you may be able to get MJ off of it with an additional 8,000. So I like the raise here from Braxton just to go ahead and commit it.
He starts shaking his head.
Yeah. A snap call there by George, obviously. Braxton's probably not feeling great, but going to enjoy the news once it's turned over. And, yeah, but now MJ here, the one with the decision, he's got 20,000 chips, but that's almost half his stack to come along with the 2 pair when it's clear that there's a 5 or a heart out there. So he does go ahead and lay it down. Too much out there that beats you. You're just hoping for an ace or a 4 on the river. And George has no outs, so he'll be heading to the cage, see if he does a re-injury or comes in. He's still got plenty of time to shake that one off. I think we got a little over an hour left of registration here in this event.
Yeah, he's been running into it quite a bit here on this final table. Running bad on his first bullet. Is going to fire another one if I know George.
Yeah, Sonia saying you're going to watch Raul from El Paso. I believe I met him earlier. Had a couple new players from El Paso. We will be rotating these feature tables, so there's a good chance you might get to see him here on stream. So yeah, that would leave one of the 2 guys. I don't remember which one was Raul, but pretty nice guys talking about House of Kings there in El Paso. I was there just a few weeks ago. Shout out to House of Kings and Julio and Adriana. They run a great room out there. So folded on around to Braxton, who's going to make it almost 3x with the ace 7 offsuit. 72,000. He is now your table leader, so he's going to immediately put these chips to play, Blaze.
Yes, sir. Braxton is definitely a momentum player. When he starts winning pots, he likes to keep the pressure going.
Yeah.
And riding that.
Yeah, and he's going to bet into Tony here and find out real quick. God, Tony, just call one time, Tony. Did he just call? Nope, he raised him, immediately got it out. I just wanted to see a call one time. Just to see if Braxton would fire another bullet there onto that turn. But no, Braxton's definitely, not when you have an hour left of registration and that kind of a chip stack. He's going to put them to work and spin them up all the way or just re-enter. So he could very well be a problem for these guys over the next hour.
Oh, yeah, I can see him running deep. He is running good right now and has also made some really nice plays. He used a king 9 suited on ace queen jack X board, check raised 2 players, and got some folds, making some good plays and playing some good poker. And it helps to run good, of course.
Yeah, he knows how to take full advantage of these re-entry events. Kim here under the gun, pocket tens, raised it up to 4,000, 10x. It's an option. Folds all the way around to Champ in the small, or he's in the big blind. He's going to let that one go. So Kim, no competition, picks up some blinds.
What do they got for slate? Is that an ice cream cookie?
Yeah, the cookies that were made yesterday.
Yeah.
We made some new cookies today in our new fantastic snack bar.
Yeah.
And so we took yesterday's cookies and we're serving them with some ice cream on top.
Man.
They're still good.
It looks good.
But they're a little not quite as soft as the ones we just pulled out of the oven. So throw some ice cream on them and they're bangers.
You could stick them in the microwave for like 5 seconds or so.
Oh, that's absolutely what it would be.
Be good.
Yep, Sam, we're going to rotate some tables through here on this feature table. The poker comes first. The stream definitely not as important as the tournament, but we try to get everybody through it. And so always be sure that the chip stacks are as close as we can get them without interrupting the pace of play today. Braxton here, king, queen suited, middle position, going to raise this one up to 1,500. And just not getting much battlers. Not many things here. Not Tony, actually, never mind. Tony made the call on the cutoff there with the 10 at 9 offsuit. He wants to dance with Braxton a little bit, knowing that his range is wide open.
Yeah, he's playing with fire. Braxton has the momentum. He has the stack. And Tony is sitting there with the position and 10-9 offsuit. If he makes his hand here, then, of course, he's going to be able to win some chips. But
yeah, Braxton there, fist bumping, saying, good call. And it was as he just gets there. Spade's going to be a little bit scary, but not enough to not bet it, which he is. Looks like 5,500 into this 7,600 pot. And Braxton here just knows he's beat.
He's got a stack, though, and he is going to flick it in.
Yeah, and he's telling him, don't do it. Don't do it. Even though Tony's totally going to do it. Well, he might not now. He's got the spade, but it's only the 9.
He just showed
There's only 2. Yeah, it's definitely a showdown. Turns it over, and Braxton's going to see the hopefully he saw the spades and not the gut shot on the river, or not on the turn. That would have been a little more painful there. So these guys are going to rack it up here as they take a quick break. My name is Reese. This is Blaze. We are bringing you this feature table, and not quite the final table yet. We got a long ways to go with that. We still got a little while worth of registration. So you can come in and get into this tournament. It's a $1,200 entry. I'm not even going to mention what the guarantee was because we've already blown that out of the water. I believe there's 40. Do you have it pulled up there? I want to see how many players we have into it.
We had 41.
over 40 players into
We're at
this.
47.
47 players.
with an hour and 20 minutes left.
Yeah, so I can tell you right there, that's a $47,000 prize pool that we've got already. So plenty of time to still come get in on this event number 7. But we do have the cash games going on those outer tables. In case you just wanted to come in and watch this thing unfold and play some cash. You've got over an hour left of registration. But let's talk about what we got coming up tomorrow. the Big O Championship. I've been looking forward to this for a while. I love Big O. I don't know how much you've delved into it. I know you've been sort of mastering Hold'em and PLO, and I don't know how much you've delved into the Big O game, but it's definitely more for the gambler, not the studied player.
It's fun. I disagree. I think Big O, the more cards you have, the more it turns into a science. I did spend a lot of time studying 5-card high, and so the common perception is that there's more gambling with more cards, but quite the contrary. It's more of like a science-based game. It's a game of domination. Big O's the same way, of course. You want to have dominating draws. You want to have dominating bottom side cards. You want to be playing for the high, and it's an interesting game. There's so much to think about.
I like it because of the different aspects to it, but
Yes.
I was referring to more to the way that it's played, not the way it should be played.
That's what makes it so beautiful. It's a great game.
I tell people, well, if you fold, what would you say, 60 to 70% of your hands in Hold'em, you're supposed to be folding 80 to 90% of your hands in Big O.
If you know what you're doing, yes.
Yes, and
But
so nobody does that.
No one does it. So
It's
great.
It's definitely a fun game. But since you're if you're playing here, the cash games at Kojaks, you might as well come in and check out the Flush Frenzy. Just for playing, you can get some extra cash in a jackpot. 4 flushes in 6 hours from 4 p.m. to 10 p.m., and then it resets from 10 p.m. to 4 a.m. Every window that carries over adds $250 to that jackpot. I know, like I said, Mr. Craig won it a couple days ago, and I think it reset back at 1,000, so it's going to be $1,500, $1,750 today. And going on up from there, these major events that we're having here at the West Texas Poker Championship Series, cutting into the cash games, so that jackpot builds a lot easier. So definitely come check that out here in Kojaks. Also, real quickly before we take you to the break, I want to shout out the Road to Vegas that is still going on. These events do count for the points leadership, where the top 9 points leaders that played in tournaments starting back in March 9th up until 6 days from now will play a single table tournament for a $10,000 main event seat. And then additionally to that, right before that actually, the Tournament of Champions, anybody who won one of those events between March 9th and next week, the rest of this series gets to sit into a tournament where the winner of that one will also receive a $10,000 main event seat this year for the WSOP. You said you were in that one, right?
I am. I did finally get myself a seat in the Tournament of Champions. Won one of the weekly deep stacks, I believe.
That's fantastic. Like I said, you're playing for that $10,000 main event seat. Just tell me right now, if you win that Tournament of Champions, are you going to take it or are you going to sell that off?
Nah, I'm going this year. I did win one 2 years back, and I ended up just pocketing the money and splitting it up. It just didn't make sense from a bankroll perspective for me to fire a $10,000 bullet.
No, $10,000 that's a lot of bullets into cash games you can parlay into even bigger.
Big time.
But now I'm always curious to see what people do if they want to go fire into the main event. That's definitely a dream bucket list for a lot of people, but $10,000 cash, like you said, you chose $10,000 cash for yours instead. Don't blame you one iota. But we're going to take a short break. I really don't know quite how long it's going to be, but we are bringing in a whole new table. So I hope someone that you know rooting on makes it to this live stream feature table. But either way, I hope they make it all the way down to the final 10 where we're going to have here on this live stream table to see the champion of this event, number 7 high roller event. I don't even want to guess how much first place is going to be. We've got 47 entries right now, so the prize pool is at least $47,000.
It's going to be big.
And we've still got over an hour's worth of registration, so more than likely over $50,000 in this prize pool. It's going to be a heck of a show tonight. Lots of you tuned in. We appreciate each and every single one of you, so hang in there on Facebook, on YouTube, and on Twitch. We're going to be right back shortly as they move these tables around in this short break. And stick with us and see who takes this thing down.
Yes, sir. We appreciate you guys for tuning in. We'll be back after a short break.
Hey, everybody, welcome back here from that quick break. We've got a brand new feature table. And for Sonia there in the chat there, we've got Raul that you asked for in the big blind here on this hand. And the other gentleman from El Paso happens to be sitting at the table as well, right next to him. So shout out to Raul from El Paso. They're making the feature table here at Kojak's, driving all the way to play in this $1,200 high roller championship tournament. And we've got over 50 entries, Blaze.
Yes, sir. Sitting on 51 entries right now, $51,000 in a 20K guarantee. Really nice to see. We have some people from El Paso visiting. Sonia sweating with us here on the YouTube streets, and there's a lot of excitement. It's packed in that room, man.
Yeah, Steve, I see the audio message. The audio good? Everybody hear us chatting right along with you guys watching. This 5 tables going on right now. Absolutely crazy for this big event. Over $50,000 in the prize pool. We've still got an hour left of registration, so we could be hitting that 60 mark, Blaze.
Yes, sir. We look forward to it. Still an hour left in registration. There are probably going to be some cold decks along the way, and a rebuy is always going to follow with this much in the prize pool to fight for.
Oh yeah, you definitely have some pretty good ROI when you have a almost $60,000 prize pool.
Yes, sir.
Actions on Raul with the Jack 5 suited. George raised it up to 1,300 with the dealer button. It's always kind of sus whenever the dealer button raises it up and you're in the blinds. And well played there by Raul. 3-bet there, and George instantly folds. So Raul recognizing exactly what I just said, that the button can have a larceny on the brain, as I've been known to say. And
That's a great quote.
Raul recognizing that and coming back over the top, and George immediately laying it down. So Raul navigating that short stack really well. And so yes, yeah, it was Sonia. There's your Raul and Mari, the 2 guys there from El Paso, just happened to get seated next to one another.
I don't know if you guys knew this or not, but I'm actually born and raised in El Paso, and I have not yet played poker once. I did pick up poker here in Midland, Odessa after moving here in 2012, and since then I've only played in Vegas, of course, in Florida, Mississippi, Louisiana, and East Texas, and further down south, but have not visited El Paso yet in quite a while, and have not played poker when I was down there. So I look forward to getting acquainted with all the players in El Paso back home.
Yeah, I was there about a month ago at House of Kings and Blue Felt, and I said House of Kings, just an unmatched poker room there. Like I said earlier, Julio and Adriana run a great operation over there. Definitely comes highly recommended if you find yourself in El Paso wanting to play some cards. House of Kings is definitely where it's at.
Yeah, they are, I suppose, the most active card room in El Paso. Every time I go to Austin or any of those bigger tournaments, I have run into Adriana. Julio, not as often, but I did see him at the last event I was at in Austin. Had a conversation with one of the younger dudes that plays the cash games out there. He was a competent player, impressed me with his play on the felt. So I do look forward to stepping out there and getting acquainted with the community in the near future.
And speaking of El Paso, one of the El Paso regulars who is a very well-known face here in Midland comes and does work in our tournaments, Dante.
Strouder.
Yep, Dante, he's in El Paso, and he was there playing in their large tournament when I was there last. And he ended up taking it down. ICM Chop went in first place. And he's as feared in El Paso as he is here, Blaze.
Yeah, he is. He's always a problem when he's at the table. I know when I first started working here at Kojak's when it first opened, he was here for our first main event, I believe, and I think he made the final table of that one. And I have not had the pleasure of spending time with him on the felt on the other side, but I've heard a lot about him, and he is respected.
Yeah, I was playing cash in House of Kings, and he saw me from across the room. I didn't see him. He came over there and grabbed me up, said, "What are you doing over here?" And I said, "Just visiting El Paso." And everybody at my table was like, "Give us a shot in this tournament. Don't win it." And so it was pretty impressive. But he's got a great reputation and hard guy not to like over there in El Paso and here in Midland.
That's awesome.
3 ways to this flop here. A very uneventful 9-5-3. George with the top pair. And he's going to check it over to Mari, who's going to continue here with the ace-6 offsuit, betting 2,700. Good quarter size bet here. Adam, non-believer, wanting to float here with the gut shot.
He check raises him with the gut shot on a 9-5-3 rainbow.
Oh, he did raise. That's a great play as far as I'm concerned. And I did confirm it is George. He prefers George,
Does he?
not Jorge. George. We've been messing that up on live stream the last few days.
I always call him George just because I've never heard him speak Spanish.
No,
It's like, I'm not going to call someone that doesn't speak Spanish Jorge.
He prefers George. Thinking about his top pair here, unfortunately, doesn't have a whole lot of backup draws. If you're getting raised here by Adam after a bet and a raise, it's tough to continue with the 9-7 with the 7 kicker, and Maury, who took a stab on the button, has to lay it down as well. But it's a good stab. He's still got a good healthy stack, almost 40,000.
Gets it through. That was a nice play from Adam. I do like the balance. If you're only waiting for 2 pairs plus to check raise, it is not a good strategy to implement. Of course, if your players are never going to fold, if you're only check raising with value, then there's no reason to bluff. So don't mind that either.
Dealer Destiny in the box. A dealer from the River League in San Angelo wearing a Kojak shirt. I'm going to have to tell her about that. Got to rep your club there, Destiny. What are you doing wearing a Kojak shirt?
We got her converted. She's one of ours now. Yeah, Kojak's girl.
She's a good dealer to have. We thank her for... Oh, she's just dealing a bomb pot here.
Oopsie.
Yeah, right off the rip, she makes a mistake.
She is a good dealer.
She's so used to dealing cash game bomb pots that she just kept dealing. I bet that's going to embarrass her later. I'll have to rub that one in for sure. But no, a fantastic dealer from San Angelo, Texas, does a great job at the River League. Came down here to help with the series events and has done a great job. Her and Eden, the waitress we have here. Big help on those dealers coming in from San Angelo and some of the dealers coming in from Celebrity Card Club in Odessa. These events get a little hectic, 2 weeks worth. We need some help. Of course, we always need help.
Always.
If you're a dealer, come apply. If you want to learn how to deal,
come apply.
Come apply.
It's a good job. It pays very well, and it's a great skill set to move into a new career. If that's something that you're interested in and you're in the Midland, Odessa area, come holler.
We've got Raul betting it here and Maury 3 betting him, so some El Paso on El Paso violence here. Raul initiated it and Maury 3 bet to 3,400, and it looked like Raul made the call. He's only got 12,000 behind, so needs to pick up this pot here. Ace 7 King, top pair Maury. Raul, second pair, no back doors other than Broadway that Maury has as well. He's going to check it over to Maury.
Raul, definitely not a new player. If you look at the way he's sizing up Maury, I would imagine these two guys have plenty of history together.
history and poker experience. You don't drive all the way from El Paso to Midland and play in a $1,200 event. And here we go again. Raul made a move on him, and Maury's going to call him down. Raul made that same move he made on George earlier, which I don't hate at all, just in case Raul's doing that with any pocket pair. Jack on the turn, no help. And a queen on the river going to seal the deal for Raul. And so Maury, little El Paso on El Paso there. But like I said, they're laughing and fist bumping. So on the way out, and now there's your friend. Nasim.
That dream.
I wonder if Nasim is going to be buying into this event. He said he didn't think so, but
Nah, he's playing it.
he's going to play in it.
100%. There's no way he's going to see 50K in the prize pool and not fire at it.
It's kind of hard not to.
Too juicy.
At least one bullet whenever the prize pool is as big as it is.
Bartolo. Drop us a comment, Bart. If you're tuning in, let us know. Give a shout out to where you're at in Arizona. Thanks for checking it out, brother.
Fernando here, first to act. Looks like he limped in for, no, he raised it up to 1,500 with a queen jack off suit. Folds on around to Maury, who gets out of the way of Billy and not waking up with anything. Ruben on the button, ace jack off suit, lets it go. Very tight fold there, but just not wanting to get involved with a pretty speculative hand with ace jack. It's easier to bet with than it is to call. Adam's going to defend the small blind, and Mike coming along, ace tray off suit. So the blinds defend their blinds against Fernando. King 3-5, 2 spades. No one has a king. Mike and Adam. I'm just going to call that one Mike, M-Y-K. I've been commenting streams for years and years and years, and you wouldn't be surprised at some of the stuff that I've had to try to pronounce.
Yeah, I can only imagine.
People are creative sometimes. A bet by Fernando, c-betting there, and Mike coming along. Another king on the turn brings in the third spade, so Mike now with the nut flush draw. Fernando now checking the action over to Fernando, and he's going to be able to steal this one away here with a bet. He's reaching for chips, and there it
I'm not
is.
entirely sure.
Yeah, Mike, he does have the nut spades. He's got 31,000 in the stack, 4,500 to call this bet. So he does have the chips, but when that board pairs, Fernando could be doing this with a lot of things, but he's going to feel like this flush could be good if it does get there. He does have a 3 just in case Fernando doesn't have anything. Deuce on the river doesn't help. If Fernando's going to steal this one, it's going to have to be a sizable bet. He's going to have to bet at least 15,000.
He is going to barrel off. That was what I wanted to see.
Yeah, let's see which size. And 9,000. You know, if Mike makes this call here, it's a great call. Just won't be a believer in Fernando, even though, in my opinion, Fernando's played this just right. But Mike is thinking about getting sticky here with threes. And like you said, looking at Fernando, just wondering. But it is for a little less than half of Mike's stack. But
He's unblocking spades. The thing is, like, so I'm thinking about it, and he has Queen Jack O under the gun facing a flop and a turn call out of the big blind. I think he probably has experience. He's gonna find
reaching
a call.
chips. Wow, Fernando shaking sense and good call shows it, and Mike's gonna show the threes. So good call there by Mike. Fernando giving the nod of the head. I don't think Fernando played that really badly. I think he told a good story. Called the flop bet, led out on the turn when the king paired. There might be some history between those two. They might have played on the outer table together, and he saw some moves that Fernando was making, and Mike wanted to look him up just one time there. He had just enough equity. But I think the only thing that different could have happened there was, like I said, about a pot size, just under pot size bet might have got that job done, Blaze.
That's an interesting spot. That would be something to discuss in depth. I don't want to get too much into it, but that's an interesting spot for sure. Both the triple barrel from Fernando and the call off from Mike. Mike is not a new player. He final tabled a pretty big event in Austin, and he's been playing for a while. He's a pro essentially.
Yep. And look who joins us at the feature table. Nasim. He's been on quite a heater this series. Blaze, did we? Has he told you how much he's been able, how much he's stacked in this series so far?
No, I didn't get the numbers from him.
Yeah, I bet it's pretty decent. He's been on a good run. Lots of final tables.
Yeah, he's done well for himself. He's running hot online. He's shown me a couple tournaments. So he got second place in the mini main, right?
Uh-huh.
That same night he hops into a $33 tournament on Club WPT Gold and ends up cashing like third or fourth place for $1,300 on a
Wow.
$30 buy-in.
Wow.
So the dude's playing good, running well, and
This one's
yeah,
going to be a chop
play.
here if no betting is made, and there you go. So Miss Destiny will need to chop up this pot. Yeah, I mean, poker is streaky. It really is. Any poker player that's been playing a long time definitely has experienced the upswings and the downswings. I don't really chalk it up to luck per se. I just think when you're feeling it, you're feeling yourself. I think you make good decisions. I think you keep your poise at the table when things are running good, and that helps the upswings when they do start happening and the cards cooperate. So I don't think it's just knocked up to luck. I think you just have to refocus and reset your mind when you're in a downswing, and let the game kind of come to you. And he's, like I said, he's feeling himself right now.
100%. It's interesting. I've reflected on that quite a bit. Have been struggling with mental game issues for quite a bit now. Was kind of crushed by a big negative variance streak that I was encountering, and I was looking at my numbers when I was doing really well for myself here in the poker streets in Midland, and I was taking losses. It wasn't like I didn't encounter resistance or I wasn't taking beats. I would lose a couple grand in a day and make a pretty profitable month overall. But my mentality back then was not as crushed and defeated. And there's definitely something to what you're saying about recentering and refocusing and having the right mentality, and it shows in your results.
Yeah, but it always helps to run good, don't get me wrong, especially in tournament play. King, Jack, 9, 2 spades on this board. George, top pair. Mike, who's going to take the betting advantage here as George checks it to him. I don't think George is going to snap call here. Doesn't feel like betting with the bad kicker, but definitely no fear of calling. Checks it over to Mike again. Let's see if Mike wants to stab one more time. And now I think he's going to go ahead and give up on this pot here. 3 on the river, 2 pair for George. There's a lot out there that Mike could represent, but I don't think he's going to try it here. George with a pretty decent, healthy stack. And George does make a river bet there, and Mike has to let it go.
Yeah, the lead. There's been a lot of leads out of position today. That particular bet. Yeah, I mean, I guess I have my opinions on it, and everyone has their own way of playing it. But
Well, it's one thing whenever, because Mike had position on George there, and George did check it to him on that flop, even though George was the pre-flop aggressor.
right.
And they call when they call about donk betting. What that does entail is when someone raises pre-flop, and then on the flop, someone who gets to act before the pre-flop raiser bets into him. That's what's called a donk bet, and I don't like that name because sometimes I like the donk bet. You're sort of setting a price rather than letting them c-bet a range. So I kind of wish it would lose that name because I don't think it's a donkey bet at all, personally.
It's definitely interesting. I think there's a value in developing a donkey range. There's merits to both, and there's people on both sides of that on each camp,
Absolutely. George, big laydown, king jack suited there to a raised and 3-bet and a flat here. Maury, ace jack offsuit, raised it up to 1,100. Adam, 3-bet to 4,000, and Mike is going to call, trying to set him out with his pocket eights. Nassim with a suited ace just bought into the tournament, but decides to let it go. And Maury, good laydown by him, seeing the 3-bet and then a flat behind him. Ace jack into the mug. 10s versus 8s, and set over set, Blaze. Here we go.
This is a nasty spot.
The chip
for
leader versus Mike, who's got a little more than a starting stack. You're gonna see them flop stacks here. Although that it's a pretty wet board, you may see both player be a little more cautious. You see Adam there betting and Mike making the call. If we see a jack, that king's going to also be a scare card. Completes the upper ends of a lot of the straights. Adam here, it's going to be tough for him to continue for a whole lot. The king does bring in one of the draws. He'll probably bet about 11,000 here. I made it 15, it looks like. Good size bet, and I like it. It's going to give a lot of the pressure back on Mike. 15,000, that's going to be for about a third of his stack. And internally, he's just hoping the board pairs, but we know that would be a disaster if a jack or a king comes out for Mike.
7.
The spade didn't come, which is going to be that front door draw on the flush. And you might see both players just try to get to showdown at this point.
Yeah, I think so. A lot of 9X in Mike's range. Adam probably doesn't have as much, but he does have the ace-queen advantage. Also has the bigger set advantage. With pocket tens in this spot,
Yeah, check. They're both going to realize their equity there, and Mike's going to see that he dodged a pretty big bullet there.
nasty.
Yeah.
Good river for him.
Yeah, so the rich get richer here at this feature table. Mike going to be thankful for those 26,000 chips he has left. That could have very easily gone over to Adam's way on that flop.
Looks like Adam is running hot
Yep.
today.
160,000 in his stack. Lots of those pink 5,000 chips there.
Stevie, is that 200K in July going to be in the House of Kings, or where's that going to be at?
I believe that, if I remember correctly, Julio told me that was going to be their like an anniversary tournament or something like that.
What's the buy-in on it?
I don't remember, but it was pretty cheap.
That's 200K is fat.
Yeah, it was definitely it's some kind of anniversary. I don't know if it's anniversary of the club or what. I don't quite remember what it was. Apologize to Julio, but be more than happy to shout it out whenever. I like supporting those guys over there in El Paso. They have a lot of players that come over here and play in our club, and we need to start sending some of our boys over there.
I am going to ask for the days off in July, Stevie. I'll be out there.
Yeah, I'll probably come check it out too. Help them, help support them. Like I said, I like those two guys a lot. George here on the button, pretty wide range with the ace, jack, but definitely showing up with the stronger hand than could be anticipated on the button. Nassim making the call at king 10 suited. Maury well behind in the spade department, queen 7 of spades.
Flop comes down 10-6-5, two-tone. Nassim flopping a 10 with a good kicker. Mari with a whole lot of nothing. George decides not to c-bet into two opponents here.
And Nassim still with the top pair, reaching for chips here, first to act here on this turn card. Maury picked up the 7, but I don't know if that's going to be enough for him to continue on unless he just feels like that Nassim could be betting any sort of newly developed straight draw here.
Yeah, there's hearts available. There is 8X available for the straight draws, 4X, and the clubs. Plenty to protect and give value from. Out of Nassim, he does choose a smaller sizing.
Yeah, Maury's going to see a river card here. And George probably just going to let that one go. Looks like he's already folded. Unless they're behind the cards there.
Yeah, you're right. What would be the holdup? I think he has his hand protected.
Oh, no. Looks like Maury put in a raise. I
Interesting.
like that much better than a call, to be honest with you, Blaze.
It's debatable. There's so many hands that he could be betting as a semi-bluff. It does make some sense as a raise. It also steals the initiative away from Nassim so that on the river, you can get a check out of him.
No, for sure. It definitely makes a difference on this river bet. As you see Nassim, they're automatically checking. Board pairing 5 on the river here. Nassim.
Check.
Yeah, Maury. Luckily for Nassim there, Maury decided to just surrender on because I I don't know if this Nassim would have been pretty pressed. Blender, as I say, for Nassim to get put in the blender. It would have been a pretty blender bet, about 15K there, pot size bet on that river.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. I like the race from Mauricio. Now I think about it more than anything, just to get a stop out of Nassim on rivers.
And that's what I was thinking more of, because the draws definitely, I mean, some of them got there, but it also developed more draws than it brought in on that turn. And both players being in the blind, Nassim could very easily just have a developed decent draw on that turn, and Maury putting him to the test on that.
Yes, sir. First thought, I did not like it. Second thought, I'm with it. That's good poker. Good stuff. A lot of these players here have significant earnings in their poker careers. Mike here, I believe, probably has close to over $1 million. I forget his last name, but yeah, these guys here have an impressive resume behind them. Definitely a lot to learn here. I'm not going to pretend to know more than any of these guys. I'm here to learn as much as anyone else. So paying attention to what kind of moves they got, what they use to bet in certain spots, and how they're navigating their stack and their cards in the field.
Billy here, who hasn't had much action since I've got back into the booth, and he sat down at this feature table, ace tray of diamonds. Fernando raising it up in the hijack, 9-7 off suit, to see if Billy put in a 3-bet here or just made the call. Looks like he just made the call.
Calls.
6-5 king rainbow flop here. Open gut shot there. It's going to go check check. Queen on the turn. This board is going to be in Fernando's range, and he does finally bet it, and Billy has to let it go.
Delay C bet. With a 9-7 there, I think pretty often he will bet versus most opponents. In my opinion, he is showing Billy a lot of respect. He knows the caliber of player that he is and does not want to get involved in too big of a pot versus him. So checks back on that flop and then decides to take it down with a delay C bet on the turn. Having a little bit of technical difficulties, getting it sorted out here, guys.
No, it is all good. But let us know. Make sure everything is working fine. Quite a few here of you tuned in on all the social medias, the YouTube, Facebook, Twitch. Let us know who you're tuned in, rooting for, watching, want to hear about. Might send somebody out there to give a quick update on somebody, how they're doing in this event number 7, $1,200 buy-in. Just massive, massive high roller championship. How many entries we at now, Blaze?
I'm about to pull it up, actually.
We were at 51 earlier. See if we can hit that on at 60K mark.
I love it. 55.
55.
We're going to hit 60, man.
$55,000 prize pool. 49 minutes left of registration. I think it's worth coming and firing in, guys. If you are near Midland, Texas, you've got 45 minutes to come and put in your $1,200 entry. Dig in the couch, check on the dash on the truck, put those monies together and come play in this probably almost $60,000 prize pool. And I think it's the biggest one we've had in a few years, Blaze.
I think it is. As far as I can remember, the last couple of high roller events that we did have a couple months back, like 4 or 5 months ago, they hit 40 or 50 buy-ins as well. So it's been good. The high roller community here is strong.
Oh yeah. Folding around to Fernando, calling middle position with the 6-5 suited, just trying to see a flop here. Maury falling in suit, 10-9 offsuit. Billy on the button, king 3 suited. So these guys may be trying to see a cheap flop this time. Small blind, Ruben and Adam coming in. King 7 suited, lots of hearts in the holes here. Queen 4 for Adam in the big blind. 8, Jack 5, 2 clubs. Billy, second nut flush draw. And open-ended for Maury. Gut shot for Fernando. Just a lot going on here, and this is the dangerous part about whenever you're in a limped-in pot several ways. Hard to put your opponents on any holdings, and here we have 3 with very good ones. So Billy bet out his king-high flush draw, called by Fernando, and now called by Maury. 10 on the turn gives Maury the lead with a pair of 10s, but still a lot of draws out there. Checked around back to Billy, and he's going to try to get his club for free, and does so. So king high clubs, and unfortunately Maury makes the straight. So we'll see if it costs him anything here. Hits the 7, 8, 9, 10 jack, and he is reaching for chips, 2,500 that he will not be getting back here. We'll see Billy's raise here, Blaze.
Yeah, it is going to cost.
Yeah.
He calls.
No, he 3x'd it.
Did
He put a pink chip out there. Yeah,
Didn't
it's
see it.
7,000. Yeah. So, and tough one here for Maury too, because Billy's sizing is not that wild. It screams pretty good strength, but you know, are you folding a chop here, or are you just going to give him clubs here every time, Blaze?
I'm going to give him clubs personally. Something to think about. So right now, the thinking in poker is that 3x is the right sort of sizing to use. Personally, I've shifted to a 4x sizing as my standard raise. Benefits being it generates additional fold equity when you're in the bluff portion of your range.
Yeah, and he does bet enough to pay it off there, and Maury's
Boom.
just going to pay for the education there.
Boom.
And
Information.
Billy getting a little bit extra there. Unfortunate river there for Maury.
Yeah, he does chop pretty often with Billy. You know, when he raises to 7,000, I don't really think he's going to be showing up with a bluff there. Any of the cards that he misses with, he's going to have to respect the bet out of Maury. Maury isn't fooling around there. He has a minimum of 2 pair, especially when the club lands, you know. So
And, I think Billy picked the perfect sizing there to get that 9 to call it down.
mhm.
Joey on Facebook asked, did Blaze play? No, Blaze had to work.
I'm working, bro. I just act like I know how to play, but I'm a fish, bro. I play 1, 2, and that's it. I'm a little guy.
You were saying earlier you might try to fire a bullet in the main.
No, I don't think
No?
I'm going to.
Having too much fun here in the booth.
Yeah, just sticking to working for a little bit.
Nothing wrong with that here. Ruben raising up to 1,200 on the button. Pocket 5s. Adam makes the call. Pocket 6s. And a mystery hand for Mike completes the 2x big blind. Ace, queen, deuce. Tough flop here for both pocket pairs. Both players. Well, Ruben would have had a pretty big C bet there. Queen on the turn. This looks like one of those hands. We don't know what Mike has, but first bet could be taking this one down.
I think it does, unless one of these other two decide to gamble and try and fill up on the river. It's a cheap price
Yeah, only
for a big stack, you know?
2,000. That wouldn't impact Adam's stack at all, but you've basically reduced yourself to 2 outs.
Yeah, but he's also ahead pretty often. I guess not. I didn't see the action. It's not being
He
posted.
did
but
show an ace. Yeah, it
Yeah.
didn't read, but he did show an ace there.
right on.
So it was a good fold by the rest of the table. So I heard you say earlier you don't like showing. I think it was a couple streams ago. You said you didn't like showing your cards unless they paid for it. You always fold face down.
I don't like. Yeah, I don't like showing in general as a rule, but you know, sometimes you might want to use it as a psychological tactic. I prefer showing one card, right? So if you show one card, you end up taking up some of their processing power, you know, so that they
Yeah.
have to think about the other card and what did he have? What is this? You fill their head with questions and take away from the hand that they're going to be involved in later on. We be
Yeah.
showing both cards, then they know what the answer is, and
Yeah, and I
you
think
don't really get in their
that's a
head.
great point. Is to sort of sometimes partial information can be more damaging to them than full information. I myself, like when I go to TCH and play in a bigger cash game or something, if I sit down at the table and immediately start catching cards and running hot, I don't mind showing my hands. It sort of makes me seem like a friendly player. But if you're going to show cards, you better be prepared to do it for telling a story. It sets me up for bluffing later. But if I don't catch monsters early, then nobody sees anything for the rest of the night. But if I sit down in the first orbit or so, I'm getting involved and I've got some monsters, I'll show it just so I can. I'd rather open up a story about me being pretty tight and betting it when I have it. That way I can use that bluff later. Other than that, unless you're going to use it as a tool, just keep your cards to yourself.
Yeah, setting up your image, it's something that it brings something to mind. So I've seen players in the past. It's something that I haven't used, but they will get into a cash game. It's a new player, right? Never seen him before. He's visiting from out of town or whatever. He does something crazy really early in the session. Everyone sees him show down a bluff. He puts in a bunch of chips with nothing, sets up his image, and he does the same thing
Yeah, it's
when
the
he
exact
makes a big hand.
Yeah, it's the exact opposite of the story I just said.
Yes,
But the
yes,
reason I
yes.
don't do it that way, honestly, is because I can't count that I'm going to get the nuts ever the whole night.
Right.
So I only do it when I'm catching monsters in the beginning. Don't get me wrong, there's something to be said for showing bluffs early because then you can get paid off later. But I never trust that I'm going to be rewarded with the good cards later. So
Right. Well, you could just always just not just stop bluffing. You know what I mean?
oh yeah, you still get paid on your two pairs and small flush hands, but no, that's if you're going to use it to tell a story, it can be recommended. Mike here flopping open-ended, not much for Maury or George. Needs some running cards for some straights, even though Maury is still ahead with a king high. You see Mike there with the winning percentage there with a lot more outs than Maury has. He's going to come along. He's on the button, pretty disguised hand.
5-4. So Maury does decide to see bet. It's a pretty dry texture. He does have 3 to a straight,
Yeah,
and he can pick up a lot of barrel cards. So if he hits an ace, he can barrel. Hits a king, obviously he picks up top pair. He's going to keep betting that. He
Yeah.
can barrel on a 10, and also a jack. He probably would check back. I would imagine.
yeah. There's the 4. So Mike unknowingly has the best hand, but if Maury fires out here for a sizable bet, he's got a lot more queens in his range in middle position. But Mike's going to just turn this over and get to showdown here.
For sure, for sure. He
So-
beats all the ace highs and all the king highs.
Yeah, just show your equity, unless he just feels like he's trying to
That's
get a 7 or a queen to lay down.
I think he's targeting ace high for value. I don't think he's a bluff. He's bluffing here.
No, I mean, he's definitely, like I said, it's betting there or turn it over, I think is fine. Like I said, just sometimes it's good just to, if you feel like you're ahead, but when you don't have much you can target, like what can call you that you still beat.
Right.
And of course you beat all the 3s and deuces. But you know, like I said, any pocket pair that Maury may have in middle position trying to flop a set's going to be obviously bigger than that 4.
Right.
And so if Maury fires back, 3X's him on a click back there, you're in a tough spot if you're Mike. So
Yeah,
sometimes it's better just to get in to a showdown.
I agree. I like a check back. 100%.
Luis saying, "What's Gucci?" Asking Stevie. Is that more El Paso fans in the chat?
Yeah, it has to be. Stevie Cheesy was Gucci.
I'm a fan of it. Like I said, need to look at that info there for the House of Kings on that 200K monster event.
Shout out to all of the raza tuning in from El Paso.
Including you.
Yes, sir. I'm out here holding it down.
See those
Really?
papers that people are holding there? That's our Road to Vegas point standings. Seeing where they are on at the end of the month, we're having our 2 $10,000 seat tournaments. One for the top 9 points leaders, and then one for anyone who's won an event since March 9th. Won one of the Road to Vegas eligible events. And people are keeping a close eye because it's a pretty tight race for that top 9. And you want to be in it because a small one table sit and go for a $10,000 seat's a pretty hot deal.
Yeah, it is. That's gonna be a fun one to watch. See who our representative here out of Kojaks is going to be this year for the main event.
Yeah, George here. Adam let out George 3 bets to 7,000 with Ace King. Adam with a big chip stack is going to see a flop. Tech in the box. Jack 7, 5, 2 spades. No help to. Actually, I'm sorry. Adam's going to take the lead here with the pair of 7s. Pretty much the gin card for him. George here going to continue with his Ace King offsuit on this flop. 4,500 again. Tough here to lay it down if you're Adam, but you're basically just hoping for an ace on the turn at this point, and hoping that George doesn't have Ace Jack. He does make the call.
Yeah, interesting spot. I don't know if George is going to be barreling here to represent all of the overpairs. The Jack is a bad card for him. It removes a lot of the Jack X out of his range.
Yeah, it's going to go check here. Adam just going to try to get to a cheap showdown. Deuce on the river doesn't change anything here, so you're going to see check on this one.
Yes, sir.
And George going to see that the Ace 7 ran down the Ace King. Kelly in the chat says might bet so he doesn't have to show his hand, and that's a great point. I'll do that in a cash game once in a blue moon. Tournament chips are way more valuable than cash chips. So sometimes if it's worth it to put the chips at risk so you don't give your opponent any education, totally makes sense and totally accept that answer from anybody if that's their whole reasoning behind it. They just don't want to have to show their hand even though they think they're best. They'll bet it anyway just to try to get the other opponent to lay down and they can muck it face down. Nothing wrong with that at all, as long as you're not losing any of your chips just to deny an opponent that may or may not be even paying attention at the end of the day. And that's the struggle with that is unless you know that the opponent that you're up against is really one of those studiers that's been paying attention and you do not want to give them any information and you feel that you're best, you can sometimes bet them off of it just so they don't win an education, much less the pot. So acceptable answer, just use with caution.
Agreed. Good thinking. That's why poker is such a fascinating game. There's all kinds of different reasonings behind the things that we do at the table, and I think they're all valid. It's just whatever you think is right, as long as you believe in what you're doing and you stick with it. You can figure out a way to win. That's all that matters.
Naseem here in the small blind, facing a raise from Fernando in the cutoff. Ace 10 offsuit. Naseem with the King 10 suited, a very attractive hand to try to complete here since you already got some chips out there. With George calling in between you and the cutoff, though, is kind of tough. King 10 can sometimes be a dangerous hand multi-ways when there's raises and flats. A lot of Ace Kings, Ace 10s out there that just have you destroyed. You want to see clubs more than anything. Ace Queen 10 rainbow here. Fernando top pair. Maury bottom pair. Naseem with the gut shot Broadway. Let's see who Fernando wants to continue to see bet here. He does flop top pair. Does 2,200. Pretty small sizing. At a quarter pot. It's going to be enough for Naseem to try to bink this off. A lot of good turn cards for Naseem. Any club. And there it is. That's going to trap him in the remainder of the hand. And I would love to see a bet here at Naseem, but I don't know if it makes any sense, Blaze.
Yeah, a lead out here would be
strong.
Would be a mistake, I would think.
A little weird, yeah.
If you lead and he raises you, it would be a disaster to get raised off of all your equity.
And he's increased it to a third pot now. Naseem definitely can't lay it down now. Too many developed outs on this turn. Any jack, any club, and you got to feel like you're best here. But the ace of clubs is unaccounted for, so he's got to be careful. And unfortunately, Naseem doesn't develop anything here. Luckily for Fernando, he can feel good about having the best of it. Betting 6,000, sort of an enticing bet there, trying to get a call, Blaze.
Yeah, I like it. Like the sizings that he was using. The small bet on the flop allows his opponents to continue with a wider range
Yeah.
and start sizing up, moving forward in the hand, put pressure on those hands.
Yeah, Stevie Cine thinks it's a $200 buy-in, $200,000 guaranteed at House of Kings. I think that's right. I remember it being super nice. Like I said, it was like either 100 something or 200. I knew it was a very, very low buy-in. They're going to have a lot of flights. And like I said, I feel like it's some sort of anniversary celebratory tournament. But I'm going to look it up, just to give a little shout out here to Julio. Like I said, definitely the place to play in El Paso. Let's see if they've made a recent post about it here.
Moises in the chat says that he won the 10K road to Vegas and that he chose the 10K. Hey, brother, I did the same thing. Don't feel like it was a bad decision. Sometimes the money is worth a lot to you, and you know, you could always go out there and make a bunch of money out of that 10K, but on the other side of it, you could go in first hand with aces and get cracked for the whole stack and be busted out in an hour or two. So it can go either way. At the end of the day, it is gambling, even though it is a skill game. And the 10,000, if it was something that you needed at the time, then it's not a bad decision.
Yeah, House of Kings hasn't posted anything about it quite yet, but it did confirm that it is an anniversary tournament, so looking forward to that into July. But if you want something to do before then, we have our Big O Championship tomorrow, 6 p.m., a $600 buy-in Big O Championship if you like the 5-card variety games. If not, rolling right into Friday, our Texas main event, No Limit Hold'em Championship, starting this Friday here at Kojaks with a 1 p.m. flight, Flight A, and then a 6 p.m. Flight B on Friday, and then again on Saturday, 1 p.m. and 6 p.m. $480 entry, a $50,000 guaranteed tournament, the main event here of this West Texas Poker Championship Series coming your way this Friday. So if you're here from El Paso, stick around, get you a hotel, stick around for this fantastic tournament coming up this weekend. And all we've got to get through is the Big O Championship. You know, ready to commentate some Big O?
Yeah. I do understand the game. I've played a little bit of high stakes with the fellas here, you know, Rudy and Daryl and all them folks. I've played a little bit with Vac, have played with Nathan, and spent a little bit of time at the fort over in the Weatherford area, and those fellas over there do play. I did hop in the big game. Broke even over a couple sessions. It just feels like a bit of a slow game to me and a lot of chop pots. I do enjoy it just because it gives you a different sort of thing to think about. But the guys that I was playing with, they were all pretty seasoned. I think one of them had won a massive Big O event in Vegas for a pretty chunk of change. And so I decided to just stick to the Hold'em, and I thought it was more profitable.
It's I mean, I like both games, but it's always funny to me to hear the Big O players say, "Oh, Hold'em's just boring compared to Big O." Well, not if you're playing Big O correctly. You should be folding twice, if 3 times as much in Big O as you do in Texas Hold'em. So
And then
I think it's just an excuse.
I think so too. It invites. It's the same thing with PLO. PLO, whether it's 4 or 5 card variants, it's attractive and it invites in people that want action and want to get a sweat and want to gamble.
Yep. And that's the point of it here. Speaking of gambling, we've got a hand developing here. Fernando, Queen Jack suited, raised it up. George made a flat call with King 10 suited. Nassim's going to 3-bet with Ace Jack offsuit. And waiting in the end line here, Maury in the cutoff with pocket queens. 35,000 in the stack. You've got a raise, a flat, and a 3-bet in front of you. The queens look great, but I understand that they can get a little bit scary in this kind of position here. Someone could very easily be waking up with aces or kings, but you can't live with monsters under the bed, and that's why he is. Looks like he just made the call. No, he did 4-bet. He grabbed more pink chips there, so 4-bet to 11,700, basically committing a third of his stack there, letting the table know that he's ready to go with it, and great timing for him because everyone's going to get out of the way. Everyone with sort of mediocre holdings in comparison to a 3 and 4-bet pot. So you're going to see Naseem here posture for a bit with the ace-jack, since he was the one that did the 3-betting, which was a great play, by the way. You got a raise and a flat, and it's good squeeze play in the hijack with the ace-jack, but unfortunately for Naseem, Maury just waking up with the queens.
Yeah, I disagree with his sizing selection there. He just incentivizes too many people to tag along, and then once it finally gets back to the original raiser and the caller in between, they're going to get a price of like 2,000 to win maybe 10,000 or 11, 12,000. So sizing is a big part of poker overall and its strategy. He does end up saving a lot of chips in this particular instance.
Yeah, he basically isolated himself to Naseem, which, you know, don't get me wrong, isn't bad, but Naseem was the 4-better after a flat. So Naseem is going to wake up with aces and kings there a lot with that kind of line. But like I said, you have to just kind of go with it. If if sometimes you can flat there with the queens, but that's going to give him more value to the raise and the flat behind you. So you don't want to take queens 4 ways. So you do need to make some kind of raising to try to isolate with Naseem the 4-better.
100%. After all, there still is time to register, so
That's
if you
true.
happen to run into a cooler,
So you might see some coolers right now. How long do we have?
26 minutes.
26 minutes. So you got about
11 minutes till break.
yeah, you got the break coming up, and then can register through the break. How many players we have entered?
58.
58. So that's a $58,000 prize pool.
It's insane.
There's another El Paso fan, Brian's, and let's go Maury. We had Raul at the table here earlier, unfortunately taken out by Maury. So maybe Raul re-entered and is on an outer table. We shall see. We're going to be switching it up to a different table once the players go on break and bring in another feature table. But we're going to be breaking it all the way down to the final table and see who takes home this monster first place prize in that trophy for event number 7. Billy here floated with the trays. Unfortunately, got damaged on the turn as Maury catches a king. Fortunately for Maury, his c-bet worked out, picking up top pair on this turn. Let's see what the sizing is. 7,300 in the pot. Looks like you bet about 4,000. So I just don't know if Billy can continue from this point now, Blaze.
No, after the king falls off and he continues to bet, unfortunately, he just got a release. I think it's a good call on the flop. He's ahead of a lot of his c-bet range. He is in position as well, so he'll get to realize his equity on a lot of turns here. It will go check to him. He can check back and then evaluate on various runouts.
I don't hate the call on the flop there just to see if Maury slows down, but I think the fact that Maury continued to bet when the king showed up basically open faces his hand to be a king since he's not afraid of the jack anymore.
Yes, sir.
And so Billy sniffs that out, and Maury taking down that pot there.
Shows the 7.
Yeah.
Did he, or he showed the king?
I don't know which one he showed, but I think Billy can pretty much sleep well with him thinking he has a king.
Yeah.
Stevie, we have no idea how much first place is going to be because we've still got registration going on for the next 30 minutes or so. And so we shall see. But I know this prize pool is going to be $60,000 at least. And they play pretty top-heavy here at Kojak, so I think it's going to be a juicy one regardless. Brian saying Maury's the GOAT of El Paso. That's their guy. El Paso appreciates shout-out. Absolutely. Like I said, I was at House of Kings not long ago during their last big tournament. And really liked those the owners over there, and it's a great, well-run room. Made a lot of friends when I was there. Talked to a lot of people, very friendly players, and like I said, had a great time, and definitely have to make my way back to El Paso at some point and play.
Yeah, I look forward to checking it out here in the near future. Definitely will be heading out there for that July event. That's too good to pass up on.
Yeah, when Julio told me about it, I remember being like, "Wow, that's a
Crazy.
pretty juicy ROI there."
Mm-hmm.
Ace, king, a 7, 2 diamonds on this flop. Neither player catching anything here. Small blind versus the hijack of Billy. Billy trying to get a little active, put some at the back. C bets, and Mike lets it go. So Billy's going to get that last call back there he made on Maury.
Got Lucas joining us. Just noticed he sat down. Lucas is joining the feature table. New addition.
Our
As well as Ruben.
Lucas, our free roll winner on Monday. We had the event number 5, the $5,000 guaranteed free roll. Turned our normal Monday night free roll into a series event, added some money on top of it with the bigger guarantee and the hardware to go with it, and he was the one that took it down. And it was a monster, too.
It was an awesome free roll.
84 players, 180 some odd re-entries, 100-something rebuys. It was a big boy tournament for a free roll.
I'm hoping in the future that's something that's in
The norm.
something that it feels like that is
How
possible to
nutty
happen
that would be.
frequently.
Well, and that's that's the thing that I wanted to stress to all the staff and let them know. Say, hey, tell these people this happens every Monday. If you're going to come in for this trophy, cool, but come in for the cash every Monday.
So do you think it was the marketing and the fact that it's a championship quote unquote event, or was it the shift in the guarantee from 2K to 5K?
It's definitely the marketing. It does it every year. The free roll event blows up every series. I hate to say it, but there's not much difference in a guarantee. 3,000 or 5,000. I think people are it's not gonna shift an opinion on whether or not to come play in it. In other words, it's like, oh, I would go, but it's only 3,000. Now this is a free roll. They're gonna come anyway. So I have to chalk it up to just sort of poker being in their face on Facebook and YouTube and all that stuff for the series. Don't get me wrong. There's nothing wrong with a 5K guarantee, and we might throw it out on occasion here and there on a just maybe once a month to have a really big juicy
monthly
one.
5K would be a good idea, I think.
I
Because
can-
the guarantee, like for instance, I won that 200K guarantee last year in March or whatever it was. I was not going to play that tournament whatsoever. Once I realized that there was going to be an overlay, I fired in it. I was.
Well,
not
yeah,
gonna
no,
play it
overlay
at
is a
all.
different thing. But what I will say, let me amend my statement about there not being that big of a shift in the guarantee. What a larger guarantee does do is it increases rebuys and add-ons because you can sort of predict your ROI a little better.
Right.
So that does affect that for sure.
Right.
But typically, if someone's going to complain a free roll, it doesn't really matter if it's 3K or 5K. They're going to complain it no matter what. But there's nothing wrong with doing a monthly 5K. I may chew on that for a while and see what we can come up with in June.
Cool. That'll be fun.
Victor's shouting out George. George involved in the small blind against Seems the big blind. Ace, deuce, 10, rainbow. Both players with the bottom end. Lots of nothing going on. We'll see who wants to fire first. Queen on the turn. Representable card. See if we see some head games here. George betting out here. Let's see if Nassim raises him here. No, not going to tangle with George. Don't blame him. Both players around that starting stack amount with the break coming up soon. So no reason to get too fancy unless they just want to plan on rebuying for $1,200
Right.
into this event.
Yeah, that would be a crazy spot to get too out of line.
Did we just hit the break in live? We are a 15-minute delay on the stream, like all streams. Players are about 5 minutes from the blinds, which means we are about 20 minutes from the break and end of registration. So, you have a lot of people that just may be coming in late regging, and who knows, might be able to squeeze 70 out of this thing.
It's possible.
That would
It is
be
possible. That would be insane.
absolutely insane.
We're gonna get I mean, if you think about it, we had, what did you say, 80 in the free roll?
84, I think it was 84 players.
And we're touching those numbers in a high roller.
And then a
It just
$1,200 buy-in, yeah.
There's two distinct
Player
market pools,
yeah.
in the area here.
No, I'll be definitely like crunching those numbers at the end of this series for sure.
Something to think about.
Nathaniel, yes, Braxton is playing. He was out on an outer table. I don't know if he's still in, but I would have a hard time believing that if he did get knocked out, he wouldn't be re-entering. This is his kind of event, and one of the few that he definitely looks forward to. And so I would imagine that he is still in it in one way or another. So looking at these chip stacks, I know that we haven't seen many chips move hands. They are all pretty equal, except for Adam. There you see in the 8 seat, 168,000 in chips, and then the rest of the table around mid 40s to mid 30s. So Adam enjoying a comfortable chip lead here at this feature table. Now with the 5 tables outside in the main room, there's no telling what kind of chips are being shifted around, but here at this table, it's definitely been the Adam show.
Yeah, he's running well, has a massive stack. For the most part, everyone is just laying back, trying to get a feel.
Tough one here. Ruben, who's a quiet player, raising up 2,100 with pocket 8s. George waking up with pocket 9s in the cutoff. Ruben's going to put a C-bet out here. It's going to be a tough call here for George. Ruben.
He's going to get a fold, I
think. Ace, no, not for 1,200. No, he only bet 1,200. If Ruben would have fired out more, he's going to check it there, and George is going to know that he doesn't have an ace. So board pairing 5 helps his cause as well. George is just going to check it down here to get his equity out of his pocket 9s and see that he will be taking down that pot. Ruben fires about $3,000 on that one. That would be a blender situation for George for sure.
100%. I don't think I would continue with pocket 9s. I wouldn't be comfortable.
Not with an ace out there for when old Ruben's in the pot.
Yeah. It's like the one hand you beat.
Ruben's capable of anything, but he's definitely been quiet so far here at this feature table, so I'm not going to challenge an ace out there with him pre-flop raising 2.5x.
Right. And so if you think about ranges like, so pocket 9's there, right? If you're up against a player that has all of the offsuit broadways or has, just a plethora of hands, Ruben doesn't have any of those hands. And
no.
So when you're calling with an underpair to the ace and the 10, you're not ahead of as much as you would be versus a player that has all those extra hands.
No, you can float some players one time with that ace out there just to see if they're really in it. But Ruben's one of those alligator players. Once he bites, he's not going to let go. And you might as well just go ahead and try to flop a set. And I think if you asked George what his thoughts were in that hand, he would say the implied odds if I did hit a set. And that's pretty much what you're doing there. The implied odds mean that you're going up against a player that you know is just going to pile in because they've got aces, kings, or queens. And if you can get sneaky and flop a set on them, you're going to get max value for that little gamble. And the implied odds with Ruben there would have been astronomical if he really did have aces or kings and you happen to flop a set, because he's not a guy that lets go.
Yeah, 100%. And even, calling light there on those turns, if you don't flop it on the flop, when you turn a set and it's really disguised, it looks like it's a brick. Yeah. It's even worse.
Like I said, Ruben just unfortunately didn't bet enough there on that turn, on that flop to get George off of it. So Nassim called the 1,600 raise, and then Maury 3-bet here with King Jack offsuit to 5,900. Nassim here was trying to see a flop with 10-7 suited, which does play well post-flop, but not heads up drawing hand against someone who's going to 3-bet. So good move there by Maury in the small blind. And, he built up some chips early, unfortunately knocked out his buddy Raul here at this feature table, and then lost some of those chips back down, but has slowly built that stack right back up. And he's now back in the positive category, for this feature table, up about 3,500 in chips, of which he started with. So he's slowly climbed his way back. I said the GOAT from El Paso definitely showing his chops here. Some impressive 3 bets and a check raise or 2, playing very good tournament poker.
Yes, sir. He's got a lot of respect from all of the players that I've heard talk about him, and it shows.
Yeah, he's definitely has shown the chops here. Hand at number 73. I believe these players are taking their break after this hand here, which means we're going to be taking well, no, they shouldn't be taking their break just yet. They may be moving some players around. They shouldn't be going to break for us for another 12, 13 minutes or so. Like I said, we stream 15-minute delay, like all streams do. But Blaze, I'm going to leave it to you just for a moment. I'm going to go see if they need any help here for this end of registration period. Hopefully I'm going to get out there and there have 20 people in line wanting to get in on this thing. So take us to the break, and I'll be back after the break. And yeah, like I said, we'll see how many people we can get in this thing. So Blaze will take you to the break, guys. Don't go anywhere. Lots of you on social media, Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch. Like I said, let me know who you're wanting to see if they're still in. Maybe I'll come back with some info on some chip stacks out there. So stay tuned. Blaze is going to take you to the break, and I'll be back thereafter.
It's just going to be me with you guys, taking care of the end of this until we get to the next feature table. We have 60 players in the prize pool so far, 11 minutes left in registration. It's a $60,000 prize pool here on a Wednesday afternoon in Midland, Texas. It's exciting, and it's really nice to see. We're hoping to get this going on a monthly basis, as well as the monthly free roll with a bigger guarantee, and see if we can get some excitement and some traction going in the room. Keep the action going, not just for this championship series, but all throughout the year, when there's always a hunger for action and a place to play cards for some good money. This hand right here looks like it was well, Mari's gonna check it down. There's 11,600 in the pot, so there was some action. Mari likely c-bet somewhere along the line. Adam came along with the clubs, and after facing the resistance from Adam, Mari decides to check it down, and luckily he was up against 8 high clubs, and he does end up scooping that pot. He's all smiles right now. I like his shirt, representing the Mayan culture and the Azteca culture. It's pretty popular out in El Paso. Shout out to the ancestors for sure. So George opening pocket 2s off of a 30K stack from +1. Gets folded around to the small blind. Adam is going to call with ace 10-0, and Mike is going to be folding his 9-2 off. Flop comes down queen 8-7 two-tone. Pretty neutral flop. Not something that would be c-bet at a very high frequency. 3 of spades on the turn. George does have the pair and the 2 of spades working in his hand. Does decide to bet versus a check out of Adam. Adam does get there. He had a better spade working for him, and the ace hits the ace on the river, checks it to George. George is going to be betting into 7,500. He bets 4,200 into 75. Gets snapped off by Adam with the river top pair. And it's been a tough tournament for George so far. I think there will be a good amount of spots that he can look at here In my opinion, there's been some run bad for sure, but also a couple of mistakes along the way that he can use to sharpen his game and improve his thinking. Counting up his stack right now, trying to see where he's at. Looking at the clock to see how many big blinds he's got and how much time is left in registration. Not looking good for him, but he's still got plenty of time to work. I'll pull up the stacks for you guys. Chip counts. Adam sitting with the biggest stack. Mari has about a third of that with 56.6K. Everyone else is below starting stack. Mari going to open the hijack with Jack 6 suited. Ruben in the cutoff, folding, of course. And Adam coming along with 7-6 of diamonds. Looks like Mike completes, as well as Fernando. Mike sitting with Jack 8 offsuit. Fernando with Ace 7 offsuit. Flop comes down. Ace King 8 rainbow. Check from Mike. Check from Fernando. His top pair. Mari can consider a C bet, but too many players in pot. Decides to check it. Adam checks back. He has 3 to straight, 3 to the flush. Does not find the card he's looking for on the turn. Queen of spades gets checked around again. And Fernando is going to be rivering 2 pair. Not much of anything happening for the other players. It's going to go bet. And we'll cut through the rest of the players' hands without any resistance. Mari in good spirits. George staying positive despite not having good results so far in this tournament. Nassim going to be opening under the gun with his pocket nines. Adam off of a big stack. King Queen offsuit will be taking a flop here from the cut. Fernando in the small blind with pocket sevens decides to 3-bet 4,400 versus 1.8K sizing. Interesting sizing for sure. Nassim decides to 4-bet in this hand. Chooses a respectable size here. 18,000 versus Fernando. These guys are looking at the clock. They are probably thinking that he can either chip up or rebuy. And so Fernando decides to go with it. He is ahead of all of the ace high and king high hands out of Nassim that decides to 4-bet, mostly ace highs, of course. And he decides to send it, hoping the guy has ace king or ace queen. Nassim snaps him off for the remainder of the stack. And Fernando gets lucky, turns a straight But Nassim hits a jack on the river to fill up versus Fernando. Fernando's going to be crippled and is still going to have chips behind. So curious whether or not he will ride out the remainder of his 8K stack. 10 bigs. Probably be closer to eight bigs returning from the break. I believe after the registration, it will be going into 501K. Yeah, 501K returning from the break and at the end of registration. So let's see if he puts it all in here to try and chip up and make the most of it. And if he busts out, then he can just go ahead and rebuy. No harm, no foul. Of course, 1,200 is a lot of money. It's not something to be tossing around with impunity, but I think these players here are not going to be hurt one way or the other, whether if they have to buy in a couple times into this here tournament. It was a pretty sick hand. Pretty sick hand. Adam with the queen jack of clubs opening the hijack here. Gets a fold. Yeah, and Fernando, just like I was talking about, this is probably going to be the last hand before break, and it looks like both Fernando and George are of the same opinion as your boy Blaze here. They're going to put it in and gamble, hope to chip up and have a stack moving into the end of registration. And if not, then they don't have a problem rebuying and renewing their stack at 35K. I respect it. Let's see if Adam can sniff it out. He's got a bunch of chips for 22,000 for the big bet. He is going ahead and calling it off. He saw that they were both looking at the clock. I think he understood what was going on and that they were not waiting for premiums. They were trying to rebuy. And so queen jack of clubs was first off enough to gamble with. And I think he also realized that he's probably ahead of a lot of hands, and he just so happens to be ahead of both of them. Has them pretty well smoked. If he hits a queen or a jack here on this flop, then it's going to be GG's for the both of them for the most part. George and Fernando have 7 hearts and a 4 of hearts in their hands working. Their clubs are dead. They're playing for pairs, 2 pairs, or straights that can hold up versus Adam's queen jack of clubs. Got 8 in here. In the box. Getting the pots right before giving us a run out. See where this pot gets shipped. Ace, 8, 6. Pair of 8s for George. 3 of clubs on the turn for the sweat. And George is able to chip up. It's going to save him $1,200. He's already in for his second bullet, so that would have been $3,600 deep for him if he had lost that hand. He does manage to find about a double up and a half in that spot. Good for him. That's that just shows how much disregard there is for money here. These guys are playing to win. They're not concerned with the buy-in so much as they are trying to play for first prize. And in order to do that, you have to build up a stack, and you can't be scared to put those chips in. Really glad to be commentating with so many strong players, and yeah, you got to respect the guts and the courage. These dudes are out here to play. I think this might be the final hand. No, they got one more. Got everyone getting ready for the color up. They should be sending those chips down to Adam here shortly. Aiden has taken off his headset. And I'm going to go ahead and send us on break, guys. I believe that's the end of the poker. They're just going to be coloring up. Appreciate you guys for tuning in. Going to be a 15-minute break. I will be back to keep us going. We're going to be here all throughout the night, guys, and playing all the way to the end. So thanks for tuning in. We appreciate you, and I'll be back soon. All right, everybody, we're back here starting off the next feature table. We have Fernando, who has rebought, sitting on a starting stack. Glenn Tinney out of San Angelo. David Tobin, a.k.a. Vac. Alfredo, Big Freddy. In seat 5, Champ, a.k.a. Craig out of San Angelo. In seat 6, Reagan Rich, here from Midland, originally out of Corpus Christi, business owner here, landman, operator in seat 7. Alex Cruz in seat 9 and Daryl Hopkins in seat 10. A lot of great players. We'll get right into it. Ace, King, Queen, flop. Alex Cruz on the button versus Glenn Tinney. Glenn under the gun, raising with his offsuit 7 ace to 2,000. Cruz calls on the button with Queen 9 of diamonds. Flop is going to be C-bet by Glenn. Cruz calls. Turn is a check out of Glenn. Cruz bets 3K. Glenn calls. River is a 8 of diamonds. Glenn is going to check. Cruz is going to check back. And the ace is going to be good for Glenn. We got Jason Christie here, one of our dealers and players, joining us in the booth. His first time kicking it with us.
How y'all doing?
And Jason did really well yesterday. We had a PLO high event number 6. I believe, and Jason was able to get 4th place in that. Says it was his first time playing a PLO tournament. Ended up getting 4th. It's a really impressive showing by him. Plays a lot of PLO cash, but it was his first time playing a PLO tournament and is able to find a final table and top 5 finish.
Yeah, it was fun. It was really amazing. We got to talking out there, and there was 3 guys out of the last 5 that never played PLO tournament in their life. Actually, the winner, me, being 4th in the 6th place winner.
That's crazy. Beginner luck, I guess. Cash games are a lot different from tournaments, but it takes a lot of run good. But no disrespect. They must have played well to get to that point, I'm sure.
Yeah, we had all played cash before. We just never played in a tournament. We was talking about it, and we just thought we'd see how it was going. And me, honestly, I was timid at first because I was trying to get used to the difference of my chip stack versus buying back in with cash or draws. So I played a little timid at first, I will say that.
Right on. I kind of noticed that, and at first I was kind of giving you crap about it. You're only playing basically face up, and saw a couple of looks towards the end there that really impressed me, and I think I misjudged your play. You played well, man.
Well, thank you.
Much respect. So let's get focused on the action here. We got Brianna doing the dealing here for us on this feature table right now. She's pretty new to the game and has come along really nicely in a short amount of time. Her mom, Lauren, has been a dealer with us here at Kojaks for quite a while. Kind of took her under her wing and showed her how to deal, and she's been a welcome addition to the team. I think she has a lot of potential to be a good dealer moving forward for us. Reagan in UTG +2 is going to be opening off of a 32K stack with pocket 2s. Glenn is completing with 9-6 of hearts from the small blind. He checks it to Reagan. Reagan checks back. Queen of spades on the turn. Turn goes check, check. River brings in a 5. Glenn checks, and Reagan takes his showdown. Goes ahead and checks his showdown value. Drags the pot. It's a nice hand by Reagan. Doesn't want to get too out of line. Gave Glenn a a free shot at catching up, but he does fade Glenn's outs and is able to take down the pot.
Yeah, Glenn, sometimes he's a man. He'll play any 2 cards sometimes. It just depends on how he feels, if he thinks the cards are coming.
Yeah, I agree with that. Glenn is something special for sure. He's not scared to put chips into the pot. I've seen him play some insane hands.
Yeah, definitely action.
Got Cruz and Daryl in the screen here. Cruz chopping it up with Glenn. Vac. And David Tobin, a.k.a. Vac, here in the small blind, facing a raise from Alex and a call from Glenn on the button. They have the exact same hand. David is going to be 3-betting with his ace-queen. Gets a fold out of Alex and Glenn. I like the aggression out of Vac. Is able to get 2 hands that were drawing live versus in his hand, and doesn't have to play any post flop, doesn't have to deal with the situations where you miss the flop and you don't know where you're at and you're out of position. Goes ahead and raises it pre-flop and takes it down.
Yeah, Vac's a definitely hard player. He's been playing everywhere for years, all over West Texas. Travel player, definitely good. Plays in all sorts of games, any stakes. He's usually in the game.
100%. Not scared to play any game with any amount of cards. Likes to play a lot of Big O, has been playing for many years now and has a bunch of experience.
Daryl waking up with pocket aces.
And it doesn't look like he's going to get any action. Always unfortunate. Doesn't seem too disappointed about it. Daryl is as seasoned as they come. Knows that sometimes it just is what it is. No one's going to have anything to play against you with. So raises it and takes it down with aces. Picks up the blinds. Daryl was contemplating, I'm not sure what. Glenn sitting here in the hijack, raises pocket sevens. Blinds are no longer at 400, 800. They should be at 500, 1K. And Glenn raises it to 2.5K. Reagan and Champ both complete from the blinds. Champ's in with Jack 5 of hearts, Reagan with King Queen O. Glenn flops a set, checks it. Diamond comes in on the turn. Reagan sitting with top pair and the King of Diamonds. I'm curious whether or not Glenn will raise here or proceed through a call. He is not folding.
A 3 of diamonds there would be an action card.
That would be savage. Nope. Deuce of clubs. We do have the final numbers, guys. 63 entries. We have a prize pool of $62,600 on a Wednesday afternoon here in Midland, Texas. Pretty crazy. I'm going to go ahead and post the payouts for you guys.
3 times
First
that
prize
guarantee.
is $20,000.
First place gets the guarantee alone, $20,000.
We got a 20K guarantee. First place prize is $20,000. We got We got a real one on us, guys. Hopefully we can make this happen every month. Trying to get that set up. I'm a big supporter of it. I've been talking about it for a while, and hopefully we can make this a more frequent thing and build some excitement, get some players from out of town. You know, I know there's a lot of guys out of Lubbock that haven't been showing up as often. There's a bunch of players from El Paso. We have 2 players from El Paso today, but if we can make this a monthly event, I'm sure we could get more players from El Paso and Lubbock, as well as possibly, you know, San Angelo and the surrounding areas, Fort Stockton, that sort of thing. Glenn here with a gut shot. Alex with King Jack O out of the blinds. Glenn is going to c-bet and take it down. I'm working on getting the payouts posted for you guys. Just bear with me for a second.
Yeah, I'm really shocked on the turnout we had today. I know a lot of our Amarillo players, Lubbock players, are actually already in Vegas and scouting out all the tournaments, cash games right now. So we actually did really good on this turnout.
Yeah, it's been great. I'm really excited. You know, I just got in onto the team here at Kojaks as a dealer, and more recently as a commentator. I am liking it. I think it's something that is valuable to the community and to the club. And I already have a plan worked out to start creating content. Went through some recent difficulties past couple months, and I wasn't able to get started. But in the near future, guys, I'll let you know when I get the content creator path started, and I should have some fun with that. You know, definitely have big visions and big plans with all of that. It seems like all the content creators make a good amount of money. They bring a lot of excitement and outside sponsors and that sort of thing. So I'm hoping I can get free roll events from some of the bigger sponsors and all kinds of fun stuff, you know, meetup events and splash pots and free merchandise and stuff like that. So look forward to what we got moving forward.
All right, looks like we're building this pot right here. Champ, Queen 9, top pair, Daryl, gut shot for Broadway. Looked like Daryl got the right price to make the call on the draw.
Yeah, 2 overs and a gut shot to the nuts. Daryl c-bet the flop, gets raised by Craig, slows him down, checks it to Craig on the turn. Craig bets after raising the flop. Daryl calls with his implied odds, and River goes check, bet, fold. All right, guys. I got the payouts posted on Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook. Looks like first place is going to be paying $20K. Second place is $13.1K. Third place, $8K. $8K, excuse me. Fourth place, $6.2K. Fifth place is $5.3K. Sixth place is paying $4K. Seventh, $3.2K. And eighth place paying $2.6K on a $1,200 buy-in event. Again, this is mostly locals from the Midland area that are participating to get us to this $62K prize pool. We have a couple of traveling players from El Paso and a couple of players from San Angelo. But as far as I know, this is the Midland Odessa community that is throwing this this shindig here on a Wednesday. So there's a lot of big game players out here that are willing to put in a lot of good money to play some cards. And let's see if we can get these numbers to over 100. I don't know if the room will be able to sustain it, but I can imagine moving forward, if we start picking up players from El Paso, Lubbock, and build more excitement, I think that this high roller could hit 100 players. It's definitely a possibility, especially considering that this is only the player pool from the Midland Odessa area for the most part. All right, guys. Back to the poker. Blinds at 501K. I'm going to pull up the stack sizes real quick for everybody. We got a limp from Alfred out of +1 with King 8 off. Not premium holding for a high roller event by any means, but he does decide to get involved. Old Freddie likes to gamble and see flops and is not scared to get involved. Sitting on 30K. The bottom four are below starting stack. Daryl at 50K, Vac at 66, Craig sitting on 88K, and Glenn with 170K. Glenn is going to be a force to be reckoned with moving forward in this tournament. He's very dangerous, high variance style. He's either going to have all the chips or he's going to have none. And so I think he's going to have a massive stack going forward into the night, or something unfortunate is going to happen and those chips will be gone, I would say. But a lot of fun playing with Glenn. He's a really classy dude, family man, works in oil fields and travels back and forth from San Angelo to Midland and Odessa to do his work, and he plays a lot of cards out here. Has been a welcome addition to the poker community out here, brings a ton of action, and yeah, it brings a lot of money, honestly, to the community. He's a man who loves his gamble, so not surprised to see him with such a big stack. He's been involved in some pots, I'm sure. Reagan sitting on 18.3 bigs is raising 2.5x with pocket nines at a +2. Daryl in the cutoff with 2 kings clicks it to 5K. Folds around to Reagan, gives Reagan a good price on it. He is going to be continuing here, trying to flop a set. Flop comes down ace high, ace 10-4 rainbow. Reagan checks. Daryl continues with a bet and gets a quick fold out of Reagan. And baby boy Cruz in the mix got his Joker shirt on. And yeah, guys, this table right here is gonna be fun. I'm interested to see who shows up at the final table. Right now we have, let me see how many players we got left. It looks like we're going to be doing a 10-handed final table. We do have a 10-handed stream table here, so thankfully once we get to 10, we will make it to the FT. Although the money will not happen until 8th place. Min cash in this event is 2,600. So that's what we got working with. 36 players remaining out of 63. I'm not seeing a count on rebuys and add-ons. I am curious how many of these 63 buy-ins were rebuys.
I definitely see it being a late night tonight.
Yeah, we have a lot of poker ahead of us, guys. We're gonna be here probably till
I'd say
goodness gracious.
4 a.m. over unders.
Yeah, 4. I'll say the over on 4 a.m. for sure. There's what 36 players remaining, so we have four 9-handed tables. That's gonna take a while. Heads up is another beast entirely. That could take 30 minutes all the way up to 2 hours, 2.5 hours. I've played a couple of heads up situations on final tables, and typically it's taken me a while. There's the 200K event last year that I ended up winning, and that was like 2 hours of heads up play. So we're gonna be here for a while, guys. Reagan is all in for his 13 bigs under the gun with ace queen. Does not find any resistance, folds around, takes down the blinds. Reagan. What is that? Yeah, Cruz sitting on 130K. Is that right? 13K. Nah, Cruz has 13K. Reagan has 15K roughly. Those are the two short stacks that are under the most pressure right now.
And I've played against Reagan heads up for another event. Reagan definitely knows how to grind that stack play. He still got some play in it. He's still dangerous with being a short stack as Cruz.
Sitting here waiting for a hand, guys. See if there's anything else we can pull up. Daryl limps with pocket queens under the gun. Glenn is going to be raising it 4 big blinds to 4,000 with ace-6 of diamonds. Daryl has 60K in his stack. He is going to limp call versus a player that's as aggressive as Glenn. Don't mind it, honestly. And this is an action flop. Glenn flops middle pair and the nut flush draw versus Daryl. Daryl is very likely going to be check raising on this flop. The question is sizing. After trapping with pocket queens here and you see a 9-high flop, wow, he continues through a call. He's setting the trap on Glenn. He knows that Glenn is aggressive. But look at that, man. Glenn does decide to check back on that turn. He knows that Daryl is not continuing light. He's not effing around. Fortunately, he has the diamonds, so the diamonds block a lot of the hands that Glenn beats. When Daryl leads on this river, he bets 6K into 17K.
I'm really shocked that Glenn hasn't automatically snap called this.
It just shows, man. Glenn has gears. You know, there's a funny thing. So players like Glenn, there's players like Braxton. There's just a whole range of players that play. Look at him, makes the fold. Great fold from Glenn. Really respect that. These guys, they play different when they're playing in cash games versus a tournament. Braxton and Glenn are two players that come to mind immediately, but they're not the only ones. There's a big difference. Yeah, Nassim, now that I think about it, also comes to mind. There's a big difference between cash games and tournaments. And I've spent some time thinking about the psychology behind it. Don't want to get into it too much right now, but in a cash game, you cannot fold into any sizable amount of money, whereas in a tournament, you can fold, and when you're surviving and you're laddering up and getting closer towards the end goal, you're making money. And so these action players are not dumb by any means. They're not just blind gambling, and they are willing to fold in order to make money. Whereas in a cash game, you have to do something in order to be profitable, and they like chasing action. They like battling. So in a cash game, they're a lot more active. They're not going to be making the same sorts of folds as they would in these tournaments, and so you can never pin down a player as playing one way or another. There's always going to be dynamics that are shifting, and it impacts play quite a bit. Cruz here with 11 bigs. It's a limp pot, 4K in the pot. He is going to bet 2.5K with his top pair. Fernando with pocket nines. He has a gut shot to the straight and is ahead some percentage of the time. I suppose Cruz does check through on the flop, bets the turn, and then bets the river. And Fernando is thinking it over. Cruz puts in the majority of his stack. He left himself 500 behind, which it's kind of cute, but it doesn't.
Looks like
Yeah.
he got some of his much needed chips.
Mm-hmm.
Alrighty, guys. Reese here, back in the booth. Had to get all of that money straight. All of that money in this high roller. A $62,600 prize pool. $20,000 up top. $20,000. That is going to be the first place prize for this high roller event number 7. Alfredo and Champ here are going to take a flop heads up, middle position versus the hijack. 9-6 ace, 2 diamonds, open-ended for Alfredo. Good flop for him with 8-7 offsuit. He's going to check it. Champ reaching for some chips there, betting at 3,000 even. And Alfredo going to come along with that up and down straight draw. King on the turn, no help for either player. Gut shot now for Champ. Alfredo going to check. You see all of his outs on the screen. There are quite a bit of them. Jack on the river is going to give Champ the third pair and the best hand. Alfredo here unable to do anything, but he's going to lead out. I like it. Give a bluff at those diamonds. Unfortunately, he just didn't bet quite enough. Champ's got a lot of chips there, so I don't mind that bluff there on the river, bluffing those diamonds. Just wasn't quite a big enough bullet to take down. I'm just going to say that's Mr. Craig. His name's Champ on the screen, but Grace knows who that is. That is Mr. Craig. You see him there in that fantastic River League jacket, a regular down in San Angelo, Texas. Traveled up here to Midland and played in several of these events and these cash games here we have going at the West Texas Poker Championship Series. And doing well. Decent chip stack here. in this high roller event. That put him over the 100,000 chip mark. And the only person above him right now is Glenn with 167,000. Glenn have a monster chip lead, but Champ sitting comfortably amongst the rest of the table. Folds all around to the buttons, getting a walk there. And Glenn. What a feature table here. This is the feature table. There are still 30 some odd players left. The stream is 15 minutes delayed, so I can give you, I have to look up here and pull it up, a live look in the room. Yeah, 33 players remaining. So this is just one of the feature tables. But what a star-studded table. Slate here under the gun. Gonna let it go. Alfredo, the short stack, puts it all in with ace-king offsuit. Good time to pick up that hand. And Champ here with the ace-queen offsuit is gonna have to call this off with his big chip stack. 6,500 is nothing compared to his chips, and the ace-queen is more than good enough to make that call. We'll see if anybody else wakes up with anything else. Nothing so far. So it's going to be Alfredo all in ace-king against Champ's ace-queen. Looking for a queen or a lot of spades here to eliminate Alfredo, and Alfredo just needs everything else to stay alive. Won a race earlier against Champ. Jack, deuce, jack. 2 spades, no help to either player. Running spades would help Champ. Not going to happen. 6 of diamonds on the turn. Alfredo looking to dodge any queen. 9 on the river is going to keep Alfredo in this tournament. Doubles up to a little over 15,000 in chips with that ace-king high. And no harm to Champ's chip stack. Still have quite a few viewers across all of our social media streams, YouTube, Facebook, Twitch. Appreciate each and every one of you tuning in for this event number 7, the high roller $1,200 buy-in. We had 63 players, 62,600 in the prize pool after the Road to Vegas deduction of $400. Each one of our tournaments has a $400 promotional deduction for our Road to Vegas tickets that were given out at the end of the month. And $20,000 to whoever hoists the trophy tonight. A heck of a payday. 8 players will be getting into the money. So we have just over 30 players left. We're going to be going to a final table of 10, and of those 10, 8 of them will be taking home some kind of cash. But all these players still have their sights set on that $20,000 first place payday. Dealer Bree in the box. We're almost at 100 hands on this feature table, and we've seen 3 different groups of players. But I will have to say this is probably the most powerhouse table that we have had here on stream today. We've got Daryl there in the 9 seat, Alex in the 8 seat. Both of them very, very high-end tournament players. Reagan, there you just saw fold. Super accomplished tournament poker player. Champ, you never, ever, ever want him at your table, a dangerous player. And Glenn, right there you see getting the massage from our wonderful Jacqueline. Slate here in the small blind is going to fold all the way around to him, and he's going to put it in the last of his chips with ace-queen, and Alfredo doesn't have anything, so a pickup of a big blind there by Slate. The chips are definitely tilted on this table. Glenn, your chip leader with 167,000, followed by Champ with just right under 100, And then everyone else on down. Vac and Daryl both sitting comfortably in the mid 60,000s. And then everyone else 30, 20, 15,000 in chips. They need to find a place to make a move. But the blinds are only 1,000 to 1,500. So there's plenty of time to play poker. The blinds will not be pushing the action for a while in this tournament. So plenty of poker to be played and catch a good hand. Catch a double up. Folds on around to Vac in the cutoff with the king jack of hearts, reaching for some chips. Probably going to raise this one up. Let's see what the amount is. Looks like 3,500, and nothing in the smaller big blind, but Champ's going to defend his big blind with 10-4 suited. So 2 live cards against the king jack suited. 8-10-7, Champ flopping best top pair. Vac has a gut shot 9 needed for a straight. And Champ has the backdoor spade draw if needed. Champ's going to lead this one out, betting 2,500. And tough for Vac to continue. Pretty cards, but throws them into the muck. So Champ picking up some more chips, getting back very, very close to that 100,000 chip mark. Joey, that is in the plans. We've got some equipment coming. There's a few adjustments we've got coming, some cameras. And some microphones for the players, having to make some adjustments, and unfortunately couldn't get them in time before the series. But lots of stuff coming up for this Kojaks live stream. And obviously we want to mic up the players. We definitely have some characters that play here at Kojaks and would love to get them on stream with microphones. I say that and will probably regret it, but it will be fun when we do it. But we're going to get through this series with what we got going on here, and at least we're able to bring you the poker action, and thanks to each and every one of you for tuning in to see it. But yeah, new cameras and microphones coming to the stream table here at Kojaks. And I think I'm just going to get a whole new setup and bring this setup to San Angelo. I think that'll be a lot of fun for the San Angelo players. Anybody tuned in over there just perked up at me saying that. Got some characters over there as well. Folds around to the blinds. Champ in the small blind 6-3 offsuit. Just throws in a calling chip, see if Reagan wants to battle. Unfortunately, Reagan waking up with a pocket pair of 6s and puts in the last of his chips. And that is going to be a little bit too much for Champ to call with 6-3, and he does let it go. So Reagan picks up some chips there. Kelly, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. I can't do it all myself. We use RF Poker and some of our other properties, and this is a GFX setup, so it's a little bit different here with the setup. But we definitely will be getting the microphones. I guess we got the soundboard, got the microphones. Just got to get some of the equipment to get in to put in for the table audio. Daryl here under the gun, raising up to 3,000, 2x with the ace-queen suited. Fernando, +1, calls. No, he's going to 3-bet to 10,000 with the king-9 suited. Big move there from Fernando, looking to take advantage of possibly Daryl with tighter image right now. But unfortunately, Alfredo, the short stack and the cutoff, going to go all in 13,000 with his ace-queen offsuit. And now Daryl's got an interesting situation here. It's 10,000 to call. But it's not just an all-in from Alfredo, which wouldn't be as dangerous, but it is a 3-bet from Fernando, who only has about 16,000, 17,000 left behind after that. So Daryl has to consider here, essentially, he's going to be putting in almost 30,000 of his 65,000 stack. He's going to call the 10 and see if him and Fernando can check it down. A lot of players will do that with a player all in. Of course, they can't and don't discuss it, but they usually check it down to try to eliminate an opponent. Ace, Jack, Jack, Daryl and Alfredo obviously going to chop this one up so far, barring any diamonds or straight cards. There's one of the straight cards there, so Fernando there Well, no, he can't pick up the queen, so Fernando's drawing dead. Fernando goes all in, Daryl snap calls. So this is going to be a chop, Broadway chop between Daryl and Alfredo. And Fernando is going to be the one eliminated here. Tech there going to chop that between Daryl and Alfredo. So Alfredo lives on, reached that 20,000 mark. So he's gone from 6,000 up to 20,000, and just a few hands, cards falling his way. And Daryl creeps towards that 100,000 mark in chips, which is sort of a turning point on this table to be on the bright side. Glenn is still your chip leader at about 167,000. And then Champ and Daryl both in that 90,000 plus spot. So Glenn's still a 3-1 chip lead on this whole rest of the table. Reagan, your short stack, 12,000. Right behind him, Alex. They're looking for a hand to get it all in with. No one wanting to go home just yet. $20,000 up top. First place. Glenn, the table leader under the gun, picks up a hand pocket sevens, grabs some raising chips there, makes it 3,500 to go. Vac throwing away King Jack, good fold. Alfredo, who's caught some good cards. Queen Jack is pretty, but does let it go. Doesn't want to tussle with the big stack. Champ here makes the call with Ace King off suit. And Daryl, waking up with pocket tens, can close the action here for a $2,000 call. He's got the newfound chips to do it with, so I think he's going to go set mining and just make the call here. No reason to squeeze against the chip leader. And he does just that. So we're going 3 ways to a flop. 3 ace-6 Champ flopping best. Top aces to get ahead of the 10s and 7s of Daryl and Glenn, with both are looking for just those outs. Glenn under the gun here. First bet out, 4,000, does make a C bet. Champ here reaching for some raising chips. Looks like he's going to play his hand face up here and let everybody know that he does have the ace. Looks like he made it 11 or 12,000. We'll hear when the graphics catch up. 12,000 it is. Daryl lays down the pocket tens, and Glenn here pretty sure that Champ has exactly what he has and lays it down. So I definitely don't mind Champ there ending that hand just as it did. There was enough in there at pre-flop and puts him over that 100,000 mark once again. And no real harm or foul from Glenn or Daryl to try to see a flopped set with their hands. And the 3 biggest stacks at the table duking it out. The other players loving to see that. But no real war waged as Champ plays his hand at speed. Dealer Tech in the box. Vac going to be the first one to act here. Jack 9 off suit into the muck. Slate, who's at 35,000. Starting stack amount into the muck. Alfredo, who's gotten a lot of chips, but he's going to put them all in. 20,000. A big all in here with pocket queens, but can't really blame him too much. Blinds are only 1,000 to 1,500, but people are playing still effective stacks here. And so any kind of raise would be for a quarter or better of his stack, so you might as well just put it all in. And Glenn here, he threw in a chip, but he already threw in his cards. He was putting out his blinds. I thought he was making a call there with the ace-7 suited. So we still have Reagan and Alex both at 14 and 15,000 in chips, about 10 bigs each. So they're looking for a place to try to double up. Alfredo in the middle position, going to call the big blind with the 7-6 suited, the suited connectors. Reagan picking up Queen Jack offsuit, thinks it's good enough, goes and puts in his full 14,000. See if anybody behind him wakes up. I don't think Alfredo can call this off. He only has 21 in his own stack. Was trying to see a flop with the 7-6 suited connectors, but I don't think he wants to risk over half his stack. So if this folds all the way around, it's going to survive. Glenn with the ace-9 suited. It's the last hand he threw away a moment ago. Yeah, and he does make the call. He's got the chips to do it, try to eliminate a very difficult player there in Reagan. A definite monster tournament player, and anytime you can take a pretty insignificant gamble to try to eliminate him off the table, they're going to take that opportunity. So the ace-9 of diamonds of Glenn is ahead of the queen-jack offsuit of Reagan. Reagan looking to spike a queen or a jack, and does hit the jack, but unfortunately ace on the window. Glenn has the lead, and Reagan hits 2 pair on the turn. Lots of outs for chops, any club. King on the river doesn't do it, so Reagan doubles up. The table doesn't want to see that. Reagan having 31,000 gets his stack up to 20 bigs. Don't blame the call there by Glenn. He's got the chips to spare to try to get, like I said, a very difficult opponent eliminated from play. But you definitely don't want to feed him lightly, because he will become a problem very quickly. Let me know in the chat how who you're rooting on in this event number 7. Might get an update on a chip stack on one of the outer tables if you want to know who's still playing. We have a featured table here, but we have several other tables going in the field. We'll get a little live update here on how many players are remaining. We've got 29 players left. So still 29 players vying for that $20,000 first place prize. Alfredo here under the gun. Ace, jack suited, raises it up to 6,000. And Vac in the small blind, having some chips already out there, calls the 5,000 chips. He's got about 55,000 in his stack with king, jack. 8, 3, 5, no help to either player. Both players having a jack. Spade draw. Oh, and Vac goes runner, runner, as it goes a very quick check, check. Alfredo doesn't have anything, and Vac's not going to bet it. Or no, Vac did bet. He bet 15,000, making his flush on the river there. But Alfredo not having anything to call with, so Vac stacking chips. We have our 5-10 list up here at Kojaks. We've had a lot of players here. They were playing 5-10 earlier. We had a 2 o'clock cash game, a full table plus some, playing 5-10 Hold'em, and that list is back up. There are people getting on it as they're getting eliminated from this tournament. They're getting back into the 5-10 cash game. So plenty of poker still here at Kojaks on this Wednesday night. We also have, I believe it's a 1-2 going on right now. Might have another one open already by now, but we've got the 1-2 and the 5-10 going tonight. Daryl's going to raise this one up with pocket jacks and the hijack, 3,500. No player have anything to compete with except Alfredo, and the big blind wakes up with ace king. Does he ship his whole stack in? Yes, he does, and Daryl's going to have to call this off, and it's not an insignificant amount anymore. Alfredo is going to have about 17,000, 18,000 in his stack. It's going to be about a quarter of Daryl's chips. But Daryl can't lay down the pocket jacks after already putting in 3,500, called the 10,000. So a 35,000 pot. Alfredo all in with ace king against Daryl pocket jacks. Tech with the flop 10-4 deuce. Dr. Pepper no help to Alfredo, looking for an ace or a king. 4 on the turn. Only an ace or a king is going to keep Alfredo in this tournament. 3 on the river, not going to do it. So third time is not the charm for Alfredo. Eliminated in this event number 7 high roller. Great run though, sir. And we will see him for the main event this weekend, I'm sure. So big chip up there for Daryl. That's going to put him right up there back with Champ. Both just over that 100,000 mark. Glenn is still your chip leader with 144,000. I see some more El Paso representation there, cheering for Maury. Maury is on one of the outer tables. He was still in the tournament when I was out there earlier. And lots of El Paso representation. We love the House of Kings here at Kojaks in Midland. I was there just about a month and a half ago for the last large event you guys had. And Dante took that one down, and we're no stranger to Dante here in Midland either. He definitely takes down tournaments here in Midland as well. A fantastic tournament player from El Paso. And Maury seems to be a fan favorite from the House of Kings here as well, competing in this high roller event. Yeah, fantastic poker club in El Paso. Shout out to Julio and Adriana running a fantastic club there in El Paso. Lots of hospitality that I experienced about a month back. Met a lot of fantastic people, had a lot of fun. We'll have no qualms about going back to El Paso and visiting House of Kings once again. And they're having a anniversary tournament, I believe, in July. I don't have all the details on it. I just remember that it was like a $200 buy-in for a $200,000 guarantee tournament swinging for the fences over there in El Paso. And it's going to get a lot of attention, so good luck to them having a fantastic event in July. I may see if I can go fire a few bullets myself. Glenn here, middle position, looks like he raised it up to 3,500. Vac in the hijack threw out some chips as well. Slate letting his hand go. Let the graphics play catch up here. Looks like it should be heads up between Glenn and Vac once all the dust settles. Eight ace here on this flop. No clubs for Glenn, but he does flop top pair aces. And Vac's going to lead this one out. Interesting. Glenn checks it, and Vac looks down and does make the call. Vac only betting 2,500 into about 10,000. 10 on the turn. Does give Vac some outs with the jacks, and that's going to be it. It's going to go check here, so Glenn is going to feel good about his ace. King on the river could get Vac in a little bit of trouble if he doesn't give Glenn any credit, but it is going to go check as Glenn just wants to see his value with that 4 kicker no longer playing. Not going to get called by worse there, so good check by both players there. And Glenn's going to stack up some chips. Speaking of stuff and tournaments and guarantees, let me show you guys here the schedule for the West Texas Poker Championship Series. Continues on tomorrow. The Big O Championship. If you like poker of the 5-card high-low variety, this is the tournament you've been waiting on. A $600 entry, $20,000 guarantee. A fantastic event here in Midland. The Big O Championship tomorrow, 6 p.m. And then we're going to roll right into the Texas main event, No Limit Hold'em Championship on Friday. That $480 buy-in. We're going to have flight A and B at 1 p.m. and 6 p.m. respectively on Friday. And then again Saturday, 1 and 6 p.m. flights C and D. And then a turbo flight Saturday night to get that last double bag into day 2. But that is a $50,000 guaranteed tournament kicking off this Friday only at Kojak's. A $480 buy-in. Texas main event championship Friday and Saturday, day 2 on Sunday, right here at Kojak's. Alex there showing Mr. Champ the deuce. As Champ takes down some blinds there from the button. So yeah, 3 more events left in this West Texas Poker Championship Series. The Big O tomorrow, and then the main event Friday, Saturday, Sunday. But also on Sunday, we have the Players Appreciation Tournament. If you participated in any of our events, we're having a $1,000 prize pool. No rebuys, no add-ons, just a freeze-out tournament. Anybody that wants to come to participate, so long as you have participated in the series, you can come fire a free complimentary bullet and root on that final table of the main event championship, that $1,000 prize pool, just as an appreciation to our customers for coming and playing in these events. We're just going to put $1,000 up top and maybe pay a couple places and have fun on Sunday while they're doing the final table. George here under the gun, going to raise it up to 3,000 with the Queen 10 suited. Reagan sneakily calls with pocket kings, and that's going to get Alex to go, looks like all in the small blind with ace jack 13,000. Daryl lays his hand down. George lays his hand down, and Reagan's going to wake up with pocket kings. Very unexpected, but Alex has the over in the ace with the ace jack of diamonds. So two titans of tournament poker here. One trying to eliminate Alex, and Reagan wanting to get more chips. 3, 5, 4, no help for the ace jack. Deuce or an ace. Jack on the turn picks up a few more outs now. Any ace or any jack or any deuce, and it's an 8 on the river. Alex Cruz eliminated by Reagan. Another huge sigh of relief by these players at this table when a monster of a tournament player is eliminated, and their road to that first place $20,000 prize got significantly easier with a player like Mr. Alex eliminated. Fantastic run though, sir. He's definitely had lots of success here at Kojaks, and it will not be a stranger to the stream and the final table in almost any event that we do. Shout out to Alex. Appreciate having you here for this high roller event, and I'm sure we'll see him tomorrow for the Big O event and the main event this weekend. So a quick live look here. We still have 28 players remaining. 28 players remaining. We lose one more player, and we will fill 3 tables of 9 and refill this feature table back up. Right now we are 7-handed. Glenn still your chip leader at 154,000. Champ slowly closing that gap now at 110,000. Daryl right at 100,000. Vac at 62. Reagan doubled up plus some to that 46,000 mark. Slate at 32, and now George, your short stack, right about 20,000 in chips. Blinds are 1,000, 1,500. So no alarm bells ringing for most of these players, but some of these guys are getting into that 10 big category really quickly. Lots of them floating around 20 to 25 bigs right now. Slate here, +1, middle position, going to raise it up to 4,500 with his ace-6 suited. He is the short stack at the table. Folds on around to Glenn with the mystery hand. Looks like he made the call. Get to guess what Glenn has. Typically that's pretty difficult to do. Slate checks his option over to Glenn, who checks it back on this Jack-3 deuce all hearts board. 8 on the turn, and no help to what we can see from Slate. Glenn reaches down and bets. Looks like he bets the pot. Close to it. Now 6,000. And Slate here not really having much to develop here. But he does make the call. Like I said, Glenn could have a lot of hands. And but he's not going to try to steal it here. Looks like it goes check, check. And let's see if Glenn had anything. Looks like Tech is pushing him the pot, so his mystery hand. I think I saw a jack, but I'm not sure. But with 4 hearts on the board, it just goes check, check onto that river, and Glenn's going to take down that pot with the pair of jacks is what it looked like from here. But action went so quickly, kind of lost the graphics there on that one. I'm going to get the pay scale up here on stream here shortly. Need to get that put over, make a graphic on that. Can't wait to see who takes home that $20,000 first place prize. You heard that right, $20,000 first place for this tournament. This high roller event had 63 entries into it. Yeah, Kelly, we do have the overhead camera, but sometimes the action doesn't quite catch up to it. Dealer Tech in. The box blinds are still 1,000, 1,500, 30-minute levels in this High Roller Championship. It's going to make for a pretty long tournament today, but when you have almost $63,000 in the prize pool and $20,000 for a first place prize, you definitely don't want it to be a bingo poker. Reagan here, who got a good double up there earlier, raises it up to 3,000 with the ace-10 of hearts. Folds around to Glenn, who just can't quite get the cards on the reader just right. Reaching for calling chips. So he definitely has a player here, but he also has the button, which could widen his range. Vac and Slate in the blinds, not waking up with anything to go with. Actually, I'm sorry, Glenn 3-bet to 11,000, so he does have something here. Reagan, who just got these chips, may not want to gamble, but he does know Glenn, but can't help the position and lets that one go. So 3-bet there from Glenn to take down that pot free pre-flop. And Reagan didn't want to risk his tournament life on the ace-10 suited, and that's effectively what Glenn was telling him by the 3-bet pre-flop. Putting Glenn at 170,000 in chips now. Slate and George, your short stacks, both about 20,000 in chips. And about 12, 13 big blinds. Folds all around to Glenn in the cutoff. Raises it to 5,000 with King, Queen suited. Folds around to the big blind at Champ, King 4 offsuit. Doesn't want to tangle with the chip leader. Don't blame him, lays it down. And Glenn picks up some more blinds there. Still have quite a few people tuned into all of our social media streams. We appreciate each and every one of you for joining us for this High Roller event number 7. We're going to be taking you down to a winner. See who takes home that $28,000 first place prize and those fantastic trophies that we have this year. Much appreciated to Charlie for picking out this year's trophies. Never disappointing on his trophies for each one of our series events. Glenn here keeping the heat on in the hijack. Raised it up to 5,000 with Queen 6 suited. This time Champ wakes up with King Queen suited in the small blind. Queen high flop could spell pain for Glenn. Champ not wasting any time here. First one to act, reaching for some chips. Going to send off some alarm bells here for Glenn, but he may peel one time with some backdoor running clubs. Champ only betting 6,000. That is what happens. One of those clubs does come in, giving Glenn a lot of outs now. It goes check, check to a river. Ace on the river that could scare both players into a check, check here. No, Champ is reaching only 6,000. Small bet. And looks like Glenn had to make the call on that small bet. So good on Champ picking a right sizing there to force Glenn to throw in just a few more chips into that pot. And Champ there stacking some of those chip leader chips, but it's putting him at 127,000 to Glenn's 156. So closing that chip lead gap even closer now. We will be adding more players to this feature table as soon as we break down one of the outer tables. Last I looked, of course, we're on a 15-minute delay here. The live count right now is 27 players, so within the next 15 minutes we will be filling this table back up, increasing the action here. Glenn finally deciding to fold a hand. Vac in the hijack King Jack, the house hand, looks like he's raising that up. Blinds have gone up to 1,000, 2,000. He makes it 8,000 to play, 4x. Daryl in the big blinds getting a little bit of a discount being in the big blind, the 10-9 offsuit. He's got 2,000 in there, needing to throw in 6 more, but smartly decides against it. Just because you have the big blind out there doesn't mean you need to chase money with bad cards, turn it into more bad money, knowing that VAC doesn't raise lightly. A pretty solid player here at this final table. I mean, we are only 7-handed here right now at this feature table, but it is a who's who of West Texas poker. I don't think I could pick out 7 players that I would want to play with less than these 7 guys. George and Slate, the short stacks, both around 20,000 in chips. Blinds have gone up to 10 and 20, so both players in that 10 big blind range. Glenn and Champ, the chip leaders at the table, 156 and 127,000. But George and Slate still have, like I said, about 20,000 in chips, and that's still going to constitute a good chunk out of even the chip leaders. So they're not going to get called down lightly just yet. Slate and George still having plenty of fold equity in their stack sizes. Glenn here under the gun, going to raise it up with the Queen Jack offsuit. Let's see what he raised it up to here. 5,000. Slate with some really pretty suited one gappers lets him go. Reagan on the dealer button picks up pocket jacks. Looks like he made a 3-bet there. It's like 11-5. And Glenn doesn't want to give up, but he's got 1 overcard to the pocket jacks. So Glenn going to battle with the Queen Jack offsuit against Reagan's pocket jacks. Reagan got about a 1-to-1 pot to stack ratio here. And an ace-ace-king flop. Pretty scary flop for both players. Both players check, which doesn't mean a whole lot. Reagan could easily be slow playing an ace or king here, and Glenn knows that. But Glenn's going to stab this one out, making it act like he was the one checking the option on a flopped monster. Tough call for Reagan. 10,000 is what Glenn has bet. A third of his stacking lays down the jack, so good bet there by Glenn, recognizing that Reagan could possibly have a pocket pair and be afraid of that flop. And definitely within Glenn's range since he was the initial raiser pre-flop. So good bet there by Glenn, and Reagan loses a little bit of his stack, and he's down to about 30,000 in chips now. Once again, we lose 1 more player in the field. We're going to balance the tables out, take it down to 3 tables of 9. We're going to be at a 10-handed final table. 8 places getting paid today. I'll get you that pay scale up shortly as soon as I can. But needless to say, the important part is $20,000 up top, first place. See Basil there in chat. Shout out Basil, good to see you, sir. Basil giving all the rest of these players a chance to win a trophy. He didn't want to enter the high roller event and just automatically win it like everyone would expect. So good on him for letting the rest of these players have a chance to win something. Basil tuned in from his typical station in North Korea, he says. Not much in this hand. 120 as it folds around to Glenn in the small blind versus Vac. Looks like he raised it up just a little bit there. He's going to let that one go, and so Glenn will thieve a blind there from Vac. We have 1, 2, maybe 1, 2, maybe 2, 1, 2 tables out on the main floor. We have a list of that 510 that has been starting to get some names on it. They were playing 510 earlier today before this high roller event and want to get that game back going here at Kojak. So lots of poker to be had here on this Wednesday night. And Basil, what up, Reese's Pieces? That is me, Reese, here in the booth here at Kojak's on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch, bringing you this event number 7. We have 3 more events left in this series, 3 good ones. Tomorrow, the Big O Championship. And then right into the main event, Friday, Saturday, day 2 on Sunday. $50,000 guaranteed on that main event. $480 buy-in. Definitely worth a bullet into that thing. Vac and Slate in the blinds, battling it out. 8-9-3, 2 hearts. Both players no help. Vac with the queen 10 suited, Slate with the queen deuce. Both checks this flop. A 4 on the turn. Still no help. Does anybody want to fire at this pot? Goes check, check. Lauren puts out a river of 7. And Vac's queen 10 going to play. It shows it here. Slate into the muck. So Vac picks up the big blind there of Slate. And that's going to put him at 17.5 roughly. I said we'll always get a count on these chips in any all-in situations. As these players move in and out of these tables, we do the best as we can to keep up with the chip stacks. So once again, we're looking at a payout here. 63 players, 12% of the field, rounded up to 8 places getting paid today. So 8th place will be getting $2,600. That's right, 8th place, the last place paid, $2,600. Then 7th at 32, 6th at right at a little over 4,000, 5th at 5,300, 4th at 6,200, 3rd at 8,000. 2nd place is just over $13,000, and then 1st place $20,000 and that coveted event number 7 trophy. George has found his hand here, all in the hijack with ace-king offsuit. Glenn, the big stack, calls the 15,000 with ace-queen. Champ and Slate not having anything to defend with. So George here getting lucky, picking a great spot to be well ahead. Oh, I'm sorry here. Slate did not fold. Slate had pocket 6s and decided, you know what, I'm going to triple up, not double up. And he's going to be in a great place to do so as George and Glenn both share an ace. He has pocket 6s. Pocket 6s ahead right now for Slate. I think George is the shorter stack, all in with ace-king, and then Glenn calling off both the small stacks with his ace-queen. Lauren to a flop of 8-7 deuce. Great flop here for Slate, looking to dodge an ace, queen, or king. 5 on the turn. And the river, a king, unfortunately for Slate. George catches the king on the river. And we'll let Lauren do a count here, but I think Slate's going to have a few chips left over. Yes, he does, as he had George barely out-chipped. So Slate on the button, chip at a chair. Doesn't have to put it in for the blind, but looks to have a few thousand left over. So he'll be able to have a selection of which hand he wants to put it all in on here for the next few hands. But king on the river, keeping George alive. A very experienced tournament player. You can say that about any one of these players here at this feature table. Such a difficult table here. Back over to George with the newfound chips. Ace, jack offsuit. Looks like he put out a raise to maybe 4,000. Putting some of those newfound chips to work. Folds on around to champ and the small king 5 into the muck. And Reagan, king queen offsuit in the big blind. Only 2,000 to call for him. It was only a 2x the big blind. We'll see if he wants to just flat here or if he wants to maybe raise it up. He's got about 13 bigs. He goes ahead and puts it all in here. So George, who just got these chips, makes the call. Decides, hey, I've got these chips. I'm going to put them to work immediately. And so George, who is the short stack at the table, after that last double up, is now going to have Reagan out chipped here. So Reagan at risk with the king, queen offsuit. George, ace, jack. Dealer Lauren in the box. Reagan looking to catch a king or a queen to take the lead here and stay alive in this high roller event. 9-10 deuce gut shot now gives him some more outs. Club on the turn gives 3 clubs, so now Reagan has a ton of outs. Deuce on the river, not going to do it. George dodges everything, and Reagan is eliminated from this featured table. Fantastic tournament player. Kojak's long-term name here. I'm sure he's going to find his way over to that 5-10 cash game they have going on. Fantastic performance here by Reagan. And another titan of this feature table falls out of this event, number 7. And they'll do some table rebalancing here. While they're bringing in some players here, well, we're going to deal some hands here, so we must be within 1 or 2, but we're going to get this table broken down here shortly. Action here is going to be on George, and that was a pretty big turning point here for George. He's gone from the short stack to 77,000. Vac is now going to be your short stack. Folds around to Champ here on the dealer button with ace-8 offsuit. I think he's reaching for some chips here. Oh, Slate put it all in. Slate put it all in before it got to Champ. Slate found the 10-8 suited, which is a fantastic hand, good as any to get in that last 4,000. It's just barely a couple big blinds. And Champ and Daryl both make the call. Side action going to be ensuing 6-7-4. Daryl with a top pair. Slate with the double gutter. Good draw here for Slate to stay alive. Deuce on the turn is not going to do it. Daryl still ahead. He's going to put out a little feeler bet to see kind of where he stands. Not much for Champ here other than a gut shot, but he's going to go fishing. Why not? Throws in the call. Let them play a little side pot action. And a 10 on the river is going to give Slate the hand. He's going to get the full triple up. And Daryl is going to be the proprietor of that small side pot. So Slate with the full triple up with the rivered 10 and still alive. There's the player that the general manager Chase has brought in. I can tell by that card of goodies that's Mr. Duplantis, the one and only. Always the side cart with his LSU cup, his Rubbermaid packages full of all kinds of goodies, his healthy drinks, Mr. Duplantis with his iconic cart. It looks like we've got Joni joining us in the 5 seat. So we have filled up this feature table, so that means we have 27 remaining in this tournament. Under the gun here, Glenn looking at a pocket nines with all these new players he hasn't played with at this table just yet. Wants to see what to do here. Graphics might have got a little bit messed up with all these new players coming in. Showing just a call from Glenn. Don't know if that's the case. Looks like it's folding on around the table here to Daryl and the small blind. Yeah, Glenn definitely raised it up, but I'm not sure to what And George is going to fold his big blind there, and so Glenn's going to take down that first pot of this newly filled feature table. We'll get some names here. I don't recognize seat 6. Wonder if he's one of the El Paso travelers. We had quite a few of them in today. Who knows? We'll get what he wants to be called anyway on stream shortly. Looks like it is Daniel with a healthy stack. Just under Glenn's stack here. So Glenn no longer the sole ownership of that chip lead. No longer enjoying that margin, as Daniel has moved here to this feature table with 158,000 in chips, and Glenn having 157 after putting in these blinds. Duplantis came in with 85,000 in change, healthy stack. Lucy just over 83,000 in chips, not at the bottom, but not quite at the top. It looks like we're going to be playing this table 9-handed. Under the gun, Vac pocket 6 just called. Daniel in the hijack calls as well with the 8-5 of diamonds. George in the small blind completes with 1,000, and Glenn in the big blind with a position to squeeze and the cards to do it with. Does he want to do it? He absolutely does. Looks like he raised it up to at least 12,000. I saw a couple pink chips fly across that line, and that is exactly what it was. Vac limp calls to the 12,000 with pocket 6s. Definitely shrinks Daniel's hand, who just joined the table, so doesn't necessarily know the dynamics. He does make the call, though, with that 8-5 of diamonds. And so Glenn here thins the field by 1. 6-9 king, 2 diamonds. So flush draws and gut shots for Daniel. Big pick here, but it's a bottom set for Vac. So this is going to be an interesting pot here. Glenn continues his aggression for 15,000, and Glenn Vac's going to, looks like he immediately shoved for that 51,000. And it's going to be a tough decision here for Daniel. He's got the flush draw, the gut shot, and he's sat down and going to need to call off a third of his stack, which he does. Yeah, so big call here. Yeah, Daniel did make the call here, so risking it quite a bit here with a huge combo draw. Huge combo draw here. Vac bottom set. 4 on the turn. And a deuce on the river, and Vac is going to survive and have a fantastic chip stack after Daniel could not lay down that huge combo draw. Big tournament turnaround there for Vac. And chat's let me know that Chucky from Odessa, a.k.a. Daniel, tough hand there, just had too much of it to let it go. And Vac, the beneficiary of that bottom set there, to get him 155,000 in chips, and ironically enough, puts him in the chip lead, taking the chips from Glenn and Daniel in that hand, and so he takes over the chip lead at 153,000. Daniel here getting back into the mix with the ace-jack offsuit. Glenn trying to get some of those chips back with the king-10. Doesn't connect, so Daniel's going to pick up that pot there, getting some of those chips back. And we've definitely got lots of traffic going on outside as the players have reached a color-up break. We do have a 15-minute delay on this stream, so we will play up until we reach the break on the stream, and then take a quick break and probably bring in a new feature table. So we're going to get to see a few more hands out of these feature players. A couple of them just got moved to the live stream table, but in the sake of fairness, we do rotate the tables around. But if one of these players is your favorite player, just tell them to hang in there and make it back to the final table, because we're going to be taking you all the way down to a winner so they can get back on stream, and the surest way to do that is to make that final table of 10. Champ here, middle position, is going to call with the 7-6 suited. Folds around to Glenn on the button with the ace-4 offsuit, reaching for some raising chips there. He's wanting to get those chips back. He lost in that all-in pot to Vac there. And Slate has found another place to put in his last few chips. He's in the big blind for 5,000. I'm sorry, for 2,000, and puts out the rest of his stack with the king-queen offsuit. Champ and Glenn both having the chip stacks to make this call. Slate's only all in for 12,000. Looks like, did Glenn try to isolate here? No. He was just making that call. Champ made the call, so Slate here going to be the one at, no, Glenn did raise, trying to isolate. So Champ lets that one go. Glenn thinks that he has Slate handled, doesn't want Champ in there playing. Glenn showing ace-4 offsuit. We'll see if Champ's 7-6 would have eliminated a player here. Lauren taking us to a flop. 10-4 queen, Slate flopping top pair best. 9 on the turn and 4 on the river as Glenn makes trips and eliminates Slate from competition. Wow. What a roller coaster of a hand. I didn't even see the 4 on the flop, but he makes the 4 on the river. So good fold by Champ. He would have made anything anyway. And Glenn gets some of those chips back. And Mr. Slate, unfortunately eliminated. We'll probably be looking for that 5-10 game, cash game going on as well. Fantastic player here at Kojaks, a very dangerous cash game player and knows his way at the tournament tables as well. Eliminated in the mid-20s as we've condensed down to 3 tables. Champ here under the gun, 10-8 suited. Very tempting hand to play, but it does throw it away here. Daniel, 10-4 offsuit into the muck. Duplantis waking up with kings. Let's see what he chooses on the sizing. Stacking up chips. Any sort of raise out of this man in middle position is going to scream pretty strong. And Daryl folds, and Daryl's getting up from the table. Looks like we might have made it to the break. Vac here wants to see a flop with the ace-9 suited. Calls the 12,000. Lucy, king-9 in the big blind, 10,000 to call, decides to let that go. So we are going to go heads up, pocket kings of Duplantis versus the ace-9 of Vac. And to the flop, 9-7 deuce. Going to look like a pretty good flop for Vac. Unfortunately, Duplantis here with the pocket kings has his 9s crushed. But Duplantis' big bet here might send out some alarm bells for Vac, as he has raised it pre-flop and he has bet 20,000 on this flop. So we'll see if Vac can get away from top pair here. He's thinking long and hard about it. This is a man that's quick to fold, a pretty decisive poker player, and he's definitely given this one a long and hard thought, and comes to the right conclusion, throwing away top pair, top kicker. And I'm curious if Duplantis showed him those pocket kings or not. But we're going to go to a break, guys. And we are at getting closer and closer to that final table here for this $20,000 first place prize, High Roller Championship event number 7. It's just a fantastic turnout, a fantastic tournament. We've got quite a few of you tuned in across YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch, and we hope you stick around. We're going to go on a quick break while they color up some of the chips, and we get you a new feature table here. Hopefully some of the people that you are here tuned in, rooting on, but stay with us. I'll put a timer on there and let you know when we're going to be coming back to a new feature table. And we're going to be playing down to the final 10 and bring all those 10 in for this top 8 places paid with $20,000 up top. So don't go anywhere. Stay tuned in, and I will be right back after this break with the continuation of this event number 7, the $1,200 buy-in high roll event right here at Kojaks. And we are live back at Kojaks Live here on Facebook, Twitch, and YouTube. I want to thank each and every one of you for tuning in. We are assembling the new feature table as the players still have a few minutes left on their break. It's been a fantastic series so far, guys. We had over $100,000 in guarantees, and I mean we've got, I don't know how much, I need to look, especially after this over $62,000 prize pool tonight. We've really appreciated each and every one of you that have come in and played in any of these events, and we still have 3 events remaining. Let's take a quick look at those events. Tomorrow, the Big O Championship. That's right, the 5-card Omaha High-Low Championship tomorrow. $600 buy-in. It's a $20,000 guaranteed tournament. And if 5 cards are your thing, this is your tournament. Big O Championship tomorrow at 6 p.m. And then rolling right into the Texas Maine No Limit Hold'em Championship. The big boy here, $50,000 guaranteed tournament, $480 buy-in. We're going to have 5 flights for this thing, 2 on Friday, 1 p.m. and 6 p.m., 2 on Saturday at 1 p.m. and 6 p.m., and then a turbo flight on that Saturday night at 10 p.m. And don't sleep on those turbo flights. It's a good way to get that 2 bags forward, take as many chips as you can into that day 2 on Sunday, where you see we're going to have the player run day 2 auction at 1 p.m. You can come in and we run players essentially run an auction for the day 2 participants and their chip stacks, and bid a little bit on their horses. It's a lot of fun we do here at Kojaks. I've been doing it for years. And then on that Sunday as well at 4 p.m., the $1,000 all participants 0 entry tournament. If you played in our events, you can come fire a free bullet into a $1,000 prize pool tournament. No rebuys, no add-ons, just fun. Come in and take a shot at that $1,000 prize pool as an appreciation from us to you for participating in this West Texas Poker Championship Series. Right into this new feature table, let's see who we have here. Adrasimo is going to be betting this out here all in, and Bo's going to give him a call. Adrasimo is going to have the top pair jack kicker, and Bo is drawing pretty thin here, looking for a 10. Looks like Bo was down to his last 16,000 chips, didn't have much choice but to go ahead and put it into the middle there. And Adrasimo top pair right now with the jack blocker that Bo has. So Bo looking for some running straight cards or a lot of diamonds or a 10. Ace of diamonds gives him some hope there on the turn. Now any diamond keeps Bo alive. Unfortunately, it's going to be a deuce, and Adrasimo is going to take out another very skilled player here at Kojaks. No question. Everyone knows Bo, a fantastic tournament player here at Kojaks. So right off the rip, we lose one more player, and we are down to 7-handed. And we'll get to know these people here at this new feature table. There in the 1 seat there, I see Mark in that River League hat, a San Angelo native player there over here playing in this high roller event here at Kojaks, plus some other stuff. Billy, another well-known player here at Kojaks in seat number 2. Adrasimo seat number 3, who you just saw eliminate Bo. Spivey in seat number 5. Brian, and then Tony, and then Moss, Chris Moss, who won, I believe it was event number 2 here at this Texas Series. I'll have to look, but all definitely accomplished players at this table, as most of these players are going to be in these high roller events. And we'll take a look at some chip stacks here shortly. Brian here raises it up with pocket 9s under the gun, folds around to Billy on the button, Jack 10 suited, very attractive hand. He's got 55,000 in his stack, going to call the 6,500 to see a flop with a very versatile hand here, Jack 10 suited. Adrasimo with the ace queen lays it down. Interesting. Wants to keep those newfound chips in his stack. And then Spivey in the big blind, only $3,500 to more to come along, and calls it with the Doyle Brunson of the heart variety. So we're going to see a flop 3 ways here. Pocket 9s of Brian in the lead there, you see in the 6th seat. 7 deuce 8, a great flop, 4 pocket 9s. He's going to stay in the lead here. Billy needing one of those nines to hit the board to make his straight. Spivey, bottom pair deuces. Let's see how Brian continues here. Looks like he's going to bet another 6,000 into this 21. Very floatable position here for Billy, but he's only got 49,000. It's about an eighth of his stack. Does he want to try to float, maybe hit the miracle nine? Of course, he doesn't know that two of them are in Brian's hand, but he could catch some running clubs as well. Just feels like you want to float here, but 11,000 is a lot. It's actually, I thought it was 6,000. It's 11,000, so it's going to be for a fifth of his stack. And then you've still got a player behind you that you do have to consider still involved in this hand, especially one that's in the big blind and this kind of flop holding. And I think that might have been what got him to lay that one down. Spivey, who's only got 19,000 left, he's going to go ahead and call it all, go all in with his bottom pair. Brian obviously going to get some change there. And Spivey's going to need to spike himself a 10 or another deuce to stay alive here in this event number 7. And there it is right there on the turn. Spivey stays alive, needing a 10 or a deuce, and gets both. Turn and river, full house for Spivey, up to 60,000 in chips. Blaze, what do you think of that? Getting back on that.
Rest in peace, Doyle. The Doyle coming through. That's iconic.
Yeah, that was, he didn't have much left, and there was so much out there. He said, the heck with it. Maybe this guy just has big cards. Maybe my bottom pair is good. Turns out it was better than good because it had friends coming running.
Sometimes you play bad and you win. That is just how it goes. Made a lot of sense, though. You know, Brian will have some overcards in those positions. I don't know if he's going to be c-betting with them with three players in the hand and Billy left to act behind him. But Spivey decides that it's hard to make a pair, and he check raised all in with bottom pair. In some cases, that's a great play. In that particular situation, it worked out for him.
Billy here in the cutoff makes the probably a raise with 9-4. I don't think he's going to limp in with 9-4. Try to get some of those chips back. Yeah, he raises it up to 6,000. Unfortunately, the bad timing here is Spivey with the newfound chips, waking up with pocket kings. Kind of in an awkward spot here. How much do you make it without committing too much of your stack? 6,000. It's 4,500 for him to call. He's got to 3-bet it, but the sizing is just going to be awkward. Yeah, he bet half his stack. That's what I was talking about there. Luckily for him, Billy didn't have anything to call with anyway. But
Do you think that was a misread from the card reader, or do you think he had 9-4 off? That seems insane, no?
well, you've got the newfound chips in the small, short stack in the big that he probably knows is not going to be on tilt. And so he might have just planned to pick up some blinds there. That's just my thoughts.
Gotcha.
But it is seat 2, and the seat 2's reader is awkward sometimes.
It might have been a misread. I don't know. I'm going to ask him on the break and see if that was actually a real thing.
We've got a third party here in the box. Mr. Cruz, who you saw on the feature table earlier. And right here, so we're going to toss him a headset, let him call some action here with Johnny Blaze. And I'll be back in the booth here later on. So enjoy Blaze and Mr. Cruz here.
All right, you guys. Yeah, we're good. So we got 22 left out of 63 players, 8 places pay. We are sitting at 3 tables right now, 7-handed on this feature table at the moment. And we're going to keep the ball rolling, guys. Mark sitting on a nice stack. Tony as well. I'm going to pull up the chip counts for you guys real quick. Anybody curious? Edrasmo, I think that might be Elijah. Yeah. So I don't know if it's a nickname or if his name is Edrasmo or Edrasmo is his middle name or something, but that's Elijah right there. Elijah. He has his name listed as Edrasmo.
His name is what?
Edrasmo. You see it?
Oh, that's a cool nickname. I wonder what that means.
All right, you guys. So plugging in, I got Alex Cruz
What up?
to join me in the booth. Gonna give y'all a little peek. My brother here.
This is probably the coolest tournament they have at Kojak. So next time they have it, I highly recommend to check it out. It's really good value, and it's a lot of fun. So
We'll jump right into the action, guys. Insane turnout for the first of many high rollers. This, of course, was for the series, but again, guys, we'll try and make this a monthly event, and I think it would be just as popular, if not more, moving forward. So excited for what the future holds. Elijah, again, raising up, showing aggression.
yeah, I'm surprised to see King 8 off fold there. Yeah, 10-4 suited is definitely kind of loose, but if you know anything about this guy, he likes to get in the mix, so it's pretty fun.
Yeah, he is a fun player. I believe his brother, Fofo, is also still in the tournament. Alfonso, we just call him Fo, out here in West Texas. I'm not sure what they do for work, but they love getting action on the table, and
They love to gamble.
they gamble.
The gambling boys.
I think they have like some small oil field service companies or something like that.
If he's what the heck? So he opens 10-4 suited, and then the next hand he folds ace-9 off. So he's very balanced. You gotta be balanced.
They suited. Suited is nice.
I think Brian should rip it here. We're 10 bigs.
He does.
Very strong player. Pretty cool guy. Let's see what the blinds get.
Yeah, it is getting quite short for everybody. I wish we had a conversion to go into big blinds. I will try and look it up and see if we can get a conversion program put in, or like an equation on the Excel spreadsheet. But if we can show big blinds for people's stacks, that would be awesome. Help out a lot. In tournaments, you are constantly having to monitor how many big blinds you have. It makes a huge impact on your decisions and which cards you're going to be continuing with. Definitely takes up a lot of energy and thought when involved in a tournament, and something to keep your eyes on and mind on. Spivey having a good time. Big
Spivey. Big Spivey. I'm rooting for him.
He didn't see it, but he check raised Brian on an 8-7 deuce board. He was out of the blinds. He had 10 deuce of hearts. Brian had pocket nines. He bet 11K. Spivey had 19K in his stack, and he check jammed all in. Brian snapped it off. Run out comes deuce 10.
Oh my goodness.
Runner boat. Pretty sick.
I mean, it's hard to flop a pair, so I would probably do the same thing.
Yeah, don't fault him for it, especially so short, you know.
Yeah.
It's not too crazy.
Billy bets here. I think a check is fine, because you know you get called, and if the turn's a heart or a straight completing turn, you're kind of lost.
See, bet there. Are you betting 100% with bottom pair in those sorts of positions? I think it was a limp blind versus blind.
No, I think small blind should be checking there.
Right.
Yeah, it's just
You ever check raise?
I'm not too sure, to be honest. I'm not that good at blind versus blind. It's kind of the Wild West.
Right. Blind versus blind is really complicated. You guys, they're the widest positions at the table. You know, they have any two random cards in the big blind, and out of the small blind, you have probably 90%, or it depends on the situation, but you have a lot of hands in the small blind. And so the strategies can wind up being pretty complex in order to build a profitable strategy from those positions.
I think Moss raises here. I like this raise. I think Tony should have raised
For sure.
because, you know, he just leaves himself open to things like this where he's out of position, facing aggression.
He's just attacking the limp up. Respect. Would you have
Yeah.
played the ace-8-0 hijack?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's probably the worst ace I'm raising in the hijack, besides this ace-5 off.
Right. I like it.
And someone behind folded queen-jack suited. That's kind of
Did they
interesting.
really?
Yeah, I don't know who it was. I think it was Eli, but
Respect.
respect. You know, Moss is one of those players who's not afraid to get in the mix, which I think is a great trait to have when you play tournaments.
100%. 100%. Yeah, I think a lot of the more conservative and timid players, they end up doing like fairly well. They're good at surviving, but as far as being an intimidating player and someone that really fights for top prizes, the aggressive players tend to have little better results.
For sure. You definitely have to fight for chips, and you definitely have to set an image to get away with stealing in the future
Gotcha.
or getting paid.
Do you think there's merit to setting up an image as like a really tight player? Like, I don't know, you ever noticed these old dudes that you're like, oh, this guy never bluffs. And then they get to the final two tables or final table and they uncork some crazy plays based on their image.
Yeah, those are the toughest dudes to play against, I think. Like, guys who you just assume that they're tight, it never goes to showdown. And, you know, sometimes they'll surprise you and they'll be the ones getting cute and they'll just steal from you. But, you know, I think that's why sometimes, like, early in a tournament, I'll pay off some river bets. Even though I don't want to, I'll just do it if it's a cheap price just to see if they're capable of doing something like that.
Gotcha.
Who do you think is going to win this?
You know, who I think has the edge? I mean, so there's 22 people left. At this table, I would put my money on, man, I would say Billy, but I need to ask him about a hand. Right now, he raised 9-4 off from the cut.
Yeah, it might have been just an error.
I
I don't
think
think he'd do something
There's
like
no
that.
way. Yeah, there's no way. But Billy's a monster. This guy, Mark, has a lot of support from the Angelo folks. He's definitely competent. You know, old grizzled vet.
Yeah.
But, I like Billy at this current table. Has a lot of gears and knows how to be patient, knows how to be aggressive in bigger spots. Doesn't have much of a stack, so there is that.
Yeah, I like Billy as a player. I think around here he's probably the best live read player, and he's definitely shown some sickness, some sick plays that I don't think I would ever do. So I give him props for that.
Much respect. Respect
Much
earned.
respect.
He's spec.
You gotta put his spec on people's names. That deserve it, of course.
Yeah, of course. And sometimes, they don't deserve that much respect. You gotta let them know how great they are.
Oh, man.
It's not merited.
There's a million ways to play poker.
Right.
They might be ahead of their time. We just don't know it. So
Yeah, possible.
who knows? But yeah, it's just these tournaments are, I don't know, they get kind of confusing because there's no ante, so there's less incentive to like raise and fight for the blinds. So hands that are normally opens, I don't even know if you should be raising them. That's the weird part.
Yeah. I was talking about that on the previous stream. I think it was like the mini main. Without an ante, you're not incentivized to get involved as wide at all. There's not a lot of pressure when the blinds are coming around to you. You're not getting eaten away at, especially in situations where it's like 10 big blinds, 20 big blinds. In normal tournaments, you know, there's a big blind ante of a full big blind. And so when it gets to you, you're losing two bigs. In these tournaments, you're only losing a big and a half passing through the blinds. And that doesn't seem like much, but it's a world of difference for sure. So you can be a lot more patient.
Yeah, it is a world difference because, like, you know, I don't know if you've seen some of these final tables where these guys, it seems like they're just playing way too tight and overfolding. But
Yeah.
I think without that ante, I think it's probably the right play, as crazy as that sounds. So
How do you think it affects post flop considerations?
I mean, you know, I doubt many people are taking that in consideration. So I'm sure you could just play it normal as always. But, you know, if everyone were to adjust to the right ranges,
Yeah.
I don't know. I think you just run into the nuts a lot more.
Do you think there's any like overall strategy shifts that should be implemented since there's so much more length of play and less pressure to your stack?
Man, I don't know. I still haven't figured it out.
Yeah.
That's why I'm right here talking to you instead of playing. So
Being modest,
poker's so sick.
poker is so sick,
It's
dog.
so sick. I mean,
Shout out to Basil.
shout out to Basil. I haven't seen him in a minute, but
He's up there in the chat. Look,
you see in the chat, what's up, Basil? Good Lord, them dealers.
good Lord, them dealers. SMH
SMH.
user 3501. Who's that? Hey, that's fucking that's Vince.
Oh, what's up, Vince?
He got theories from the future.
I haven't seen Vince in a while either.
Man, he came in and fired a couple. I think he fired the mini main and he fired some other tournament, but he's been dealing over at CCC, doing pretty good. The games have been pretty action packed from what I hear. I have been busy dealing and trying to get my skills up in the dealing realm and spending a lot of time at Kojak's. But from what I hear, man, those cash games out there have been worth the drive.
That's good. That's good. It's always good to hear poker booming. It's a great hobby, and I think everyone should know how to play it at least. I don't know about playing it all the time, but it's very, very fun. There's a lot of strategy and psychology into it, and, you know, a little bit of gambleness if you have that itch.
Or a lot of bit of gambleness.
I
If
mean-
you really got that.
Don't gamble too much in poker. It's not going to end well.
Yeah, definitely. It can be painful.
This is an interesting spot. So it's like a limp.
Limp from cutoff,
Limp.
call from Moss on the button, the same hand, Jack 10-0. Mark sitting there in the small blind with ace queen O.
Yeah, man, I hate to be in Billy's spot, to be honest with you. It's pretty sick. I don't fault him for any. I don't fault him if he were to jam or just fold here. I think he's just too short to do a little stop and go. You know, some people like to do that, see the flop. If no high cards, just rip it.
Right.
But, you know, at least from what I've seen from Mark, I think he's kind of tight, you know, because he folded king eight off from the big blind. So, like,
Right.
you know, I don't fault that fold with sevens at all.
Yeah, pocket sevens. I mean, there is definitely, in terms of combos, there's a lot more unpaired hands, but I don't think he's really that wide, raising it to 16.5K. It's probably a good fold overall.
Yeah, especially from the small blind where it's like a huge majority of people would just call there.
Right.
And if they do raise, it's, you know, it's like top 10% of hands.
Right. Yeah, I don't think he has pocket eights or nines. He probably has tens plus there, as far as pairs, and then a bunch of suited broadways. Maybe not even ace 10 suited. Maybe ace jack suited plus. It depends. I'm not too sure.
Yeah, I could definitely see that. You know how to get into the mindset of a poker player. I'll give you that.
Yeah, I still be losing, dog. Also,
I mean, you're a good player, but I think you don't believe too much. You got to believe people.
yeah, I do too. I am a payoff wizard, for sure. I think that's something that I've landed on pretty frequently, and I'm gonna be changing my game, implementing a lot more. Just believing people when they tell you what what they got because they do tell you, you know.
Yeah, a lot of these people are pretty straightforward, pretty honest with their actions. You know what? I was thinking about a username for you. Let me know what you think. I was thinking about Tank Call. The username for you.
That would be hard. I do like it. I do like it.
Yeah, because me and
Tank.
me and Mohawk were talking about it's like Johnny will tank for 5 minutes and then he'll
Yeah,
always
always
call.
Bro, you know my thought process? Like almost always, I get to the end of it and I was like, man, I ain't no punk. I ain't no bitch. I was like, I call. And then they have it. I'm like, ah.
Well, at least you prove that you're not a B word. Yeah, that's all that matters.
Yeah, for
Speaking of B's, Brian's got the ladies. He decides to shove here. I don't mind it.
sure. Do you ever raise to 6K as opposed to shoving here?
Yes, I personally would. I think if you ever have over 10 bigs, you could have like a raise fold strategy. So like you want to raise your really strong hands and you want to raise hands that you want to fold. So your decision's always easy if they rip it on you. But if you have a medium strength hand around 10 to 15, it's just better just to shove it so you don't have to be in that spot. So if you have a hand like King Queen suited, you know, you'd hate to raise it to 2 bigs and get ripped on because then you're like, well, fuck. So with queens, I personally would raise to 2 bigs, but you know, I don't think this table is shoving a hand like King Jack suited.
Right.
So if they're not even gonna do that, I mean, I don't see what the point is. So might as well just rip it.
I got you. That makes a ton of sense. Basil said, "What's up, baby boy Cruz?"
Basil, that's my student, bro. I used to teach that man chess. So if y'all ever want to get beat in chess, hit up Basil. I taught him everything.
It's giving us respect. Two of the best chess players in our booth.
I mean,
All right, we all right.
poker is so sick. Don't ever forget that. I was taught that years ago by a wise man. And them dealers, good lord. I like this shove by Spivey. Billy opens cutoff, Spivey rips. Standard. Brian's got a fold here. If I was Brian, I'd probably call like ace queen suited. Maybe like pocket 8s plus.
Is there ever a different sizing that you would opt for with 25 bigs, or is that always a jam?
Man, it's tough to say because like you're getting pretty close to the final 2 tables, so
Right.
you kind of have like less incentive to die, if that makes sense. So, but you know, off 25 bigs, I'm gonna rip it. But you know, like let's say that it's the beginning of the tournament and you're 40 big blinds deep and the button opens. Well, ace queen off and ace jack off are just rips. So the guy can make it 2 bigs on the button, and you're in a small blind with ace jack off. You're supposed to just rip it there for 40 bigs. As crazy as that sounds, but you know, that hand is kind of hard to play out of position. Position matters a lot in poker. So
Poker's hard.
poker is so hard, dude, and it's so silly.
So Mark, yesterday's champ.
He won it yesterday, Mark?
Nah, but they put Craig in his champ today, and yesterday Mark was champ. They're giving a little bit of extra sauce to their fellow San Angeloans.
Oh, that's the name on here or what? I'm not.
Yeah, like he's in there as Mark, but yesterday they had him in there as champ, right? Today they got Stucky in as champ.
Craig.
Oh, Craig,
What up, Craig? I like Craig. He's cool.
dude, he's awesome.
He's a very chill guy, and I don't see him as much as I used to, but very, very cool dude.
Yeah, he's gonna be here for the remainder of the week, I believe. And man, it's always good to see Craig. Class act, always graceful in his losses, and
Yeah.
gives plenty of action. You have a conversation with him. He's a great dude.
Yeah, he's chill. He just plays. Doesn't tilt off. Doesn't celebrate if he sucks out on you. He's just a chill guy to be around.
Charlie was telling me that he's a lot like the guy in the Landman series on Max.
Mm.
That he works for an oil company. He's a big dog like that.
Is he? See, that's how humble. A lot of these guys, you wouldn't even know it, but a lot of these guys you play poker with are big dogs in their fields, you know? So
Right.
something about that competitive nature that brings these successful people on their respective fields. And you wouldn't even know it because they're so humble. They don't brag about it or flex on you. Most don't, at least.
Look at Billy here, raising off of 10.5 bigs.
I love it.
He uses, well, a little over
A little over 2 Bs.
2 BBs with the King 9 suited. It's a little bit too weak of a hand to just go ahead and open jam from such an early position, so he opens it and decides to take a flop. He will c-bet with his backdoor diamonds and his overcard on a Queen 8-4 two-tone. Spivey with the basil.
I like both so far. Let's see if Billy has another bullet. He could probably fire like 6K here and just give up.
You think, man, that would be an interesting bet for sure. Spivey picks up the double gutter, and no, he doesn't. Excuse me.
He just has a gut shot.
Just has a gut shot.
Good bet by Spivey. Very nice.
Big Spivey.
I like his sizing too. You know, just 1/3. You're just targeting those high card hands. So very nice. Maybe even like target something like pocket. Wow, what do you have there? Like 5s or 6s if it wasn't a set.
Yeah, that was impressive. I think any of Billy's value hands, he's going to be sticking it in there with. So Spivey utilizing the poker knowledge that he has to float as well as draw to his gut shot to the nuts. Ends up betting when Billy checks the turn and takes that pot down. Very nice.
I like it. Spivey's a good player. I remember when I first started playing, he would just smoke me all the time in cash games, and I was always trying to beat him. I couldn't.
That boy good. And Billy finally finds a hand to put it in with. Blinds are up to 2K, 4K.
Uh-oh.
He's got 5 bigs, all in with ace king, Moss
I think
in
Moss
the
is gonna,
small blind.
yeah, I think Moss might call here.
He's got 20 bigs, so if he loses his pot, he's still got 15. Plenty to work with. Billy shoving from under the gun, so I could get behind
Well, he's
a
got
fold
he's
based
got like
on position.
5 bigs, so he should be shoving like any suited ace, I think.
Right,
So he's gonna be ahead of like ace-4 and ace-3,
right.
even smaller pairs.
Mhm.
But
All the king eyes.
yeah, something like that. Some offsuit broadways.
We got a flip situation, guys.
I ain't gonna lie to you, I'm rooting for Billy. I'm biased. Billy's it's very good. Billy's gotten, I believe he's won this and gotten second twice, so he's very fierce competitor. So
Picks up some outs. 4
come on,
queens.
Billy. There
There's
we
the
go,
queen.
Billy. There we go. I'm telling you, Billy's the man.
Surviving.
Billy's very, very, very sick. That's all I can say. That man's good. You don't want to give him chips, so I don't fault Moss for calling, trying to knock out a good player.
Right.
But, you know, sometimes you double them up, and it gets a little scary because now you're shorter. So
Basil saying that it's sticky, not stucky. Bro, I'm so sorry. I apologize, Craig.
Craig.
I thought it was stucky. I forgot who I heard that from.
all right.
All right, we're back, guys.
Sorry about that. We
Got scolded a little bit.
got scolded. We're being a little bit too rowdy back here, so we'll keep it down. Try to keep it PG-13 for all the young listeners watching this gambling stream. So
My apologies, guys. On to
he has a turn in the reader.
So Brian has 10-9 suited here. He has less than 10 bigs. I wouldn't mind a rip here. These suited connectors, at least the high ones, do pretty well as jams. So if you have a hand like Jack 9 suited, Queen 9 suited, 9-10 suited, like they're pretty strong. And you still have fold equity when you have around 10 bigs. So you want to utilize that. Because, you know, once you get to a point where your stack is around like, I don't know, 6, 7 bigs, like the big blind's really not supposed to fold much when you do rip it. So, and that's how you hear a lot of bad beat stories, right? They'll be like, oh, I got it in with ace king and this guy called me with king 7 suited. Well, you know, they leave out the part that they only had 6 bigs. So you want to avoid getting to that spot in the first place.
A little bit of wisdom from one of the best players here in our area. Really honored to have him
He's too
commentating
modest.
on the stream with us, guys.
Johnny's being too nice.
Put attention.
Y'all don't want to know how much I've lost before playing tournaments. It's pretty nasty.
Yeah, it's part of the dance, for sure. I'm dealing now, so I ain't even playing no more. Cut,
I'd rather deal too.
dude. It's kind of nice. I've been having fun with it, honestly. Been playing a lot of poker over the last 3 years, and getting into room operation and being a part of a team is a kind of nice shift from being a lone wolf and spending time battling as a player, you know?
Yeah, poker can be a pretty lonely journey. It seems like, you know, when you're doing well, I guess there are people and support, but when you're doing really bad, it's pretty lonely, and it could be tough mentally. So, you know, gamble responsibly, everybody. Don't ever ask for money to gamble or go beyond y'all's means. It's just a hobby, and have fun with it.
Big respect.
But that being said, don't be afraid to ask your mom for $500 for our main event coming up soon.
You know? Get in there and gamble.
This might be the one.
No gamble, no future. And, you know, it's nice to get yourself a trophy and get on the history books here
Yeah.
at Kojak's. This is going to be a good main event. I think there's been a lot of development from all of our players here in recent years, and it's going to be
Yep.
it's going to be tough, but well worth it.
Yeah, I've definitely seen a lot of these players get a lot better. I do agree with that. And it's a very prestigious tournament to be able to say that you won the main event here. You know, we take a lot of pride in our tournaments here.
Mm-hmm.
And the trophy is really cool. I think it's the first time I've ever, you know, started playing these events just for the trophy.
Spivey, go ahead. He jams on Brian. Brian calls it off with about 9 bigs.
Standard.
Standard stuff. Suited Broadway versus an offsuit ace.
I'm gonna have to go with Spivey on this one. I mean, I hate to be biased, but you know, that's my friend.
My dog. I got Brian.
All right, Brian holds.
Brian Wien. Brian's cool people, man.
Yeah, he's a cool dude and a very strong player.
Let me see how many people we got left. Still 22 left. Not everybody surviving. There's been a lot of knockouts in the last hour or so since I've been gone. There was a bunch of bust outs.
How many people are left?
22.
Nice.
So,
Gets
Three.
exciting.
yeah. 3 more until we get to the final 2 tables. And this table will fill up. We are going to get a 10-minute break in 36 minutes. Not at the end of this level, but at the end of level 12. And at that time, we will be switching to the other table to get a look at some of those other players. We'll see who's survived.
Oh, okay. They're gonna switch the tables out.
Yeah.
That's pretty neat.
We got some people in the back wondering what BBC stands for.
You know, it's one of those things that it's kind of hard to explain. I have to show you. You know what I mean?
Silly boy. It's a long story.
It's a long
It's a
story.
long story.
I'm just playing with y'all. It stands for Baby Boy Cruise.
Baby boy, cruise.
I got it from what's that movie with Tyrese Gibson in it? Baby boy.
Baby boy.
Yeah. That's how old I am.
Miranda, like feeling the jokes.
Yeah, we're just cracking it up,
Just
having a good time.
hanging out, having a good time, guys. Still plenty of poker left. Who's on the short stack? There's not really anyone that's
Mm,
on life support right now. Everyone's pretty healthy on this table.
yeah, pretty healthy. I like this raise by Eli. I think you should just make it 8K. You know, when you have if you have a hand that you don't want to call it all in with, I wouldn't raise it more than 2 bigs, because when you do get shoved on, you kind of just waste that extra amount of chips you put in.
100%, 100%. You get the same information for less, and you preserve your stack. And
Yeah.
doesn't make much sense to go 9K or 10K. It's effectively the same thing.
Yeah, I like this defend by Moss. Good defend. I think Eli here should bet, 4,000. I think you get the job done with like 4K, but he bets 18K. Okay.
Mark looking pretty serious here. There's going to be a good amount of survival going on. Yeah, heated in here, huh? Thank you, sir.
Yeah,
Appreciate it.
Little musty.
It gets a bit stuffy in the dungeon here.
in the dungeon.
Got Mr. Chase Menendez, former
What up?
former legendary weatherman here of the Middle Odessa area. Our new GM
Nice.
here
Well
at
deserved.
Kojaks.
Well deserved.
Well deserved. Much
Yep.
excited.
He pressed that button, by the way. It wasn't us.
Sometimes you gotta clap for yourself.
No, he handles business. I've seen him handle business. Who set this up? This is hilarious. Okay, Mark takes it down with the bet. I like it. Very nice.
Just waiting for the action, bruh.
So, Mark, I wouldn't mind a shove here. You just want to take it down.
Billy with 12 bigs. He raises it,
Okay. I mean,
gets a takedown.
I guess he's just targeting like 2 napkins. So, a pretty good raise, too.
For sure, for sure. I think a lot of players, they're not really thinking about hands that they're targeting. They're not thinking about the entirety of the deck. He's just basically sitting there with a weak ace, figures it's strong enough for a raise, and if he faces resistance, he doesn't have to put in that many chips. It's just more of a face-up kind of bet, I think.
Yeah. I mean, I could definitely see it working. I think you see like these smaller raises from the small blind when you get closer to the end of a tournament. So when the chips matter more and you don't want to actually run into something, I think you can kind of implement a strategy like this. So definitely has some merit, and I would recommend everyone to have something like that in y'all's toolkit. So
Repertoire.
in y'all's repertoire, y'all got to keep them guessing. You know, y'all can't be doing the same thing over and over. Y'all got to mix it up, get them confused. Because once you get your opponent confused, that's how you get them to spaz out. That's what you want.
100%. That's what makes players like Cruz that give people problems so dangerous. Is people struggle to put them on a hand, and it also takes time to learn how to control your body language and your guts when you're in those situations. You can't get nervous when you're in the weaker parts of your range. You're just trying to maintain your biorhythms pretty constant.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to be stoic all the time at the poker table. I mean, unless you meditate, I think everyone's going to have some tells, some elevated heartbeats. It's just part of being human.
And
But
check this out. Mark decides to flat with king queen suited after Tony opens the hijack.
I like it. I think but Tony got like 22, 25 bigs. So if Mark wanted to rip this all in, I wouldn't fault him either, because king queen suited is such a strong hand, and sometimes if you face a raise with it and you're like sub 30 bigs, you could just rip it, just take it down right there.
Do you think it's better to go all in with king queen off or king queen suited?
Definitely, when you rip these broadways, you want them suited. That 3% extra equity does matter, believe it or not. I mean, if it didn't matter, I don't think casinos would be running. So,
Got you.
but yeah, the king queen suited, I wouldn't mind a rip there, but I don't mind a call either.
Does it just depend on the person that you like? What kind of considerations do you take when making those decisions?
So if I was in Mark's shoes right here and I was trying to decide whether to call a rip, I would, first of all, compare my stack to everybody else's and compare my stack to the person opening. So both of these guys have first and second chips at the table, and you're playing a game where there's no ante, so there's less incentive to be fighting for pots. And I think with Mark's stack size, I think if he just preserves it, he can use that to utilize and steal and put himself in a good spot. Because you jam king queen suited, but you're going to run into a good hand every now and then. So,
Right.
but if I was at a table full of strong players where I feel like I didn't have an edge, I would just rip it. Like, you got to take what you can get.
That's a really good point.
Spivey's got the Spivey. So for y'all listening, ace 8 is the Spivey. So I'm willing to bet all my money Spivey's going to win this hand.
Let's go. He does run really well with ace 8. I've seen it. It's crazy.
He does.
He is going to face some pressure here from Eli on the turn, I would imagine.
How much does he bet? I'm not gonna lie, it's kind of tough to call with ace high on a jack 10 board.
Yeah, like what's your plan? It's his hand, bro. He ain't letting go of his hand.
Yeah, he knows
A lot
it's
of
good.
draws in there.
Oh, that's.
It was not a king of hearts. That was just a misread on the card reader. It was a 10 of clubs.
Dang, Eli.
Oh, Eli jams.
That's sick. I like that.
sicko.
Dang, Eli's sick with it.
I love that.
Yeah,
That's
I
beast.
give him props. That was a good hand. See, that's what makes.
Respect, bro.
Yeah, some
You
of
never
these
know.
guys, you never know. Yeah, they do stuff like that, and it's tough to play against. Like, and you're just bleeding chips when you play against guys like this. So, rule of thumb: if you think you're ahead, I mean, just pop in a little raise and see what goes on.
Gotta trust your reads, guys. Trust your reads and act on them.
Yep.
If you're wrong, but it's important to trust yourself and play your game.
Amen. It's always better to, die on your feet,
Then live on your knees.
live on your knees. Some people do that. They'll blind all the way to the end, and they'll barely min cash, and they'll bust. And, oh, man, this is a cooler for Billy. He has pocket tens. Oh, my. Billy.
What?
Billy.
Bro, hold up.
Dude, this is why Billy, I'm telling you.
He snap folded that shit. He snap folded.
Oh, my. All praise to Billy, bro. Y'all need to put respect on that man's name.
Okay, but blinds are at 2K, 4K.
Yeah,
He raises to
15.
15K.
So this is what we were saying earlier. Like, when you have a hand, just make it two bigs. Because by him making it 15K, that's almost 4X.
He lost the stack. He would have stacked Billy
He
because
would've-
Billy has to jam there.
Yeah, but, he's under the gun, and he opened a 4X. So his range is just screaming strength. And Billy got away with 10s there, which is very, very, very good.
It's crazy.
Billy's the GOAT, man.
It's too good. Too
That's
good.
it.
Didn't even think about it. Didn't consider anything. Was just like, what do I beat here? Snap folded.
That was sick. I would have,
I would have thought about it.
I would have heat and hawed. And,
Right.
man, he didn't even want the camera time either. He's like,
Respect to Bill. I think that is one of the things that Bill does extremely well is that he will make folds in a lot of spots where he just like we were talking about. He trusts himself. If he has a read on someone, he looks at the player, he sizes them up, and he's willing to go with his gut. And if he feels like it's a spot where they're a little bit too strong, even if he has a questionable hand, he will release.
yep.
And that's something that I need to work on. We
Yeah.
were talking about earlier.
Yeah, if you guys want to make it further in tournaments, you have to avoid these marginal spots. Like these spots where you're just not too sure if you're good or not, like just let it go. You're going to find a better spot. And usually you want to be the aggressor. You want to put these guys in that position. And if you're playing a tournament like this where there's no ante, like you can wait. You're not going to get blinded out as fast, so you can wait for these good spots.
Roger that. On to the next one, guys. Mark is going to be folding Billy. 11.5 bigs with queen 8 suited in early position.
I like this raise.
What would you say is the bottom of his
Man.
raising range here from +1?
It probably should be sometimes queen A, but to be honest, I don't even know if it's a raise because there's no ante.
Right.
But if the table's kind of overfolding and not playing back at you, you can get away with this. But it's kind of hard doing that when Moss is in the big blind because he can get a little froggy.
Yeah, Moss. I mean, that would be a big part of my decision as well. Is Moss is in the big blind, so he's going to be the one with the most incentive, and he's already invested in the pot. And Moss likes to fight back. He's not going to release his big blinds too easily.
No, but I do like this delayed c-bet by Billy.
Man, and Moss does not even. He picks up a gutter along to go along with his over.
I would have called at least once.
Right. Because are you drawing or are you calling because you're ahead
Both.
often enough? Right.
Yeah, you have ace high. Like, when Billy checks back there, like, if I'm trying to put myself in Billy's spot. If I had a hand like Jack 10 or Queen Jack where I have a gutter, I don't want to bet and then face a jam, and so I kind of want to take a free card sometimes.
Gotcha.
So Billy A7 suited. I think we're gonna see a raise.
He got an upgrade. It's a little more disconnected.
What the?
What the?
His balance, I'm telling you.
I think a lot of these players, they take a lot of value to connectivity more so than high cards. When you're this short, the high cards go up in a lot more in value.
Yes.
More so than the connectivity, and so there might just be a misunderstanding there.
Yes. So if you guys ever find yourself short, I want to say like less than 20 bigs, if you're going to be raising hands, raise hands with the ace or a king because you're less likely, mathematically speaking, to get jammed on.
Gotcha. You're blocking the hands that are gonna fight back.
You're right.
Makes sense.
Those pseudo connectors, save that for when you're deep, or if you're like a chip leader and everyone's small or something.
Right. Makes sense. Moss gonna be on the button here. Bill is in the big blind. Eli looking pretty happy. Not feeling no pressure. He's got 20
Dang.
bigs.
Eli, man, I've seen that man run up probably one of the biggest stacks at the time, like in a cash game. It was insane.
I heard about it. He bought it for like a couple grand and turned it into 70 or 80K or something like that.
Yes, it was nuts. I took a picture of him. He had a big old smile on his face. He was hiding behind the tower of chips of 1Ks. It was wild.
That money gone.
I mean, he probably invested it into his 401K, so
Respect.
respect.
That money's invested.
What the?
Lord,
Moss
man.
rips ace 5-0. He getting Kronk. That's wild. I would
Versus Spivey.
Yeah. So Spivey here raised to 9,500.
He's got the suited Spivey too.
Yeah,
bro.
he might call.
Look at him. He's eyeballing him.
It's like, this is my hand. You know that, right?
I want to hear what he's saying, bro. I can't wait. I'm gonna come in on my days off and try to figure out what we need to do to get the table talk going. He does release.
Yeah, they need to mic up these players for sure. But just a little side note, Spivey raised to 9,500 when the blinds was 4K. So this is the thing I was saying earlier. If you have a hand that you don't want to call off with when you get jammed, just make it 2 bigs. Because you could save yourself like an extra half a big or something. And those add up.
Yeah, makes a huge difference. Also, when you're preserving your stack for when you have a hand that you really want to get the most out of it, you have a lot more left behind to get value from.
That being said, there is some merit to raising bigger, and you want to raise bigger when you know you have a good hand and you know people are calling you too light. So you got to find that sweet spot.
Gotcha. Yeah, I have seen also. There's it's something to think about. There's like people that have different opening sizes. Charlie Carroll advocates to go big especially when they're going to be calling you no matter what. If you have like a really strong hand, just raise bigger and you're going to get called. And when you have hands that you just kind of want to get cheap information for, then you just raise it smaller. It's unbalanced. So if you ask like people that are studying GTO and stuff, they don't agree with it, but there might be something to it.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's tough to say how many people are actually paying attention to something like that, but you never know. I mean, some of these guys are locked in.
Yes, sir.
My top 3, I'm gonna predict the final 3. I'm gonna think it's Roy, Braxton, and Billy.
I like that. I like that pick
That's
for
my
sure.
top 3.
B Dunn looked like he had a stack out there. He's dangerous, man. I think he is his own worst enemy. And apart from that, he's a savage player, man. He's good at reading people, and
Yes, he's very, very good at reading people, and I think in tournaments, like when pots are still crucial, especially towards the end, it amplifies that skill level. So
right when things get critical, he has a lot of balls too, and guts, whatever you want to call it. He will.
that man will
He
fight.
goes for it. He'll fight. He's a fighter. He'll punch you in the face. He don't care.
That man's gonna find a way to win.
Yeah, it's something that we talk about a lot. We talk about a lot here in West Texas is that, man, to be good in tournaments, you got to be willing to take out the gun and put it to people's heads.
Yeah.
And that's an expression that we kind of clung on to. Braxton, me, and Cruz are the main 3 that really talk about that a lot. Like, man, we get out there, we take the guns out, and we start firing the guns into the air and let everybody know what time it is. We come to blast, and we ain't scared to die.
Can't be. And then you metaphorically speaking, you put that gun to that person's head, and you just ask them, "Am I bluffing?" And are you willing to die to find out?
Right.
And most of the time, the answer is no.
Most people aren't trying to die. They're scared to die, and
Yep.
that's what separates the warriors from the commoners.
Yep. And I think Braxton, in my opinion, is probably one of the best hero callers. I've seen that make some sick hero calls. Even versus me when we play cash game, you know what I mean? Got to give him props.
We got an all-in moment, guys. 10 bigs for Spivey here versus Eli. Eli on the button. Brian. Oh, okay.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
Brian does not call.
Okay, I was like, that's
Just a misclick. But Spivey in a good spot here to double up. He's it's about a 3-1 favorite, I would imagine. I think the percentages are off right there, but I think it's about 3-1.
man. Eli looks not too thrilled to see Ace King there, and I don't blame him.
Yeah, that's the last hand that you want to see. You want to see him with pairs under the queen, so that you at least have some outs.
Yep.
Spivey finds a king and gets himself a nice double. Big Spivey, he walked out of the room,
Walked
didn't
out.
even want to see it.
You know, like Abram was saying, when you walk away, that's plus 30% equity right there. So, I mean, I did that
What?
earlier and I still lost. It is what it is.
Sometimes it don't work.
Yeah, I was walking out and then, I took a little peek back. No one stopped me from walking out, so,
Respect.
respect. You got to put respect on these people's names.
So what happened? What happened in your tournament? Quick summary.
Man, it don't even matter.
You die.
Listen, guys, I know y'all like to tell bad beat stories, but y'all got to keep that to yourselves and just forget about it. It does you no good bringing it up and spreading that negativity to people. So that's my philosophy, at least.
We don't want to hear it.
Nobody wants to hear it, man. Like, we all get bad beat every single time we play poker. I mean, every session.
It is what it is.
It is what it is. I lost, and that's it.
The way I think about it, like on a larger scale, is we're all a community. We play together. We're passing the money along. If one person wins, they're taking it from another player, and so we're in this long-term game where we are passing the pain and the joy together. And so one day, one person carries the pain, other person carries the joy, and we just keep that moving back and forth.
That was deep. I like that.
That shit.
Johnny Blaze is very philosophical, That man, he's got words.
That boy got words.
Like Young Thug said, why not risk life? If it's gonna keep going. So
For sure. And Vince from out of Russia. Odessa, Russia. Nah, that's
Vince is in Odessa, Russia.
Yeah.
Bro, you need to get out of there, man. They're gonna take you to Ukraine.
They're going to take you to that fucking concentration, the gulag.
Yeah,
They're going to take you to the gulag, bro.
Be careful.
And I did used to blaze a little too much. I stayed in the clouds.
Yo, it's
Can I say?
lifelong damage, but he'll be all right.
I got brain damage. That's what I'm gonna start saying. People ask me, "What's up with you? How you do that?" Brain damage.
brain damage. Oh, brain damage.
I'm just brain dead.
Ooh, so we got a jam by Eli with pocket threes, standard, and a call by Spivey.
I like that he doesn't look defeated. He's still smirking, feeling good about himself, not tripping too much. He got hurt.
You can't. If you lose a big pot in a tournament, you don't beat yourself up. I mean, the tournament's so long. Anything could happen. Brian has Queen Jack suited. He just needs to throw it away. I mean, it's beautiful, but it ain't no good.
Yeah, especially facing an all-in and a rejam from Spivey. It's just queen high,
Yeah, just
not the type of hand that you want to be calling in that situation with. Even king queen suited is questionable. I think it's probably a fold.
yeah. I think King Queen suited is probably a fold too. So we got a classic race. I'm biased. I'm going for Spivey, but
Big Spivey
I'm sorry, Eli. Nothing personal.
finds an ace, and he is fading
A 2-outer.
2 outs. He does
GG Eli.
eliminate Eli. Eli played really well. Much respect to him. He didn't die on his knees.
He played very well, and I don't know if y'all noticed, but he got 2 hands versus Spivey that he kind of had no choice but to get it all in, and he died. And that's just how tournaments go, man. It's just a lot of luck involved.
All right, guys. So we're down to
Vince, it's not
19.
it's not hard to bluff me, bro. So if you bluff me, I mean, you probably be the millionth person.
Vince is crazy, bro. He's wild. He barreled off into me. Be careful with that, BBC.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, my God. Be
Please.
careful where you put that thing.
Please keep it PG for our young listeners at home.
Yeah, Vince is a wild man. He needs to relax. You need to take a chill pill, brother.
Vince, you need to play this main event, bro.
That's what you need to do for
You need to
sure.
come play this main event and win it. So Brian's all in with pocket J's. J's on my feet.
So get like me.
So get like me.
Mark with an ace. It is it's 5 bigs.
I think it's like 8. Or it's like 9.
No, 49K.
Yeah.
5K
9 times 5.
is 45K.
Yeah, that's how much he jammed, right? Like 49?
49.
Yeah.
So it's like 1,000 less than 10 bigs.
I thought you said 5 bigs.
Oh, you're right. It's,
Yeah.
it's 10 bigs. 10 bigs. Excuse me.
Yeah, I think with
You're right.
5 bigs, it might be a call, but 10 is just a little too much.
Billy sitting on 50K as well. Brian picked up that pot. He's now at 56K. I'm gonna need to get in here and try and figure out if we can get the big blinds moving forward in the future. What the? These are the chip counts currently, guys. Spivey with king queen off under the gun decides to raise to 3x. Not much to say about that. We've already spoken our piece about it.
Gets it through, gets it through.
Does get it through. Doesn't have to play any post. Miranda.
Miranda, what you on?
What you want, girl? Where you at?
I think you're watching the wrong stream, Miranda.
Where you staying at? Do you know Miranda Perry? Yeah. Well,
No.
thanks for tuning in, Miranda. We appreciate you
Thank you
being
for
here
watching.
with us.
I know
And,
Sean Perry.
Comments and the love. Sean Perry?
Yeah, the gambler.
I don't think there's no relation.
Who knows?
She's at a Seminole. What's that like over there by Andrews, right?
I think so.
In between Lubbock and Andrews. Miranda.
Well, Miranda, we have a main event coming up this weekend, so don't be afraid to fire some bullets.
Yeah, come play. BBC will be here. If you want to meet the man, the myth, the legend in person, can be arranged.
I mean, no promises, but
Moss from the cutoff does open up the queen 4 suited, gets it through, takes down some blinds.
man, see, Queen 4 suited, that's a good raise by Moss. I like that. This guy gets in the mix. He has the right amount of aggression, I think. So there was a time where he was playing pretty consistently cash game, and, you know, he was winning. He was a tough player to play against. Definitely not afraid to have basically almost every play in the book in his arsenal. So that's what makes it kind of tough.
100%. He's been doing well for himself. I don't know if you've seen his new Corvette.
That's his Corvette outside, that blue one?
That blue one.
Oh, my goodness.
Bro, he came up.
He's flexing.
100%. You should see his little shoes that he be wearing, too.
He got on the Gucci.
They cute, bro. Yeah, he's got them loafers.
Oh, my. That man got
He's
bread.
got the rich boy loafers.
That man got bank.
Look at
No wonder why he showed up for the high roller.
him. He a high roller now.
Oh, I thought he was about to show the shoes.
Miranda is actually a friend of mine.
Oh, really? Oh, okay. Yeah, okay.
That Corvette, man. You know, them Corvettes, they be.
No, I see why you're friends with him. He got that nice Corvette.
His shoes are nice.
Got them,
He got them nice shoes. I like giving him shit, but
got them Gucci flip flops on.
nah, she put a throw up face.
The throw. Oh my. They must be smelly.
Man, we don't talk about that. That's funny. He gonna be mad at me.
So
Nah, we fine.
he's cool.
Yeah. He gives me shit. I give him shit. You know.
He got that what's that? What's that expensive watch that's worth like $250K? You know what I'm talking about?
He's got one.
It's big. It looks like it.
Oh, the man, I forget what they're called.
I
but-
forgot what they're called too. I can't.
But it does look like a fancy little watch. Man, he came up. I think he's consulting with Chevron now or something like that.
Damn it, boy. I wonder if Tony's gonna call here. What did Brian jam for? Like 10 bigs? Oh,
Man,
Tough.
Tony doesn't like folding.
yeah. You know, it's like.
Oh my word, respect.
That's respect. That's a good fold.
Finds the fold. I think from maybe a different player, he would have called off, but versus Brian, he understands that. He doesn't beat. He's not ahead of anything, right? That's a problem.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he's ahead of like middle pocket pairs there, but still good fold by him.
Right. Well, I mean, in his head, he's flipping, right? A lot of those old heads, they don't think. Well, he's technically not ahead of the pairs, you know.
Yeah.
They're a slight favorite.
Yeah, that's true. Mr. Love.
Tony Love. Richard Milley, brother. Richard Milley.
Richard Mill, yeah. That's what he's flexing on us.
Oh, Miranda
It's
calling
fake.
him out.
Oh, Miranda.
Why you gotta put him on blast like that, girl?
Oh, you're supposed to be rooting for him.
Golly.
He put him on blast in front of 2,000 watchers right now. That Richard Mill.
It still looks good. Ain't nothing wrong with a nice fake watch.
I mean, I have
No.
one myself. Straight from China, but everybody knew it was fake somehow.
Yeah, I remember when you first got it. You're like, "Hey, does it look good or what?" And then the watch connoisseurs came in. They're like, "That shit fake!" Like immediately.
Just haters, bro. They're just hating. They didn't even know it was fake. They just wanted to say that. They were fishing for information.
I believe it. Can't do too good, man. But if you don't got haters in this world, you're not doing
Yeah,
enough.
you're not doing enough if you don't have haters.
Ace 9-6, two-tone flop. Mark.
Bets half pot.
It's
Takes
half
it
pot.
down.
That was a big pot. We're having too much fun in here. I didn't see the sizing. I'm not sure how that pot got so big, but I believe there was 46K in it. Maybe there was 30K in it, and
It was, huh?
he bet the 15 to make it that size. That would make sense. So,
Oh, he probably just raised pre-flop 15.
and
Like
then
3x.
Spivey called with Queen Jack O.
Yeah, so the thing is, guys, is like, you know, usually when you play tournaments, people are supposed to open to 2x, and then you can start defending, hands like Queen 10 offsuit, Queen Jack offsuit, Jack 10 offsuit. But once people start making it like 3x, like, you kind of just have to fold these marginal hands because, like, you're going to call and whiff way too much, and now you're bleeding extra money. So Brian has Queen 4 suited. I like it. Tony has Ace 9 off. He should be 3-betting here or calling.
Oh.
But
He decides to proceed with a call after
Thankfully.
Brian flats the button and Moss waking up with aces. Interesting to see what he chooses as far as sizing.
looks like 15K. I like that.
Beautiful.
Kind of just, you want people to call you, or if they have something good, you want them to just rip it on you.
Hmm. He is giving them plenty of rope and tempting them in with a good price. I do like this. There are several players in the field today that I will not name, but I know that they would raise it a little bit bigger out of fear of losing with their aces.
Man, you know no one around here is scared. Come on now.
Brother, there's scary asses everywhere.
There ain't no scary around here in West Texas, let me tell you. These men out here and women gamble.
Big gambling.
They are not scared.
Yeah, I love it. I'm really proud to be a Texan. Still something that I want to be putting together here in the near future. Need to get the content thing rolling, but I do want to put a spotlight on West Texas and West Texas culture and bring a little bit of good reputation to our community and get some exciting things going for everybody. We'll see how that unfolds.
Hopefully good. Dang, it's already 1 o'clock in the morning.
It's crazy. We still got 19 people left in this thing.
I got a text from Billy. He says, I'm locked in to Tony Sizing. You heard me?
You hear me?
Oh, you heard, Billy.
Hey,
And
ask
you
him.
seen.
Ask him if he opened 9-4 off from the cutoff.
Let me ask him.
We're going to be on a break here in 10 minutes, you guys. 19 people left. This will be the last couple of hands with these players. And then we'll get the new feature table. MJ, I wasn't talking about you. But, yeah, MJ, you definitely not scared, bro.
MJ not scared. Let me
He
tell you,
ain't
that
scared of
man
nothing.
did one of the sickest bluffs versus me on the final table. He had me cross-eyed. He had me going home on the GTO Wizard trying to look it up on the solver. And that man,
He cray.
he cray. He went for it. He was right.
Was he right?
Yeah, it was like king high board. He check raises me, and I think I re-raised him because I'm bluffing, and he re-raised my re-raised all in. That's respect.
With what?
It don't even matter. He got it through.
You gangsta. So
a gangsta.
Boss ships it in here with 15 bigs versus Spivey. Spivey opens the hijack with ace jack suited, and Moss jams with the ace 10 suited from the small blind.
I like that jam. Man, to see like these spots where you rejam over an open, it's just printing money. And once again, I sound like a broken record, but if you don't want to get jammed on, or you don't raise more than 2 bigs, you know what I mean? Because then you're just slowly bleeding hand after hand like that.
Right. Over the course of a tournament, it's going to cost you, a lot of big blinds if you open too large. I think it's just an overextension. If there's something I've learned from playing chess or martial arts and fighting in different forms of warfare, you'd never want to overextend yourself to an undefensible position, or you just never want to overextend yourself. And so when you're raising too large, you're overextending your stack in a questionable position. You never know what the flop is going to bring. You never know what your opponent is going to show up with. And so you want to take some jabs before you get involved in a prolonged battle.
MJ says he's got a coach and he's going to be fired after this series. Man, you need to tell that coach to hop in these tournaments with you and see if he could do it. See if he's got the accolades.
Let me see what they talking about. Billy with ace queen suited here in this spot. Cut off open from Mr. Love.
It's going to be a jam from Billy.
Billy is going with, that's a snap all in.
I hope Billy gets the fold through. I would hate for him to have to flip for his life. And he does get the fold through. Nice jam by Billy.
Very nice. Look, he
he
starts shouting.
What the?
What? He's happy to
Old
survive.
Tigers.
Oh, Tiger.
That's what Rudy would say when he won a big pot. He's like, "Go Tigers!"
Woody?
He yelled it one time. He won a big pot. And he's like, "Go Tigers!" And I was like, "What the hell? We're not even
He goofy.
watching basketball or whatever."
He a goof. He a goofball.
Shout out to Rudy. I didn't see him today. That man has a lot of final tables. Very tough opponent. Hopefully, we get to see him this weekend, though.
Brian under the gun. Ace, Jack, O. And Tony with a suited wheel ace does release, showing a lot of respect to Brian. Moss now with 20 big blinds, also showing Brian a lot of respect, folding the king jack off.
Oh, Billy, come on, Billy, rip it in.
Another moment for Billy. Look,
Yeah.
peels one, likes it.
is in. When you got 10 bigs and you're facing a raise, then you got queens. I mean, you only got one move.
He said, "Oh well, I'll gamble."
And then Brian should.
Brian's leg is jacking. You can see with the chair. He's stressing about it a bit.
Yeah. So the thing is like, I don't. We've had a lot of ace jack facing a jam in this table. And I'll tell y'all this. If someone jams 10 bigs and you have ace jack, you got to ask yourself, are these guys the same guys? Are these guys willing to jam a hand like king queen suited or jack 10 suited, you know, or queen jack suited? And if they're not, or even ace 10 suited, and if they're not, then just throw it in the muck.
Yeah, you just got to release. It's real important to pay attention to your opponent's capabilities and really understand what sort of hands they will show up with, if ever. A lot of people start spending some time looking into the game and trying to learn, and they're showing these charts and they're giving solutions of what you should do in each spot. But that all changes. It's based on your opponent and what they're going to show up with, and you have to learn what those solutions are actually trying to teach you, and come up with your own solutions based on who your opponent is. And so this ace jack offsuit is just, it's not enough of a hand to be calling off with from Billy. Billy is good, but he's not getting out of line with like jack 10 suited, I don't think, or queen jack suited, hands like that, hands that you beat.
Yeah, or even king 10 suited. For some reason, the solver loves to jam that hand because, you're not blocking a lot of, their ace kind of rag hands.
Right.
But, if your opponent's not doing that, then you just have to overfold as much as it sucks. But
Spivey with the new shades. I didn't even notice. Those are some nice shades he's got. I haven't seen him with those.
he's always looking fly.
Too flat, too fresh, and too clean.
All right, so we should see a raise by Moss. A little 10K. He might make it a little 11.
Yeah, I can see that. I can see him doing that for sure. 11 or 12K is fine. He looks like he might be going bigger. Going for 3 pinks.
So we got a raise with king, queen. I think Brian's going to defend.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow, he folded that, huh? Yes, I will be in the WSOP main event. No expectations, never have any expectations, but, I'm going to go and see what happens. Maybe I'll get lucky. If I don't, what's new?
Yeah, big respect. Cruz has been playing the main event for the last
Like
4 or
3
5 years now.
Yeah.
I think.
I think I've only min cashed it once, but it's a lot of fun. And, you get to sit with some famous people, whether it be poker or non-poker. We had this guy at my table, some dude off of the Barstool Sports podcast, and they were filming him. They kept filming him and interviewing him, and I didn't even know who he was, but I thought that was kind of cool.
It's pretty crazy, the power of the internet now. If you can get eyeballs, everyone has access to it, right? You could be anybody and you can just jump on YouTube and start posting videos. And if you can find a way to get enough people to give you their attention and put their eyeballs on your stuff, you become a sort of celebrity where you can go out of town and people recognize you. They know your name. They know your sayings. They know how you think. And very often, they feel like they're along for the ride. And pretty powerful what the internet and social media has done for marketing and for creating characters in the world. It's a big part of the poker boom, I think.
Yep, especially with these new content creators. So Tony's got pocket threes. He raises off of how much does he have? Maybe like 16.
16 bigs.
Man, honestly, with these small pocket pairs, when you have like sub 20 and you're in the button, cut off, or small blind, and it
Just
folds to you,
jam.
yeah, you're supposed to just jam it because you want to realize all your equity and you want to realize your fold equity as well.
Right.
Like as you can see here, he's going to get 3-bet now. And with pocket threes, you don't really want to call and set mine when you're not getting the right odds.
I like how Moss isn't scared. He raises from 10 to 25, basically saying, come on in.
Yeah.
Do your worst. I'm not scared of it.
Yeah, I like that. He's not afraid to play post.
With Ace King, and a lot of people are scared of the Ace King. They just go all in because they don't want to play post flop with a drawing hand, quote unquote. But yeah,
Yeah. Surprisingly, like if you look up the solver or whatever, like Ace King off always likes to option for the jam. And then for some reason, Ace King suited always wants to go for the 3-bet because I guess it's just like a little bit too strong to jam and scare people away.
do you think it's more for balance or is it its ability to realize equity post flop?
I think it's just easier to play, yeah, because you're going to flop backdoor flush draws, and it's just easier to double barrel. So that playability factor definitely plays a factor.
Gotcha.
But, yeah, if I was Tony there, I would just rip the pocket threes. And, it sucks to run into ace king, but you know what? You're ahead. So,
100%.
and you got to take these spots, man. Like, you win a big flip like that, especially with, like, 2 tables left, like, you're looking pretty nice.
Right. Yeah, and if you think about the various flops that can land when you have pocket threes, there isn't going to be a good flop for you. There's always going to be overs.
Yup.
You're better off not seeing a flop, knowing that you're ahead of so many holdings of your opponent. And yeah, like you said, you realize all of your equity and you don't put yourself in a tough spot post flop.
Right. Yeah, so I would say if you have deuces through fives, 30 bigs or less, and you're in the cutoff button or small blind, and it folds to you, just rip it. It's pretty easy strategy.
For sure. Just makes sense. Big spivey.
Big spive.
Sitting on 18 bigs with the ace quisha.
And he's raising big with the ace quisha.
Oh yeah, he's not gonna do. Well, how much did he make? 25K.
5x. But he got ace jack suited to fold, which is kind of sad, a little tragedy, but it is what it is. I think there's definitely some merit to just taking down these hands and not going post or adding variance into the mix.
It's do you think if someone jams, he folds there after he raises to 25? If someone jams with like,
I mean,
one of his other stacks?
see, that's the bad thing about raising big is that you only get action from stronger hands,
Right.
and I don't know. I don't think he's folding after you put 5 bigs in there. But if you got like 15 bigs or less and you have ace queen off, I mean, you're supposed to just rip it because you just want to take down the blinds. You don't want to risk losing post flop.
Right. Makes sense.
Yes, Vince. It was Mincy. Mincy was at my table. I didn't know who he was, but people just kept like recording him with like this big camera, and then they interviewed him. I had no idea who it was, honestly.
Mincy.
Yeah, I played a few pots with him, and then I looked him up afterwards. He's kind of just like this, I don't know, funny guy. I'm not too sure. I don't really watch bar, whatever.
There's so much room for personalities. It really trips me out. There's times where I see a video of some random person that I've never heard of before, and they got like 2 point whatever million views or 4 point whatever million views.
Yeah. Yeah, I was in LA last month, and I went to go play at the Hustler Casino, and some dude was at my table, and he was talking to some other guy, and he was telling him that he makes Fortnite videos. Like, he talks about like what's going on in the Fortnite world.
Yeah.
So I thought that was kind of interesting, and that's what he does for a living. So
Crazy. And he makes a good living.
I don't know about good living, but he says like when he gets sponsored, he probably gets like 5K, you know, just to promote something in his video.
That's awesome.
Yeah, and he's just talking about Fortnite politics, like what's going on with the big players and stuff. He's not even a player. I'm sure he is a player, but he's not like a top league player.
He just commentates. You know, Nassim was talking about that. He thinks that there's an opportunity in the poker space for a news outlet or a commentary channel or more of like a networking channel as opposed to content creation. I haven't really sat down with him on his vision for it, but yeah, you don't even necessarily, it's like those reaction videos, you know, that sort of
Yeah.
thing. There's plenty of money in it. So we'll see. We'll see where the journey takes us. I've been bullshitting a lot about it, but you know, I was going through some things and didn't end up starting it after all. Now I'm gonna do this dealing thing, get it going, and right now this commentary journey that you guys are gonna follow me through is gonna be part of the evolution. You know.
I like your commentary, man. I like, you know, from what I've seen, I like what you've been saying. So some good stuff.
I appreciate it. Much respect, sir.
His spec. You got to throw respect on people's name when they deserve it.
Yes, sir. Tony from the big blind decides to call a 3x raise from early position.
With Jack 10-0, yeah. See, this is one of those things I was saying that, like, you know, if Moss makes it 2 bigs, you can call Jack 10 off here. But if he makes it 3 bigs and there's no big blind ante, like, you just don't have the incentive to really defend marginal hands like this. And it looks super nitty, but, I mean, look, he's about to steal it,
He's
though.
about
This
to-
man got a plan.
I'll take it away and look at Moss.
I take back what I said.
He has a plan.
If Moss might call this,
It's a man with a plan. I think he will call it. He's a sicko,
Yeah.
man.
he is a sicko. But it's like 4-5 misses, 5-6 misses, all the flush draws miss. If he has queen high, jack high, he's got to bluff at it. You know what I mean? So
I mean, I think I don't like him trying to steal it away on a king. Like maybe I mean, obviously if it hits a jack or a 10, he's gonna bet it. But some of the
yeah.
lower cards.
Very
make
nice
more
call by
sense.
Moss.
Nice.
This is what I mean by this guy. He has every arsenal in his toolkit. He's celebrating, but he deserves it.
Yeah, it's much respect. Like he's
Where's that?
he really is about it.
Where's that sound thing that like claps or? There we go. That's for you, Moss.
Respect, sir.
That was respect. Tough player, man. Moss is a tough player. So
Even though he does have them goofy shoes
he's
and,
got
a,
on.
and a fake Richard Mille.
You got that fake Richard Mill, but the Gucci's are real. So he's balanced.
Yeah, I like Moss, man.
Yeah, he's a cool dude.
It's funny to see how his attitude has changed. I mean, he's still Moss, but you know, since he's come back onto the scene, he took a big break from poker. He's been doing the work grind, I'm sure.
Yeah.
And, came back with a Corvette and a whole new attitude and
Yeah.
wardrobe.
Yup, had to flex on us broke people. Yup,
Love it.
Moss. That boy will wink at you. If you ever look at him too long, he'll give you a little wink.
He do be winking.
do be
He do
winking.
be winking at you.
I mean, I don't know how to take it, but you know, I'm like, all right.
That's his move. All right, guys. So we're gonna take a quick break while they color up, and let me see if they're combining two tables. Right now we have 18 left, going into level 13 of this high roller 20K guarantee championship with $63,000 to play for. We have the Big O tomorrow is a 20K guarantee as well, $600 buy-in. There's going to be a lot of players coming in from out of town, and there's a lot of hype behind that Big O. So if you like 5-card high-low, come check it out. Spend some time with us here. We will be commentating the Big O tomorrow as well. So if you want to hop in here and you know, get us to show you some love here on the stream, then hop in and check it out. But we're gonna take a quick break, guys. Thank you for tuning in. We really appreciate you, and
Yup,
we'll
thank
be
you
right
for
back.
watching.
Where's this? Pause.
All right, guys, we are back from a quicker than normal break. You see Spivey and Brian. We've got Brian all in pocket tens against the ace king of Spivey, and the pocket tens are going to survive. They came back from that break really quickly. We've got the payouts here. We got $20,000 for first place. Reese back in the booth with you guys. I'm gonna giving Blaze and Cruz a break here. Appreciate each and every one of you for this late night tournament, but it's totally 100% worth it considering what these guys are playing for. A prize pool there of $62,600. As you can see there, I'm going to be putting this up and showing it periodically and taking it off the screen here. Give me just a moment. Yeah, $20,000 first place prize. That is quite incredible. Quite incredible there. We are one player away from 2 tables. 19 players remain. Blazer 3 and 6,000. Mark your chip leader at this feature table. Between him and Moss, actually, both around that 130,000 chip mark. We've got some more all-ins here. Tony all-in with the pocket nines. Spivey all-in with his last 51,000. So Tony going to be the one that risk here. Spivey all in, trying to pick up some blinds there, but unfortunately Tony wakes up with a real hand on the button. Tony looking to dodge a 10 or a 7 or a lot more spades. 8-6 on the flop, another 6 on the turn. 10 and only a 10. Deuce, and Tony is going to get the full double up, and Spivey's going to be left with just 7,500 in chips. Here you see some more players joining in on this feature table as we have reached 18. 18 players. Can show that prize pool once again. 62,600 on this tournament here. This $20,000 first place prize, an absolute huge prize pool. This $1,200 buy-in, 63 players. The $400 deducted for the Road to Vegas promotion. $400 per tournament there, so that's why you see 62,600. 8th place, 8 places is what we're paying. $2,600 for 8th place. We're going to have a final table of 10. And 2 of them will be going home empty-handed late into the night. There we see Braxton in seat 9. I believe Daniel's come back with us here on this feature table in seat 4. Nassim in seat 3, who's been no stranger to final tables this week. Tony in seat 7. And we are officially underway with 18 players remaining. We've got cash games out on that front floor there. If you are still out and about on this Wednesday night, cash games are still live and active. Going for that flush frenzy. Got about 2 more hours left to try to hit those 4 flushes for that almost $3,000 jackpot. We'll get these chips added up in these graphics as we get some people sitting in there. Nassim here under the gun, ace, queen, offsuit, 56,000 in chips. And he does go all in here under the gun, ace-queen offsuit. Spivey with a little spaded one gapper there. He's only got 9,000 in chips left. He may decide to put it in here. Plays well against multiple opponents, but don't know how many callers. He does go ahead and decide to put that in there. Mark waking up with ace-king in the small blind. You're going to see him probably rejam here just to get in the rest of the chips. Yeah, there it goes. So Mark, Nassim, and Spivey, three-way all-in. Spivey the short stack with the 9-7 of spades. Nassim at risk as well under Mark's stack, ace-queen offsuit against Mark's ace-king offsuit. Nassim's been running good, Cruz.
Has he?
Yeah, this whole week. 3 final tables.
That's pretty good. He's a very strong player. He's
Yeah.
very aggro.
Yeah. He said he wasn't going to fire this tournament, but lo and behold, here we are.
Yeah.
Let's see if he can pull out a miracle with his ace-queen against the ace-king.
And speaking of the devil, he's right here. I wonder if he wins.
Wonder what's going to happen. You know, tell us what happens in this hand, Nassim?
Spoiler alert.
And there's the 8 for the straight there for Spivey, so he's going to survive this all in. But unfortunately, Nassim will lose the side pot in his tournament there to Mark's ace-king.
GGBB.
You did. I told him you've been on a heater, Nassim.
Man, I wish you would have won that, Nassim.
So Spivey is still alive there with a full triple up with the 9-7 of spades. It's going to put him about a little over 30,000 in chips. Blinds are 6,000. So he's still got 5 bigs left. Still looking for that one hand to get it all in with. When these chips put together, as these two tables broke down, looks like Braxton's going to be your chip leader with 192,000. Mark right behind him with 165. Moss still sitting pretty healthy with 130. Chucky and Brian both around the 100,000 mark. Tony just under 100. Billy 55,000 in chips, and then Spivey, like I said, the short stack with just over 30,000 in chips. A lot of action while I was out there working and y'all were in here.
Yeah. There's a lot of knockouts. These guys came to gamble for sure.
Well, the structure is very slow and low. This tournament's going to be dictated by poker, not really by the blinds, and which it should be in these high roller events. You want to make it up to the poker and not really the blinds making everybody make the moves.
Right.
Mark here on the button, going to play the ace-5, put some pressure onto the blinds, raise it up to 16,000. Billy getting out of the way, and Chucky not going to be able to call with the 3 deuce. So Mark there picking up some more chips. That's going to put Spivey in at the big blind. So he's going to be putting in about 1/5 of his chips in the big. It's time when you want to wake up with a good hand.
Yeah, I know. But, Spivey's pretty good at navigating, so I could see a spin up for him.
He's definitely has the tournament experience. He knows where he sits and knows what he needs to do to spin it back up for sure.
Mm-hmm. He's definitely one of the OG tournament winners.
Ahmed, we just moved to 2 tables, so 18 players left in this high roller event number 7, No Limit Hold'em Championship. Here you can see the prize pool, 62,000, and we'll get that updated with the $20,000 first place prize.
So that's a nice prize.
Yeah, I'm
Very nice.
definitely happy we got that 28,000 mark there. Do you see the 8th place at 2,600? Put it back on the action here as Billy on the button trying to pick up some blinds here. Goes all in with the king 4, but Spivey wakes up with pocket 10s.
Yeah, I don't think I like that jam by king 4 off.
I think Spivey's going to have a super wide range there, so you're going to be in pretty bad shape if he calls in that less, than 6 bigs.
Right.
Ace 8-4 on the flop. Billy needing a 4 or a king. 9 on the turn, no help. And ace on the river. Spivey is going to get the full double up to almost 70,000 in chips to put him just over 10 bigs. So, yeah, and that's going to knock down Billy quite a bit there. I don't think, like I said, I don't think he thought that Spivey would call off the rest of the stack. Hopefully not, but unfortunately, if you get called, you're pretty much dominated in that position there.
Yeah, and like you said, he's supposed to call pretty wide, just being that short. in the first
Absolutely.
place, so I wouldn't even want to face any random 2 cards with King 4.
Nah, just fold and let it go to the next hand. But what we were saying about Spivey being the navigator, Billy is definitely the same thing. Lots
Yeah.
of tournament table experience, and so that won't affect his mindset there, and he'll navigate what he's got left. About
Yes.
20,000 in chips. So 3 or 4 bigs. He'll need to find him a spot here in the next 5 or 6 hands before the big blinds get around to him. Daniel in seat 4 there. Chucky, yeah. He was on the feature table earlier and took a big hit on just he had a world draw.
Oh yeah,
And
told me about it in the back.
Yeah, and he called off a good third of his deck when he was one of the tournament leaders, and but he just had all the outs, you know. But seems like he's handled himself still about that 100,000 chip mark.
I just heard a call out. I don't know if that was a spoiler alert.
Yeah, I'm gonna shut that door there so we don't hear
Yeah,
hear the call outs here. We on a 15-minute delay, and we've got just like all live streams. Tell the players, don't come in here and tell us what happened, no matter how excited you are. You got to wait. Billy here found ace-8 offsuit in the cutoff, went ahead and put in his last few bigs. Brian, pocket 3, is going to give it a call here. A flop with Lauren, deuce 4-10, all hearts, going to give Brian more hard outs, and there it is right there.
GG Billy.
So good game indeed.
And he hits the set.
Just for fun there.
That sucks.
So Billy, but we just saw him on the live stream just
Yeah.
here the other day, taking down that. Which tournament did he? Wasn't the free roll, was it? No.
I think it was the mini main.
The PLO. PLO. He won the PLO championship yesterday.
No, I think Braxton and Colin did.
Which
Colin.
one did he? Oh, was it the mini main? It was the mini
Yeah,
main.
I think it was the mini main.
It's been a long week here at the West Texas Poker Championship Series, and it all kind of blends together. I know that I was saying that it was the first time that I've commented on Billy on live stream where he actually caught some cards. It seems like the last few times he's been on stream, he has just been completely card dead and handcuffed in bad positions. And he finally caught a little bit of run good and played it well on top of that, and that took him all the way to the end. So good on him to have a good deep run in this high roller, and we'll definitely see him again, if not tomorrow for the Big O Championship, but definitely the main event this weekend. Are you firing in the Big O tomorrow?
Man, these guys really like Big O out here, so I think I'm gonna just leave it to them. I think I don't have an edge in the field, so
Yeah, it's a completely different animal, that's for sure.
yeah. I mean, I might if I get bored, but I think I'm just gonna stay home and spend time with the girlfriend for a day before I come and fire the main.
Rest up for the main. Yeah.
Yeah.
That $50,000 guarantee tournament, $480 buy-in. 4 flights, 1 p.m. and 6 p.m. on Friday, and then again at 1 p.m., 6 p.m. on Saturday, and then the 10 p.m. turbo flight. So 5 chances to get your bag, and you can take 2 forward with you into Sunday, the day 2, the final day of this West Texas Poker Championship Series. It's been a good one. We've crushed every guarantee. We've had big pots, big payouts. Midland never fails to show up for these series when we put them on.
Yeah, I wish they ran more. I think it's been a minute since we've had one, right?
October was the last one. Like we're doing fall and in the spring right now.
Okay.
But this area could afford to do 3 or 4 a year, quarterly at least, I think.
Yeah, at least. Yeah. What happened to the main event? Because I know, not the main event, the high roller, because I know they were trying to promote it once a month.
Yeah, we were running it for once a month there for a while, and then it just got to be a conflict of schedules because, I hate to say it, but it kind of boils down to, 20, 25, 30 different guys that really play into that thing, and then you get into that tournament type season in January, February, and just the scheduling conflict with so many people. And we just kind of bowed out of it because we were doing that in the Big O Championship or Big O Monthly, and too many people just had too many tournaments coming up everywhere else, so we just kind of bowed out of it. But we could bring it back. I think the most exciting thing that we have right now at Kojaks is we're going to be bringing in the weekly cash games, the 5-10 and the 10-25s. We're going to be coordinating and organizing those, so be on the lookout to get on those private listings.
Nice.
We're going to be bringing those back here to Kojaks. Mark here, the 174,000 in the stack, waking up with pocket aces. He was just talking in the break about how he wasn't catching anything, and I guess the squeaky wheel gets the grease. Pocket aces here under the gun. Brian here, king 10 suited, good fold there. A lot of people play that hand, that queen 10, looking real pretty and get themselves in some tough spots. So Mark finally catches a hand, and no one wants to play, and there you see the head shake of disgust. He's
No action.
Yeah, he's a hyper regular, as I like to call him, in San Angelo. One of the nicest guys you can meet and play poker with, and he can play at any level. I've seen him play 50-cent dollar games, and then he's texted me sitting in Vegas playing the 2040s, and I mean any level he wants to play, but he plays them all the same.
Nice.
He loves people, he loves the game, and he'll sit there and tank whether it's an $8 call or an $80,000 call. It's kind of hilarious and unique to have people that just enjoy the game and the competition and the camaraderie, and he is one of them. He's not in it for the stakes. He's in it for the fun of it.
That's good. It's good to have people like that.
Oh, absolutely.
Tony folds queen 6 suited. I think I would have raised.
I don't know if Tony will ever do that, but I just know where you're coming from on that. Mark here in the big blind. Braxton raised to 13,000. Mark's going to make the call halfway there. So heads up to a flop, 2 big chip stacks, 9, 9, 10. I think that's a gin flop for Braxton, Cruz.
Yeah, it's perfect. I think he checks it too, right? Good
Yeah,
check by him.
yeah. So the only way Mark's going to get in trouble here is if he catches a king, queen, or jack here on this river, but I don't think Braxton's going to be able to extract. Oh, he does hit
my
the
goodness
jack.
Gracious.
Luckily, maybe he'll see the diamonds and not, but he's going to pay off a little bit there. Braxton did not bet a lot, 16,000.
Yeah.
Braxton made it too cheap.
Yeah. Great. Just a flat call on the river by Mark. I would have raised for sure.
Yeah, and Mark very conscientious of knowing that Braxton's one of the few spots at the table that can really put a dent in that stack.
Yeah.
Mark sitting there with 154,000. Braxton just put himself over the 200,000, 220. I think that's the high point of the tournament so far. Brian 128,000. Daryl 118,000. Chucky just under 100, and so Spivey and Tony are your short stacks right around 75, 80,000 in chips. Blinds are 3 and 6, so the blinds are starting to get up there, but so far it's been all about the poker, not about the blinds. Spivey here, queen, jack. He's kind of got that awkward chip stack size there to where any kind of decent raise is already committing a lot of your stack and makes for an awkward stack to pot ratio. So see him here, 15,000. And he's got a lot of hands waking up behind him. Tony, ace-10, makes the call. Moss now looking down at ace-king offsuit in the cutoff. Getting out some chips, may see a 3-bet here. 125,000. Looks like it is a 3-bet. Let's see to how much.
He should just do like 40.
47. Very specific number there. Braxton lets his go. Mark, no going. Daryl looks at a weak ace. Now, Spivey, it's tough here when you raised it and then you called. Someone called you and then a 3-bet. And so it's just going to go fold, fold. So full-on squeeze there from Moss. Like I said, it's Spivey's one of those situations that I think if you're going to raise with Queen Jack and somebody's going to come back at you, you might as well just decide at that point or just not play it at all.
Yeah, yeah. It's a tough spot to be in for sure.
But he is about to be the big blind next hand, so maybe he can get the extra equity in picking up one more here under the gun to get all the chips in the middle. Kelly on the YouTube chat says, "Duh, plays one hand an hour. Of course he has aces." Well, that when you're playing in a high roller tournament, some people want to select their hands a little bit tighter.
Ain't nothing wrong with it.
Especially when he's got second, third, and chips at the table, and he's been amongst the chip leaders for the majority of the tournament. No real reason to get too crazy, but I'll just go ahead and call Mark out. He is a tight player. He's one of my best friends, and but he just plays poker. So Moss, who won one of our first events, got himself a trophy. I think
What event did he win?
it was event number 1.
Really? Hmm.
To go back and take a look, but yeah, he's collected one of the trophies this series.
Those are nice trophies. I'm assuming y'all got them from the same place that Champions gets theirs.
I think so. Charlie is in charge of the trophies and does a fantastic job. And they looked. I didn't get to see the Champions trophies, but apparently they look a lot like that. But I really like that smoke look.
I like it too. Yeah, I think this is the first time I played tournaments just to try to win the trophy.
Charlie's pretty good at it. Spivey here might get in trouble with his stack. Both players king queen versus king 8, flop of ace king 4. Daryl bet 15,000. Spivey just makes the call with only 30 behind. He's got a 0.5 to 1 stack ratio here, so he may be committed. Check from Spivey. If Daryl checks it here, he's going to get the rest of Spivey's stack cruise.
Yeah.
Especially with that ace comes out, makes it even less likely that he has the ace. So.
Oh, Spivey's going for a block bet. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, anything he bets, Daryl's gonna call, if not put him the rest of the way in. Now he just made the call, so Spivey bets half his stack and leaves himself some laddering chips behind.
I like that play a lot. That was a very good play.
Just in case, yeah, that's so as long as you're still sitting there, you have a chance, and he generated that for himself by dictating that river action. But that check on that turn sealed that deal, and then the ace made it even worse.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Moss won the round of each, or level of each, no let home PLO event number 2.
Man, good for him.
Yeah. Yeah, he almost $3,000 in one of those trophies. Speaking of Moss, here he is, middle position, ace king offsuit. Looks like he's got 15,000 in his hand. Braxton 10-9 suited, wants to see a flop. Mark, who's been bored, still disciplined fold with the queen jack offsuit.
Oh my goodness, Chucky.
Yeah, he's on the button and making what he thinks might be a little squeeze play.
Chucky.
King 10 offsuit for Chucky. Looks like he put out all of his chips there. Yeah, he's only for 82,000. Now that is a lot of chips. Don't get me wrong. I like the fact that he's going all in while he's still got enough to do damage to a lot of players. But unfortunately, when you got a raise and a call in front of you, you're only going to get called by way better.
Yeah, especially from these positions.
Yeah. Moss, middle position, the one initially raising it up and being flatted behind with Braxton out of position, and on him. So it's on Chucky. So it's toughy there. Moss isn't thinking here about folding. What Moss is thinking of what he wants to do with Braxton behind him. And I think he's going to isolate.
Yeah, he did.
And Braxton may be having flashbacks to his WSOP where it should have been 2v1 to eliminate a player. I don't know if you remember that or not.
2v1.
Where it had 3 players and one was all in and guy bet him and pushed out. Braxton was like, well, what are you doing? We're trying to eliminate somebody. And that was
what that
there. So a 10 and only a 10 will keep Chucky in the tournament. Not going to happen. So good run to Mr. Chucky. Said he was a player out of Odessa, if I believe somebody
Yeah.
said earlier. Yeah, not from.
Gardendale.
Yeah. Definitely known by lots of players here, but hadn't had the fortune of meeting him before, so I wasn't sure who he was. We had a lot of people from El Paso here today. I don't know if you saw that.
I saw Maury. He comes down here often. I haven't seen Dante yet. Dante usually shows up.
Yeah, from what I heard, Dante's going to be here this weekend for the main.
Tough opponent.
Oh yeah, it's funny. I went to El Paso about a month ago. Went to House of Kings. They were having a large event, and I was playing in the cash game because my flight was leaving before the day 2, so I didn't get to play in the main event. And I was at the cash game, and somebody's walking over to me and taps me on the shoulder, and it's Dante. You know, he's out of El Paso.
Yeah.
Said, "What are you doing over here?" And I said, "Just hanging out." And he was there to play in the main, and there was 60, 70 people there playing in that thing, and everyone in that club knows Dante and was saying, "You're going to let somebody else win? You're going to let somebody else take this thing down?" He's a feared player in El
Yeah.
Paso, and he ended up winning that event too. I see him chop first. I mean, he's a beast.
It doesn't surprise me.
Yeah.
He's a very strong player.
Yeah,
so.
he's so the reputation he carries here in Midland goes doubly over there in El Paso on his home turf.
I bet. Yeah, it'd be cool to play with him again.
Yeah, like I said, one of them had said that he said he was coming for the main this weekend. Super nice guy. He's a some kind of weapons tech or specialist for the military there in El Paso, and so they call him John Wick
John Wick.
at
Makes
House
all
of
the
Cards. That's his name. Is they call him John Wick.
I would have never guessed that.
Yeah, he's some sort of weapons guy there in El Paso, and so it has lots to do with the military weapons, so they call him John Wick. Hand number 201 here on this feature table, but not with these guys. We've rotated people in and out all day long to give everybody a little bit of chance on the feature table, and we're going to take it all the way down to a 10-handed final table, and we're going to have 8 places paid on this event, and I keep losing those numbers, and I don't know why, but it's $20,000 is what they're playing for, and at the end there, I think the min cash for 8th place is $2,600, so double the money for 8th place. Braxton here under the gun. Queen Jack offsuit, raise it up, and Spivey puts in his last 12,000 with King 10 suited. I don't hate it when you've got 3x the money coming in, I guess, from an outside the blind raise. And Moss makes the call of only 6,000 more. So side pot action still between Braxton and Moss, both over 200,000 in chips. So it'd have to be quite a train wreck for them to have a side pot action.
I think Spivey's gonna win this one. I have a feeling.
Well, he needs to dodge Queen Jack 9 or 7. There's an 8 on the turn, giving Moss all kinds of outs. Don't know. There's an 8 on the 5 on the turn, 8 on the river. So Moss is going to make the straight, and we are going to lose Spivey.
GG.
Third time is not the charm for Mr. Spivey, but good run here in this high roller event. And take a look here and see how many players are remaining. I can look at the live clock here. Like I said, we're watching a 15 minutes in the past, but on the live clock, we've got 12 left, Cruz. So they're dropping a lot faster than I expected here after this last break.
Yeah, it must be the blind jump or something.
Yeah, the blinds are only 3 and 6, but at some point in some of these tournaments, players start to play stacks more than they do what the actual blinds are.
Right.
Now, your better tournament players, obviously they're calculating in bigs and they're not going to ICM themselves to death. But a lot of people, don't think that way, don't play that way, and they just play stack sizes.
Right.
And so you'll have a lot of people who have 100 bigs and for somehow lose half of it.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
I know, that's the fun part.
Not much in this hand here. Folds around to Tony on the button, lets his king four go. Moss in the small blind. Interesting dynamic here. When Tony's the button, you've got Moss and Braxton in the small and big. And Moss just raising it up here. Both.
Oh, Braxton raised, it says. But
Oh, yeah, it looks like Moss just limped in and Braxton raised him, and Moss called it. So 2 big stacks, not afraid to throw it around a bit. Moss checks it over to Braxton, who still has jack high, but it is going to still work as Moss misses completely. So I think you might not see Moss limping in on his small blind to Braxton's big much after that. I think that was just kind of a signal chase there.
yeah, that's a nice little steal by Braxton.
Let's see if I can get those prizes up on the board. There they are. You can see there on your screen, 62,663 players, 1,000 each in the prize pool. The $400 you see there goes towards our Road to Vegas promotion. $400 from every one of these tournaments from back all the way in March. We're giving away 2 $10,000 seats to the WSOP main event at the end of this month. I'll get into more of that later in detail. As you see there, 8th place, 2,600, and ladders on up. Starts to get some big jumps between 4th and 3rd. 6,260 for 4th, 8,000 for 3rd, a little over 13,000 for 2nd place, and of course that 1st place. And yes, I padded it a little bit to make it an even at $20,000 for 1st place.
Yeah, I think that's a good choice. Makes it look a lot cooler.
It was only like, because you go off percentages, and it was just like a couple hundred off, and I was like, no, I can't have 19,000 and change. We got to make it 20.
Yeah. Sounds and looks way better.
Absolutely. And I'm kind of known across all the markets across the state for having very linear prize pools. I like a lot of people to get a lot of money.
Nice.
But here in West Texas at Kojak's, it's got to be top heavy.
Yeah, that's it. Play for big money.
Yeah, no, I've learned over the years here that I need to get out my 30% brackets and stuff when it comes to 1st place here.
Yeah.
Tony here in the cutoff, looking at Pocket Jacks, puts in his last 62,000. Still a good chunk of change for a lot of these players, so he's going to get a lot of fold equity still out of that stack. Even though in his position you probably do want a call, a lighter call, but
Looks like he got it through.
yep, everybody folds. So we have 6 people here at this feature table and 6 people on the outer table. So a couple more eliminations. We'll take a quick break, do a final table redraw, and we'll have 10 players paying 8 all the way down to 1. And I hope you are still tuned in. Quite a few people still tuned into Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch watching this event number 7. Appreciate each and every one of you. Lots of big stuff coming up for this live stream in the next few months. Getting a lot of equipment in. Going to get some table sound. May or may not regret that, but it'll be.
I think it'll be good.
It'll be fun. Brian here under the gun. Pocket sixes, 3x to 18,000. Folds around to the blinds. Daryl and Mark both unable to combat, so Brian picks up a good orbit there. And I was talking about that $400 deduction that we do. Been doing it since March. From March 9th until the next 7 days from now, I believe, we're going to have 2 tournaments, a Tournament of Champions and a Tournament of Leaders. What that is points leaders from all of the eligible tournaments back from March 9th. The top 9 points leaders are going to play a single table sit and go May 25th at 3 o'clock for a $10,000 main event seat. And then right before that, we're going to have the Tournament of Champions, which Johnny Blaze is in. He won one of our eligible tournaments, and so he's going to be in that Tournament of Champions playing for that other seat.
Heck yeah. My money's on him. I think he's going to win it.
No one's worked harder to improve their game, I can tell you that.
Yeah, he's a very, very smart guy. Very good at chess.
Yeah, he's put that brain to work on learning, analyzing, getting better, doing a lot of reading, a lot of researching, a lot of analysis like I said, not many people that have put as much work as he has into his poker game, and I'm sure his chess game as well.
Yeah, he's. I think if he played some rated tournaments, chess tournaments, he could be a national master.
You know, in 1999, I was a candidate.
No way.
I used to play around the country.
You were a candidate master.
Yeah,
What?
2340 was my highest rating ever, and it was a very short time. It's
Really?
usually high 2200s. Yeah.
What? I never would have guessed.
No,
You're very humble about it.
I took chess very seriously for about, well, from I was about 16 to 23, 24, 25.
What the heck? I
Played
did not know that.
played all over the country.
What? you still play or no on chess.com?
I don't know. I haven't played in years. Once I started getting into poker and stuff like that, but you know, back in my day, you go to those chess tournaments. There wasn't a lot of money in chess, and there still really isn't.
Yeah.
But there was a lot of Texas Hold'em that was played in chess tournaments.
Was there?
Yeah, that
Oh,
was
I
kind of the
wish-
side game for
Yeah,
real.
yeah.
Like, and we're talking early in the early 2000s when when poker kind of became a boom. Before the poker boom, you could play a lot of Scrabble and backgammon for money,
Yeah. I heard
and
about that. But
and then it became poker like that.
Yeah.
All those chess guys took up poker like you wouldn't believe.
yeah, I know a lot of chess guys transition into it. It's just so similar.
Mm-hmm.
It's crazy. I never knew you were that high rated.
No,
You never flexed it on us either.
no.
Too humble.
Well, not because I know that. I mean, the game has definitely passed me by, but I can still sit and play with some folk. But I've got some hardware at the house, and
Oh,
actually my
trophies or
parents'
what?
house. Yeah, trophies
Yeah.
and stuff. Yeah, I enjoyed chess. We played a lot. I played a lot all over the place, and
That's crazy.
now they got bullet chess. You know, because
I love
when we would play, we'd play 5 minute. You know,
Yeah.
and we're talking on the analog clocks, not on
Oh,
on an app.
Those are the worst.
But just like we have here, you know, the little click back, you know,
Yeah.
we'd play 5 minute chess, and now they're playing, like I said, 60-second bullet chess.
Why don't you play on chess.com just like a little bit?
I'm
tired of it?
I'm a very, very busy guy. I don't even play poker online.
Oh, really?
No, if I have time to play chess or play poker, I have time to take a nap.
Oh, okay. I guess I understand.
That's just how I roll.
They actually have I think like a state championship at the end of the month.
Really
I think in Dallas. I'm gonna go to it.
nice.
I gotta play the amateur section.
Yeah. The last tournament I ever played in was outside Pittsburgh, and I'll get into it real quick. We have a little slow action here, but I was outside of Pittsburgh, and there was the round robin level to where you play everybody like 4 or 5 times, you know.
Yeah.
And I was playing this guy, and I don't know if he was Russian or Ukrainian or Romanian, but it was one of those languages, you know.
Right.
And his dad was behind the ropes, but they weren't. I mean, he wasn't 6 feet behind him. He could see the board, and they kept talking in Russian.
Oh.
And so I told the director, I was like, "Hey, man, who am I playing here? Am I playing him or him?" I got upset because I'd made a blunder or something, you know. But
Yeah.
but it turns out that Russian guy, or whoever it was a somebody, and so they were like, "Just don't worry about it." And I was like, "No, I'm out."
Yeah.
But I was getting burned out by then. I was starting to get into other things, and you know, chicks in college and all that stuff. So chess kind of took to the wayside.
You know, it's funny now. It's like the problems that you have in today's modern chess tournaments is they think you're gonna cheat on your phone. Because I was playing this like 10-year-old kid one time, and it was my move. But I was really tired, so I went to the restroom to splash cold water in my face.
Mhm.
And then I like splashed cold water in my face, and I looked up in the mirror, and I see him like standing right behind me. Like he followed me to the restroom.
Really? Seeing if you were
Yeah.
looking at a solver?
Yeah, he thought I was gonna use the
Wow.
solver for a game. But he ended up being a cool kid. He's really cool.
Wow.
But
Brian here, top pair in the cutoff raise with ace-9. Braxton wanted to see a flop with the jack-5, but not going to continue here. So Brian picking up some more blinds, putting him close to that 100,000 mark. Now, you know, I still follow a lot of the chess scene, a lot of the popular streamers like your Botez sisters, your Gotham Chesses, you know, Hikaru, all those
Yeah.
kind of people, you know, and I think Lupo got busted for using a chess solver here recently.
what a lame. How are you gonna be like? I think he was like 600 rated, and he was cheating.
Yeah, it was just kind of he didn't care, you know.
And
But
why are you on stream and you're playing for like 100K grand prize. Like, what are
yeah.
you doing, bro?
It
Being
was,
silly.
and I had so much respect for that guy. It's like something I wouldn't think he'd ever do. He was like a dad of streamers, you know.
knew him or
Like,
what? You watched his stuff before?
I've actually been on Twitch since it was Justin TV.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I know all the streamers.
I never knew who this guy was, but I was like, this guy is lame.
Nah, he was one of the kind of OGs of Twitch, one of the faces for a while. Daryl's turn to try the aces here under the gun. Let's see if he can pick up any action here. He's going to reach up to 18,000. Blinds are now 4 and 8,000. Folds around to Braxton with the Jack 4. Mark has King Queen.
He's got to defend.
It's possible.
He's got to defend.
He's laid down a lot of hands, so
Nah, I mean, anybody would defend this, I think.
it's 10,000 more. He's already got 4,000 in there. Or 8,000 in there in the big blind. So, yeah, he's going to see a flop. And if he can stay away from a king or a queen high flop, he'll be fine. I don't think Daryl's going to slow play this one against someone like Mark. And that's the flop you don't want to see. Dry, separated, queen high, and Mark's going to lead into him. Now, how Daryl answers here is going to depend on how many chips Mark's going to lose, Alex.
Yeah, it's kind of tough. See, if I was in Daryl's shoes, dang, he bet big too. That's crazy. I think I would just call if I was Daryl.
If Daryl just calls here, and look at him, little Hollywood, little exhale, sip of the coffee, this is trouble for Mark. If he just flats here and we get a really innocuous turn card, Mark's going to have a stack to pot ratio, and that's it.
Yeah, like if he just calls, I think it would be a really good call. Because, you know, when guys do this out of the big blind, it's usually just like fishing, you know?
Yeah, and I mean, he's hoping that he's got exactly what, Daryl's hoping exactly what Mark has. You hope your opponent's sitting there with king, queen, queen 10, ace, queen.
Yeah.
But he is really laying on the Hollywood, and Mark's looking right at it.
Yeah, usually when, if I'm facing a bet and the guy's staring at me, it's usually just weakness. What the hell was
Whoa,
that?
we're gonna.
Oh, my God.
Okay.
God.
Okay, we're gonna.
Oh, my God. Go to commercial.
We're gonna. Okay, so we're gonna have to go back and look at that one and see.
Oh, my God.
It could have been a missed card read there.
No, I mean.
I know Mark's got a tight image, but.
Yeah, that was crazy. We thought he was gonna call a raise. But
I thought he was Hollywooding.
yeah, no, he was for real.
Goodness me. Okay, we're gonna look at that one later and ask him, see if he'll admit to laying down aces there or not, and if it was something completely different.
I guess if I were to lay down aces, he'd be one of the guys.
Oh no, that's like I said, Mark's he's him what they call donk leading is so strong. Don't get me wrong, but at some point you have to just.
Yeah, you just beat so many value hands.
Oh yeah.
So
I mean, in the big blind there. I mean, what's he? Is he gonna
he doesn't
call
have
your
seven.
pre with queen 7, queen deuce? I mean,
he wouldn't.
no. That's what I'm saying. So you got to put him on a queen 10, king queen, ace queen there, and that's right where you want him.
Yeah, and if it's a set, I think he checks 100%.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't know. I think Daryl might want that one back later, and a breath of life into Mark, because unfortunately, the chips that get into that stack, they kind of gather dust. They're hard to extract. I can say that. I'm his buddy. 5-9 deuce rainbow queen 10 by Moss. Braxton ace 10. Moss could be the first to act here. Reaching, don't know. He's going to check it over to Braxton. Braxton's going to bet this 100%. No, he didn't either. He's going to slow play it. I almost feel like he just doesn't want to mess with the big stack. But is he really going to fold ace 10 here?
I think Braxton should call.
If Braxton raises here, how strong would that be?
It'll be
But he
strong.
still calls. That's still strong. Great play there by Braxton to float. Moss could have ace high could still be good here a lot of the time.
Moss has got a fire, but I don't know if he will. It's kind of tough to
He'd have
just
to
double barrel.
He'd have to fire at least 50.
See, Moss is such a good player, man. I got to give him props.
No, there's nothing wrong with firing here, but the sizing has got to be significant. Braxton's going to call anything less than 50,000.
Okay. Yeah, you're right. That's too small. Yeah. But you know, like Braxton knows he also loses to like Ace Jack. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but the problem is Moss is in the cutoff, so you got to give him face cards at least, you know, or maybe a pair, over pair. But what is he firing with on the turn that he didn't see bet on the flop there? Unless he just was so strong, like pocket fives or pocket deuces,
Right. Oh,
But-
that's a nice call.
or was it a raise? No, he just called it.
Look at him. Look at Braxton.
Yeah, love an ace high turning over,
That's fun.
and I just knew he was going to call that too. If
It's hilarious.
Moss was going to have to fire at least 50 to get him to lay that down.
Yeah, you can't do no
No.
quarter size pot on the
No,
reverse bluff.
Not when you've been called on the turn and literally nothing but a couple, small straights get there. But he's in the cutoff, raising pre. He doesn't have anything there in his range. Like I said, unless he's just slow playing a flopped set.
Yeah.
And then at that point, it is what it is. But I think that just great play out of Moss. Not knocking that play at all. I just think against a player like Braxton, you got to bring a bigger bullet in the end.
Yeah, it was definitely a good play, but just not well executed at the end.
Wrong caliber. That's all.
Yep.
Tony here in under the gun. He's the short stack, 61,000. Blinds are 4 and 8, so he's under that 10 bigs territory. Mark here on the button. Braxton got some feel good chips there. I think he just raised in the cutoff with Queen 4.
Yeah, he's feeling himself.
Oh, and he's got a pocket pair out of Mark on the button.
Uh-oh.
And it'll be interesting to see here because Mark's going to call no matter what.
Yeah.
And is Daryl going to try to squeeze or raise with the ace king in the small blind, or does he flat after Mark calls here? Because that's pretty strong for Mark,
No, you just got
just
to rip.
because of who he is. And then you got Brian in the big pocket fives.
There you go.
Yep. He's going to go ahead and rip it in there, and that's going to be the end of this hand. He's got way too many chips.
Mhm.
Brian can't call the fives. Braxton was just
Feeling himself.
feeling himself. And Mark's not going to call off his tournament life with pocket sevens this late.
Nah, that's
So good choice by Daryl just to take down at that 50,000 pre, call it good. Well, and there they all go. So good play by Mr. Daryl. I got to remember to ask him if he had aces. I've got to ask him. I'm going to look him dead in the eye.
He had to. He had to. Any ace high, he's just folding, right?
Well, he Hollywooded for so long, so it's very possible he had aces. He wouldn't. He's not going to sit there and ho hum like that with ace king or ace queen. I mean, no, that queen was queen high board. He's not going to sit there and do that with ace king.
Yeah.
So woof.
It's all right. It's all right.
No, I mean, at the end of the day, you've won more than your fair share of tournaments, and sometimes when you're looking back, it's not always the calls you've made, but it's the laydowns that you've made, and sometimes those laydowns, just start a series of
I don't know.
good things.
I've gotten shown bluffs before for big pots and puts me on monkey tilt, but
So it doesn't always
no.
doesn't always get out of your mind as easy.
Well, see, my problem was I showed what I folded.
Mm-hmm.
Like, look, I'm not gonna pay you off, and then they showed me a bluff. I'm like, what the heck?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Got Bryce on to the YouTube. Somebody blow the dust off Hammy's chips. Bryce, one of my dealers there in San Angelo. He knows.
Whose hammy is that, Mark?
Mark.
Mark.
Blow the dust off his chips. I've actually walked over at San Angelo and took an actual canned air and went like this in
Did
front of everybody.
That's hilarious.
Moss here, going to raise it up. Ace 9, Brian makes the call with pocket nines. Ace high flop. Good check right here by Moss if he can do it. Just check one time. Nope. He's going to go ahead and bet it, and Brian's going to be able to get away from this one. He's still got 100,000 in his stack. Let that one go.
I'm surprised he didn't rip it pre-flop.
Yeah, you were talking about fold, giving yourself that one extra chance at fold equity. And I don't know if you're seeing it, but I'm starting to see it in a lot of events and a lot of stuff that you're starting to see a lot of people shove more in the 13 to 15 big range instead of getting down to the 10 and less.
Yeah.
Just because you want to get that extra oomph of fold equity out of somebody that's still damaging.
Yeah.
You kind of, are you starting to kind of lean that way, not let yourself get too low?
Yeah, of course. And You know, when especially over like a raise, I mean,
Yeah.
those are the most profitable shoves.
Absolutely. So I've just been starting to see a lot more wider ranges of 13, 14, 15 bigs just to give yourself that strength of fold equity against other stacks.
Hmm.
Braxton here picks up a real hand under the gun, ace queen offsuit, raising it up, no takers.
I like how Braxton always raises to two bigs.
Yeah, pretty
think-
consistent.
Yes, he's one of the few people that I've seen so far do that. Because, you know, I see some of these guys raise like 2.5 or 3x, and then when they get shoved on, they just fold, and they're just bleeding out extra money
Yeah.
for no reason.
Well, and at certain stages of the tournament, like this one, when you're playing down to try to get to a final table, you're going to get the same information 2x as you will from 2.5
Yeah.
or even 3, because people are kind of trying to make that final table bubble. And when you get to the pay bubbles, things like that, you can get the same information out of just a simple 2x without putting as many chips at risk and inflating the pots, things like that.
Exactly.
And if you have variable raising ranges, then you're just giving out tells on the strength of your hand.
Yeah.
So,
Exactly.
you know, and if you're going to have variable ranges, is you better, you know, unpolarize yourself and expand your ranges with different types of hands.
I think we're using too big of words right now.
Well, I think that I think there's not a lot of people even thinking that deeply.
Yeah.
Brian here, pocket jacks, no action.
See, I don't want action. When I get this deep in a tournament, I'm 100% okay just taking down the blinds.
Oh yeah, the blinds aren't quite punishing just yet for everybody, but when you get deeper into a tournament, all you're trying to do is survive orbits. You're just trying to ladder. And don't get me wrong, not everybody's trying to ladder. Some of the money doesn't mean as much to others, and they're playing for trophies, and you got to just decide who that is at the table and play them accordingly.
Yeah.
But most everybody's, you know, trying to get their money back, trying to make a little profit, trying to make it worth their time, and so
Right.
ladders are real for most people.
Right, yeah. I think the smaller stacks need to, I think they need to just get a little crunk, you know, just get a little crazy right here because, you know, the bubble's coming up, but it's still, you know, relatively speaking, like, was it 4 people away, 3 people away? But
Number 4 away, and like we said, you don't want to get yourself too short.
no, you don't want to get yourself too short, and, you know, what Braxton's doing, like this,
Yeah,
this is perfect. Like,
3 betting here. Moss on the button, raised it up, and Braxton 3 bets him from the small with ace 6. Of course, Moss is going to be doing this with a lot weaker hands. The button, it's like when you raise on the button after it's folded all the way to the button, it's always sus. I mean, everybody thinks you're full of crap when you raise on the button trying to steal the blinds anyway. So,
I think Moss has to click it.
yeah, you
He
got
has
to
make
click
it
that. Yeah,
80K.
yeah,
It's
yeah,
literally
yeah.
a min click.
Yeah,
Cause,
but
like, because of this.
because of this flop,
Yeah,
exactly.
Exactly. Now
And
he's just gonna get bluffed
He's
off.
he's still ahead, but there's no way he can call. I mean, even if he thinks Braxton's got nothing here now, I don't know Moss all that well. He does have a trophy already in this series, and he's an accomplished player. He could float for 15 because it's such a small bet to the pot ratio here. So he could float for 15 and see if Braxton just shuts down on the turn, maybe.
He can't fold a 15K here. But
No, I mean but he, you know, how
Oh my, Moss, Moss, you.
no,
Braxton, show him.
no,
Show him.
show-
No, he's Moss, what are you? Oh my.
I think you've got a call there just because of the stack, of the pot size, and maybe it does shut down Braxton. Maybe Braxton only has, you know, 9-10 suited, Jack 10, you know, not ace 10.
Well, the thing is, it's like ICM is getting kind of heavier right now, and ICM, when you get to this point, it's just a pre-flop game. So you don't really want to be taking these hands post-flop, you know?
No, and like you said, the min click there would have finished that hand pre-flop.
Yeah,
you
that's
know,
what you do. And then if he shoves, like,
then
get
you,
away from
you
it.
just, you just go away. You know?
But, you know, how many people do you know are willing to 5-bet rip as a bluff? Like,
Well,
I can't.
Braxton would be one of the only ones, to be honest.
I
with
honestly
you.
don't see it from him either.
Well,
Like,
because he's got enough competitor in him. He wants to win. You know, and it's,
Yeah.
you think about the money, but he wants the trophy.
yeah, but 5-bet bluff, like, I haven't seen it from anyone.
Not even him now.
Nobody out here. Yeah, that's like the wizard kids out there. You know, 5-bet bluffing like ace 4 suited or something.
For sure. Brian here into the gun at pocket kings. Braxton's got pocket sevens. He may feel like this is aces with some of the hands he's been seeing.
I wouldn't mind a 3-bet here. So like, well, not against under the gun, but I think sevens is probably like the bottom of my 3-bet range, being on the button versus a late position open.
Yeah.
Let's see, Braxton might steal this one too.
Yeah, ace, queen, 5. And if Braxton leans into it, Brian could go away. This betting size here is going to tell a lot. Looked like 16 maybe?
I think,
12.
Yeah, I
That's-
think Brian should size up here because
Yeah.
this flop hits him so hard, and this is one of those hands that you just kind of be one and done. Because now, yeah, Braxton can float easy
He's
and just try
gonna-
to steal it.
Float or even raise here. No, he's
Oh,
just
yeah,
gonna bow down. So these guys are I almost feel like they're not. I'd like to see him think for about 20, 30 more seconds. Just, you know what I mean? Well, that's what the screen
Go
said.
ask him. But don't ask him on break, not in front of everybody. You got to save face.
We all were in there watching, and we're like, "There's no chance." That we all were like in unison. No way.
I thought he was Hollywooding for the raise.
That's what I thought. I could not believe that. I was like, "There's no chance." Just
Got-
one bet.
Nassim here in the booth. Everybody's still questioning what Daryl laid down there, but you know that Daryl is still sitting there, and that's at the end of the day, that's what counts.
I was gonna say they always tell you people can make all the comments you want, but at the end of the day, they say, "Are you still? Do you still?" have
You
to
still in
play
it?
the game?"
Exactly.
Okay, you made the right move.
Now here's Mark again with pocket aces. Let's see what happens this time. Braxton's going to be bluffing into him in the cutoff there, trying to pick up some blinds with 5-4 offsuit. Let's look at Mark's sizing here, because he is going to 3-bet this pot. It's just a question of how much, and Innie's going to get Braxton out of there. He's not going to.
Should make it like,
Yeah, he's not going to take Mark lightly. Mark could min click him back, and Braxton still might fold to Mark. So,
I think you should make it like 40K.
yeah, it looked like that was exactly what it was.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
what
I was thinking a little more than 2x back, and it's just going to go boom boom fold. So Mark picks up some blinds plus some there. So got a little bit out of the aces. Sometimes with things like aces and kings, a little bit is better than the alternative sometimes. It is 2:40 a.m. and we still have a lot of viewers. Very, very happy and impressed. And
Hey, more people hopped on too.
yeah, it's we're about to get down. I'll do a little live view here. We have at most 12 players left. Could be on that. Yeah. I'll look at the live clock here. We have 11 players, so one more player eliminated. We'll be down at the final table, and you'll get to see the top 8 take home cash prizes for their efforts. Moss here under the gun. Got some raising chips together. Let's see. 17. Mark now with the ace king.
That man's running hot.
Yeah, he's starting to catch some hands now, so we need to see what he wants to do with these.
Just rip it.
It's a lot.
I
But
would.
Moss is under the gun, pretty strong. And looks like he just flatted. So Moss here definitely will be following this up. So we get a pretty innocuous board here. May see a C-bet and Mark let it go. 10-9-5. So let's see what kind of stance Mark wants to make. They're not terribly. Oh, a check to Mark. That's some respect there. Mark bets 30,000 right here. The hand's over.
Do you think,
No.
yeah, I was going to say, do you think he's capable?
Is he? But is he? He's not going to do it. But is he capable? Sometimes. Yeah, you might see this just go check, check all the way. No, he's actually reaching. Look at this.
Hmm.
Well done, Mark. Applause. I don't know where the button is. I'd let Charlie hit it. That's 25,000. And Moss,
Oh,
interesting.
You don't believe him.
Very interesting. 8 on the river does bring home the front door spades and some straight draws. I think Mark may just surrender here and turn this one over. Too much developed on the river unless he just wants to really bluff at it.
That'd be sick if he did, just because he has the ace of spades.
Yep. Ace blocker.
If he bets like 60K, that would be nasty.
They're going to check it down, and Mark's going to take this one down anyway. So, I think if I'm in Moss's position there on that turn, if you're going to call, you might as well raise because if you're right, you're right, and if you're not, you're not.
Yeah, just
And-
like check raise them.
Yeah, and just put him in the blender on that one, just in case Mark is betting a developed draw or something, or decided to bet the spade draw that he flopped on the turn. Got him an anonymous user on YouTube. We're here for the BBC commentary. That's it. Baby Boy Cruz.
Man, stop it.
I don't know what anybody else is thinking, but that's Baby Boy Cruz here in the booth.
Nothing means nothing else. So.
Reese and Alex in the commentary booth waiting for this final table. See how this tournament culminates here late on this Wednesday night. But when you have a main championship, no limit hold'em high roller, they're going to run long, and it's got to be worth it when these guys have put up 1,200 apiece into this event number 7. Brian wanting to look at Tony's chips in the small blind there. Throws the ace-6 away. Tony said, you weren't wrong, I was shoving. Ace-4 offsuit, but Moss not looking at anything to defend with, so he's going to stay alive. Pick up another big blind. So just a quick update on the chip stacks. Mark sitting at 221. Braxton at 282. Those are your 2 big stacks. Daryl, Brian, and Moss all around 140, 150, 160 each. And then Tony, your short stack, 50,000 in chips. One good pot for any of these guys, and they got the chip lead at the table, so it's still by all means anyone's game.
Yep.
Now this is in my opinion, the worst spot on the table for the button. 2 of the bigger stacks, both players capable of making some moves, and Daryl's waking up with ace-queen off in the hijack middle position here. Brian, king-9 into the muck, Tony into the muck, Moss not having anything to do with it. Braxton nothing to do with it, so nope, never mind. Braxton wants to battle Daryl. Post-flop, makes the call.
Yeah, I don't mind it.
No.
You know, you're close to the bubble and you got a big chip lead. You can really put pressure on some of these guys.
Yeah, Braxton likes this flop, I promise. It's close, but Daryl likes it more. Bet another 20,000. Let's see if Braxton was to put in about 8% of his chips.
Yeah, I wonder if he's going to try to bink a gutter on him. Nope.
No, he
Discipline.
does let it go, but you know, I understand, you know, Braxton defending there, you know, random cards, but Daryl's a good enough player that you can get him off of good hands, even if he really did fold those pocket aces.
The base ace.
Daryl can level himself into folds, and I don't mean that in a negative fashion. I just mean he's a good enough player to know that this is a place I need to fold in.
Right.
Yeah. Kelly, I understand. All for lots of play, but some of us got to get up and go to work. I do too. I've got a whole other event that starts tomorrow. And I don't mean at 6 o'clock. We open up for that early Big O cash game tomorrow. Then I've got to do it all over again for the next 3 days. Did Moss just shove here on the button with King 4?
Moss, what are you doing?
And Braxton's woke up with queens in the small. Unbelievable.
Moss, there's no reason to jam right there, brother.
There, now he wants a count, and Moss is thinking, oops. I don't understand. I mean, it's completely up to him. You've got, you know, what, 14, 15 bigs. You're about to go to a full table where you have more hands per orbit to see.
Well, he might hit a king, but yeah, Braxton's not folding here.
No, this is a tournament decider here for Braxton.
Oh my God.
Yeah, that's
this is bad.
rough. So,
Oh my goodness.
wow, both Mark and Daryl are okay with this hand, no matter which way it comes out.
I guess this is why we saw 11 out of 12.
Yeah,
instead of 12.
maybe. So Moss here needing a Miracle King. See what Bree it puts out on the flop here.
Oh,
And there it is,
my
right
God.
on the flop.
This silliness.
Braxton pays the price,
Oh, my God. Oh,
catches Moss with a misstep, and still pays the price. That's the most painful part of this game.
yeah. Well, that's the beauty of poker. You could just gamble and get lucky. So,
Yeah, you can be correct and still get punished.
yeah, it's no justice in this game ever. Oh, man. I know
Yep, and
Braxton's on
there
tilt.
goes the massage.
Yeah, Braxton's like, all right, you can leave.
Yeah, now's no longer the time.
She was unlucky.
Oof, oof, oof. These are the times when I'm okay we don't have audio, Cruz.
Yeah, you know Braxton's saying something. Man, look at Moss's shoes. He's got some nice shoes on. They look like
Clean.
Gucci's.
Clean. Yeah, tough one there. Braxton's done with that massage.
Yeah, I would too.
Now he's still got 125K. Obviously not the stack he had a moment ago, but he's not on life support by any means. Now let's see how he responds to that turn of events. Yeah, Kelly's saying Mark folded a king as well, so that was a 2-outer.
Uh-oh.
Braxton looking down at an ace.
Wonder if he just ripped it.
No, he only bet it to 20, and it's going to work as Daryl and Mark don't wake up with anything, unless Daryl wants to maybe make a play back at him. Daryl may know that he's steaming, but may not be the time to mess about with it. So
Those shoes, though. Them Gucci's.
yeah, Bryce, that was the Martine Donkey. So we are in a 15-minute delay, but I don't mind giving a little spoiler alert since it is late. Stick around. We're going to be at the final table. Don't know if it's an elimination off of this table or an outer table, so it's not that big of a spoiler, but it's just letting you know to stick around. We're going to see who the final 10 are here shortly.
We just saw it.
And we muted there for spoiler alerts. Had to have some players come in and tell us some stories. So back to the action here. Mark in the cutoff, ace, king of spades.
Man, he's been getting some good hands.
Yeah, he's
Aces twice, ace king twice.
yeah. And he, like I said, he was complaining to me earlier during the break that he was just so card dead.
That's all you got to do.
Whine a little bit and get the cheese.
He's cheesing right now.
Nobody waking up with anything there, so still stacking some blinds here. So yeah, the players have been moved. The final table is set. Don't know if it's someone from this table or an outer table that's going to be eliminated, but stay tuned. We're going to take you there. And we'll have a short break while we redraw this final table here at event number 7 at Kojaks in Midland, Texas. The 2025 Poker Championship Series High Roller Championship, $1,200 buy-in and almost $63,000 prize pool. $20,000 up top is what these guys are playing for. $20,000 first place prize. Incredible turnout. Braxton here, king 5 of diamonds under the gun, raised it up to 20,000. Daryl's turns with queens. What do you think, Cruz? Snap this back.
I would just rip it.
You got 175,000.
It's a lot, but Braxton's until I would hate to raise and just get called.
Again, what sizing makes sense that doesn't overcommit you anyway?
Yeah. Well, he's only got 20 bigs, and
Yeah.
Braxton made it 2.5.
No, that's the play. Just take it down there.
Yeah. If Braxton just opened to 2 bigs instead of 2.5, I might have just 3-bet. But since there's that extra half a big, I might just
Yeah.
be.
But you're still you're still putting 60. Still putting 60 out of 175 in there.
Oh, he's on tilt. Look at him.
He's definitely tilting, thinking about it. He's like, I just got beat by King 4s. King 5's better.
I think I've seen some guy do this trick before.
But he thinks better of it, and good on him to do that. But he is tilted. You see him doing the dealer's job there, pushing all the chips, moving the button.
Was he?
Yeah.
He wants to get on to the next hand already. He's like, let's get this over with. I don't blame him to get sucked out on like that at 2 a.m.
A guy steps right into your lap like that and
then
gets out. Yeah, that's
That's so nasty.
tough.
Poker's so sick, dog.
So sick. So sick.
Poker's so sick, babes. When you see Monster, you think after all these years he changed, but nope. Still the same.
Basil, I got Cruz here in the booth.
Good Lord, them dealers.
Folding on around, no one waking up with anything except for Tony on the button.
Big Tone.
It's a pretty wide jam range there on the button. He may get called down lightly here by a tilting Braxton for sure. Let's see what the graphics catch up here and show what he have. There is the call, so we were correct. Let's see what it was with.
I think
pocket tens. Yeah, that's rough. Now he's just laughing. He's like, this is ridiculous.
I predict Braxton hits a 10.
Do you think this is the elimination that takes us to the final table, or is it one from the outers?
No, I think it's this one.
Tony at risk, 38,000.
Told you.
There's a 10 right on it right there.
No justice in poker, man.
No justice in poker. So it was from the feature table. Great run, Mr. Tony, who had a great run in this tournament. He's been on some feature tables and played well this series. Definitely looked for him in the main. So they're four-handed. So that's going to take us to a final table. And as I said, Reese here in the booth with the one and only Alex, tournament champion king all over the place is what it is.
I don't know what the right word is.
One of the local wizards.
I just like playing cards.
But we are going to take a quick break as they draw out this final table. Not going to take them too long. But actually, we're going to flip back over because they played one more hand here. Brian goes all in the cutoff with ace-king. Let's see if something else dirty happened.
I think that's it. Final table time.
Nothing for Mark there. Yeah, let him draw. Let him spread out and pack back in here. And we're going to take it all the way to a winner, guys. So we're going to have 10 left here shortly. They're all going to be here at this feature table. And like I said, 8th place, $2,600, all the way up to first place of $20,000. So
nice.
Stick around. I don't know how long it's going to take. Won't be a full break, but hang in there. Still a lot of you tuned into all the social medias, YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch, and see who gets that fantastic trophy and that $20,000 first place prize. Hang in there. Stick around. Don't go anywhere. Join us all the way to the end. See you in a few.
Do you think
we're going to make a quick check back into this. We had the floor bring in one player, so I think we've got one more elimination to go before the final table. So I think we moved in, and we've still got 5 here. So we're going to stick with this because they're still playing some hands here. We're on a 15-minute delay. And but I know that they go to the final table here shortly. We just want to make sure that it wasn't here out of this table. Braxton going to raise it up in the cutoff with queen at 10 offsuit. Moss makes the call, ace 10, 3 king jack. Moss going to check it over to Braxton. Braxton going to bet his open-ended draw. And it's only 12,000, so Moss is going to be strung into this one. Moss looking for an ace, queen, or nothing, and still have the high card. See what Braxton's sizing is here. If he try to get down to showdown, try to see a free river, that's what he does, Cruz.
Oh.
And there's the queen for Moss to steal it. So Braxton's steam levels aren't getting any lower.
I think he folds the river though.
No, he's not going to call off any bet here, anything of any size anyway.
Oh, this is way too big.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
nice
he's
fold.
disgustedly fold there.
Look at Moss.
I think he showed him ace nothing, but I think the other one was face down, but it don't matter. I mean, Braxton knows that
Yeah, he's beat.
I got there. Yeah, stick around and see. I don't know if it's one of these guys that get us down to final table or not, but I know it's going to be here any moment. We've got Mark in seat 1, 209,000. Daryl seat 2 at 207,000. Brian 128,000, and seat 6 Moss 311,000. So big chip swing there, and Braxton 135,000. And Braxton under the gun here ships it with ace king suited. Mark queen 10 in the cutoff. Not going to make this call with queen 10. Daryl suited king jack, pretty hand, but can't call off the all in. Brian not wake up with anything, and Moss not having anything. So Braxton flipping the cards down and
You mucked that so hard.
yeah, getting that free round of blinds there, which is valuable with his chip stack. Blinds are 4,000 and 8,000. Once again, it's so late, I don't mind spoiling it just to let people know that things are moving. We are at the final table live. We're on a 15-minute delay, so they're going to be bringing in the other half of this table any moment, but we're going to stick with you here until make sure that it's not one of these guys that knocks it down to 10. Usually I'm not big on spoilers, but at the end of the day, it's 3 a.m., and I want you guys to know that things are about to get hot and heavy. I wonder if that pay bubble at 8 is going to be strung out a little bit. What do you
Sure.
think?
Yeah, I'm sure.
Sit and play 9 hours for nothing.
Yeah, no one's gonna go out that easy.
6-10-4 rainbow here. Braxton top pair going to make a small little bet there. Doesn't matter. Moss doesn't have anything, so Braxton's still stacking chips. Yeah, I think Daryl and Mark have caught some cards and they've danced a little bit, but I think you're going to see the left-hand side of this table kind of hunker down while Braxton's on this tirade. I think they want to kind of stay out of his way, get to the final table.
Yeah, that's definitely the dynamic I'm seeing.
Yeah, it's definitely the ICM play is to kind of lay low right now and not get involved in the.
Yeah, look, Braxton's got 52% VPIP.
Yeah,
That's
nice.
wild.
He's gonna get those chips back, or get out, one or the other.
Die trying.
Moss here, ace 10 diamonds on the button, raising it up. Braxton, ace king. What's gonna happen here, Cruz?
I think Braxton's gonna rip it.
There it is.
Yeah.
155. Moss, 125. It's half his stack. Don't know if he can call this off. Ace 10 suited, even with as bad a tilt as Braxton's appearing to be on. Can't really call this, can you, Cruz?
No. Sadly, no. If this was like a tournament where I didn't know the guy, yeah, I would call. But
Yeah, but Braxton's good enough to put the act on there and make you think that he's still tilting and wants you to think that.
yeah, and then Moss pays like 4x on the button, and Braxton's a smart guy. He knows he's not going to do that without a good hand. So
Yeah, I like Braxton's shove no matter what. I mean, you're taking. I mean, he's picking up a good chunk of chips
yeah,
just by Moss folding. So
that is a good chunk.
especially when it's just ace king high, and Moss folds it face up, maybe to try to entice Braxton to show. There he showed it. Yeah, he did.
He did show it.
Look at the jawing. Like I said, can't wait for the microphones, but I'm okay that we don't have them right now.
No, what am I saying? It's fun.
I think that was probably the end of that dynamic there. If both of these players make it to the final table here shortly. Nope, here we go. Now we're at the final table right now. Okay, we're going to take a quick break, guys, while they get this redraw and watch the rest of this battle. I cannot wait for this. Stay up, stay tuned. Still plenty tuned in. Watch the ending with us. Hang in there. We'll be right back. And we are at the final table here. The final 10 out of 63 for this event number 7. We've got lots of chips in play. I'm not going to go through all of them completely, but go through some of the notables. Adolfo, seat number 6, 617,000 in chips. He did some cleaning of the house on the outer tables. You see there all of those pink 5,000 chips plus those black 25,000 chips. So Adolfo, seat 6, your significant chip leader. Second in chips is Moss. We just saw on the feature table, 265. And then Daryl, the last one in the 200,000s, 207,000. Several people just under 200. Short stack is Adam with 97,000 in chips. Queen 710, 2 diamonds here. Adam picks up the diamond draw. Top pair for Brian. You may see Adam put in the last of his chips here. No, or Adam just bet it, yeah. So king on the turn, no help. Brian still ahead with the queen. Adam trying to check, slow down, do some pot control here to try to get that diamond on the river. Does not happen. So Brian is going to be best here. So Adam's going to get a little bit shorter here at this final table. Brian's going to bet, and Adam's going to have to let this one go. So you just saw Adam there in seat 1, 87,000 the short stack at the table, and then Adolfo, seat 6, 617,000. So these players made it to the final 10, and then had a redraw at a final table. So a little different dynamic than before. Braxton there, seat 8, just off screen there. And we had Joni in the 9 seat. I think she was Lucy. Now she's Gracie. Daryl here under the gun. Blinds are 5 and 10,000. Ace Queen offsuit. Let's see what kind of sizing he chooses here. After this hand, I want to show you guys these chip stacks. This is incredibly close with just 1 or 2 outliers. No one waking up with anything here to combat the ace queen. So Daryl there is going to pick that up. There's these stacks. There's Adolfo, 617,000, and then Moss and Daryl over the 200. And then look at the middle of the pack. Mark, Braxton, George, Vac, 193, 193, 175, 174, 138, 126. All of these players, separated by very, very few bigs. One good hand could shift a lot of this leaderboard. Only 8 are getting paid. Only 8 players are getting paid at this final 10. See if I can pull up the payouts here. Here you see 62,600 in this prize pool. 8th place, $2,600 on this $1,200 buy-in. So doubling their money for their 8th place finish. No one wants to get that 8th place spot except for the guys who get knocked out in 9th or 10th here at this final table. These guys are playing all the way up towards the top. 8,000 for third, 13,000 for second, and $20,000 for that first place prize here in this event number 7. So just an incredible, incredible event. And these guys have all got to be feeling that big buck top first place prize right now. Trying to get us back up on Facebook. Looks like we lost Facebook, but it looks like we're still live on. Looks like we're still live on YouTube. Yeah, let us know if you're watching on YouTube or Facebook here. I want to make sure we don't get this far for nothing. Got to catch up to this hand, though. Braxton and Moss, they have continued the animosity. Braxton raised it up 20,000 with pocket deuces, and Moss calls 15,000 with the ace-king. Check on this ace-ace flop for Moss. Now he's trying to reel in this final river bet here. 75,000 out of Braxton. Pocket deuces just does not look as good here. So Braxton makes a good lay down there, saves his 153,000 in chips. Like I said, we are going to try to pick things back up on Facebook here shortly. Showing still live on YouTube, so I apologize to anybody on Facebook here. Try to pick this back up on Facebook. Lots of people still watching on YouTube. So bear with us here for the technical difficulties. Adolfo's, I think, going to be content to sit back and see how this final table develops with all of these shorter stacks. Moss here on the dealer button, waking up with pocket queens. See what kind of sizing he chooses. Looks like he made it at least 20. Yeah, 2x there, just trying to entice a call here. Daryl not waking up with anything, and Vac not having anything, so not going to get paid on his queens here, unfortunately, for Moss. Vac obviously letting that one go, trying to play it down to the break. Player's going to have a short break here shortly. Like I said, it's unfortunate that we're going on a break right when we made this final table here, but the clock continues on ticking and the scheduled breaks still have to happen. It'll give us a moment here maybe to get back up on Facebook. Our YouTube still seems to be live, so if you got any buddies on Facebook and asking about the stream, tell them to hop over on YouTube. I'm going to see if I can get that knocked out while they are on a quick break. So be right back with you guys here shortly. Yeah.
Quick question: do you know what we're getting for these downs, or do you not know?
No, I don't. That's up to Chase. The players are coming back to the table. We've got 10 players here vying for 8 spots. Just 8 spots. $20,000 up top. Minimum cash $2,600. Curious to see if they discussed any sort of saving money for the 9th and 10th place. This has been a very long, deep stack, low blind tournament. There you can see the stacks that are left, 5, 10,000. It's going to start moving here shortly. We're going to lose definitely into the money here pretty quickly as these blinds continue to go up. Adolfo, you see 617,000 in chips up top. Absolutely incredible chip lead here. As you see, Vac putting in his big blind for him. No rush for him. He can hang out and get himself into the money without worrying about it too much, not getting too involved, hopefully, but you never know what can happen. So once again, congratulations to these 10 players, and congratulations to each one of you still tuned in to this live stream. We've been going for a long time today, and I think that's might be why we got kicked off Facebook, I'll be honest. And I wonder if Facebook has an 8-hour streaming limit. We're going to have to look into that. But either way, we're here. Finally, the final table. As we look down at Gracie or Lucy or Joni or whatever she has her name as. Gracie's got pocket tens raising up to 25,000. Let's see if anybody wakes up with anything to battle her with. Vac in the small blind, king, queen off suit. See if he wants to see a flop, which he does. Gets in at a discounted rate, already being in for the small blind. Adolfo auto mucks as he is still enjoying his break. Heads up to a flop, 6-5-6. Pocket 10 still way ahead here of Vac. See if Gracie here wants to bet this and try to end it right now. She does, and Vac's going to probably let this one go. Not going to get cute this late, not to this close to the money. So once again, these players playing for a $20,000 first place prize. 63 people came for this event number 7, the High Roller Championship. This is a $1,200 buy-in tournament. 63 participants come down to 10. The blinds have not been dictating the action. This is a deep stack, low and slow tournament. Plenty of poker to be played, and as there should be when we have $20,000 up top. Braxton here under the gun, king 3, no action there. We saw on the previous feature table him and Moss getting into it quite a bit, but things seem to have maybe cooled down, at least for the time being, as this is folded all the way around to Daryl in the cutoff. Might try to make a move here on Vac, Adolfo, and Mark's blinds. Adolfo, as you see there, away from the table. Mark decides not to defend his big blind, so Daryl very much aware of the table dynamics and sees an opportunity to steal an orbit's worth of blinds and does a good job of it. So speaking of Mark, tough spot for Mark here in the 7 seat. He's got 181,000 in his stack. He does have the chip leader to his right, which is a great place to be, but he's got the kind of a recently steamed Braxton on his left. So any action that he makes is going to have to be answered by Braxton for the entirety of this final table, which can be a lot of things. Folds around to Adam, middle position, lets the jack 10 go. Brian folds as well. Moss letting his hand go. Then we have Daryl in the hijack. Vac in the cutoff, not with anything. Adolfo probably still not at the table. So Mark, king 7 offsuit, decides to limp in to see what Braxton's going to do. He just calls the 6,000 extra. Braxton's going to punish him for limping here, and he's going to bump it up pretty hard And Mark's going to probably have to let this one go. So a little lesson taught in limping there in the small blind against the big when it's folded all the way around. Braxton's not going to let him get away with that very many times, if any. So Mark may need to store that one in for later. I'm sure he will. Still quite a few people tuned in to our social medias. Like I said, I believe Facebook might have kicked us off for the day. We've been streaming way too long for this championship high roller. But it is what it is. We're still going strong on Facebook. I put a link on our Facebook description. So if anybody's texting you saying the stream is down, tell them to refresh Facebook and click on that link and join us on the YouTube side of things. Still got a couple dozen people tuned in on that side of the social medias. Once again, it's been a long stream. It's been a long tournament. These guys have been playing since 6 p.m., so a good 9-hour tournament. But I find that acceptable since the first place prize is $20,000. No one wants to play big blind bingo playing for $20,000. Vac here and the hijack going to raise it up with the king jack offsuit to 30,000. Braxton in the small blind looking down at ace queen offsuit, 24,000 for him to defend that 6,000. He's getting an eyeball here on Vac stack, sees that he's got about 109,000 behind. So they're not terribly far off in stack. Started the hand pretty close. Braxton has him barely outchipped. Let's see if he ships this ace queen offsuit. Now it looks like he opts to take the call, and good thing George in the big blind is going to bring him. No, he's not going to play the ace-10 suited for a discounted rate. He's definitely going to let these guys battle it out. I don't blame him. 10th and 9th place don't get squat. Queen, Jack, 10. Top pair, top kicker here for Braxton. Open-ended for Vac with middle pair. Definitely a hand both players can continue on here, at least for one more street. Braxton ahead with the top pair. So Braxton here checks, and Vac ships it. Tough move. Definitely aggressive. A little more than a pot-sized bet, and Braxton's not going to go anywhere. So Vac got called down here by Braxton. It's a 60-40. It's not quite as a dominating position as it looks because Vac has the open-ended straight draw with the king, can catch a 9 or an ace. 5 on the turn, no help to either player. Ace queen still ahead of Braxton. Vac needs a. There's the 9 for the straight. Tough beat for Braxton once again. Correct and still gets punished. Absolutely tough one for Braxton. And what a catch by Vac. That man plays patient poker, as patient can be, and got rewarded for waiting for that hand and gets the full double up courtesy of Braxton, who is now looking down at 2 big blinds. So tough one there for Braxton. Made the right call, but the draw got there in the end. Vac making the straight. So if there's anybody that can climb back, Braxton would be the man. One of the most tournament experienced players that I know, especially in these higher value events. Moss here, Queen Jack offsuit. Going to raise this one up. Looks like 24,000, maybe 30. No, he just called the 12. Interesting. Wants to see what happens. Braxton on the button lays it down. Doesn't let Tilt get the best of him. Now Gracie is going to check her big blind option, and so we're going to go heads up to a flop. King Trey versus Queen Jack from Moss. Queen 9-6, top pair for Moss. No help to Gracie. Checks it over, and Moss is going to lead this one out, and Gracie does not believe him, but there's nothing she can do about it. Has to lay it down, and Moss picks up some blinds there. So when I say that Braxton is no stranger to higher end tournament poker, can't be emphasized that point enough. The guy brought his WSOP bracelet he won a couple years back at the Monster event. This guy knows how to play higher end poker tournaments. Yeah, Braxton brought, by Charlie's request, brought his WSOP bracelet. He won in the, I don't know if it was the Millionaire Maker or the Monster event. Unfortunately, I can't remember. 2023 WSOP. Pretty cool to see that bracelet in person. George here on the button, risen up to 25, trying to buy himself some of these blinds. Adam, 10-9 suited, wants to defend his big blind, getting in at a discounted rate of 13,000. Wants to see a flop without risking the rest of his stack. Lauren puts out a flop of deuce, jack, 7. Adam picks himself up a running club draw or a gut shot straight. George still ahead with his ace high. He's going to go check here to a turn. A queen is going to give Adam an open-ended straight draw. Loses out on the clubs. Tough sizing here. He's only got 62,000 left in the stack. Looks like he bet 25,000. But it was enough to get George to fold here. So much needed chips there for Adam. Good bet on that turn. And George gets to play behind the button for a little while here and not have to risk any more blinds, and decides just to go to the next hand, laying down his ace high. Adolfo back at the table in front of that 600,000 chip stack. Moss under the gun, 6-3 into the muck. Darrell early position, ace-10 offsuit. Tough to play from there, and does lay it down. Over to Adolfo. 10-8 offsuit, decides to put it away. And Mark, middle position here, pocket aces. Let's see if anybody has anything to battle with, if he can make any money off these aces here. He's reaching for chips. Blinds are 6 and 12,000. Probably going to make it about 36 here. And we'll check out the size in here. 40 was the bet, and no one looking like they have anything to battle with, so couple 3 times now Mark has had pocket aces with no action. And trust me, there's days when you don't want to complain about that. And I just got word here that they have made a final table deal to pay out 9th and 10th place, as somewhat expected. Let's talk about that after this hand here. Small blind on big blind action. Brian, king 8, flops bottom pair on an ace 10 8 board. Moss, though, has the pair of aces up top. Let's see if he announces his hand here or if he just smooth calls. Brian looks like he made a min bet. We'll see if Moss wants to announce his hand here and raise or just come along. Looks like he just smooth called. I like that play. See what develops on the turn. 4 of hearts, no help to either player. Moss here still with a stranglehold on this hand. Brian checks it over to Moss, and now Moss is going to need to bet a little bit just to provide a little bit of protection from the spade draw or Broadway draw that Brian may have set his price on this flop. He's going to bet out 25,000, and Brian here only with 100,000 in his stack for a quarter of his chips, but it is into a 73,000 chip pot. 25,000 to win 73,000. He's only got 100,000 behind, but it is just second to last pair, no draw. So he's basically trying to convince himself that Moss is betting into him on the turn on some sort of spade draw or Broadway draw, and wants to know if his 8s still could be good in this moment. And I would say there's laddering on the line, and there still is on the line, but like I said, I just received a note that 10th place is going to get 900 for their efforts, almost their money back. 9th place is going to get 1,200, which is exactly their money back. And it looks like they took some of these prizes from 2nd place and 3rd place. They didn't touch the 20K up top. And Brian's going to lay this one down. There's still $20,000 up top. So, yeah, they took a little bit from 2nd, 3rd, and possibly 4th, it looks like, to pay out 9th and 10th place. 9th place, their money back, $1,200 for entering this tournament. And 10th place gets $900 for their efforts, 3/4 of their money back. Better than 0 in 10th and 9th place. Because that's what it was. 12% got paid for this event. 63 players. Came out to 7 plus a little bit, so we paid 8 spots in this high roller event. So $1,200 buy-in, $20,000 up top. The min cash now to the next person out is going to be getting $900 on a saved double bubble, 2 bubbles. 9th and 10th place are going to get the money back and 3/4 of their money back. We're definitely going to get a chance to see here what Adolfo wants to do with this stack. Ace suited here, middle position, throws it into the muck. A lot of people might have raised with that hand there with his stack. Good thing he didn't, because George here in late position with the ace king looks like he's going all in. Not going to bother playing around with this one. Blinds are 6 and 12,000. He's only got 127,000. Got 10 bigs left behind. Any kind of bet at this point is going to be committing too much of his stack. So it does get through. It looks like everyone did fold their hand. Dealer did a quick countdown for production purposes. Make sure we have updated chip stacks on everybody whenever we can. Get them a quick countdown. So Adolfo still your chip leader, just right at 600,000 right now. Moss trying to catch up, 356,000 in his stack. Vac just under 300,000. And Daryl sitting at just over 200,000, and it just goes down from there. Braxton still your short stack, 26,000 in his stack. He's barely got about 2 blinds left. Needing to find a hand, hasn't woken up with one just yet, but no reason to put it in too lightly because you're going to get called probably by both blinds at a minimum. So you need to wake up with a hand that plays good multi-way. Try to get a good double or triple up. This one may be it here. Mark looking at the king 8 of clubs, throws them into the muck, and there goes Braxton's hand. Ace, deuce, suited of diamonds. Once that registered through the graphics, I thought that might be the case. Now, is anybody going to wake up with anything to even call, what he has? Now, it's showing 43,000, so he may have more than I previously thought. I thought it was 26,000. Action on George. Gracie folds. Doesn't look like anybody's going to have anything to wake up with. Moss has got plenty of chips. And Daryl pocket 5s. That's a pretty tough laydown as well. I don't know if he's going to be able to do it. You're going to be coin flipping with Braxton or better most often than not because he doesn't have a whole lot of bigs to go with. Yeah, he's going to make that call. So Daryl here going to try to eliminate Braxton from this final table. And ace, deuce, suited of diamonds versus pocket 5s of Daryl, no diamond. Josh with a flop of 4, 7, king, and no help to Braxton. There's a deuce for Braxton, and a deuce on the river to stay alive. And a full double up. Unfortunate for Daryl. Way ahead. And the deuce on the river keeps Braxton in his chair. Let's see if this comes back to bite this entire table here. Now it looks like players are analyzing one of the cards here. These RFID cards. We use them for a very long time here at Kojaks, and they get a little wear and tear on them, and I think one of the cards has been identified from the back side of it, so might be coming in with a deck change here shortly. Should not take that long. No need for a break. We've had plenty of those. It's been a long day. We are on almost hour number 9 of the stream alone. These guys have been playing for 9 hours. But worth every penny when that first place prize is $20,000. Mark here under the gun, ace 9 offsuit into the muck. Braxton not waking up with anything to continue that push of the stack upward. Folds all the way around to Brian and the hijack into the muck as well. Now Moss in the cutoff wakes up with pocket jacks. Could be seen as making a move at some blinds here. Unfortunately, Daryl right behind him on the button in position with king, queen suited. Looks like he threw out his cards there. I don't hate that. King, queen can get you in trouble a lot. We did confirm, I'm going to go ahead and let the world know, we did confirm during the break that Daryl did lay down pocket aces, in fact, to Mark's king, queen holdings, queen high board. Mark's very capable player there. It could have bottom set deuces, middle set 7, ace queen, and could hit a queen on the turn or river. And at the end of the day, it boils down to the fact that we weren't at the final table yet. We were getting close to the final table bubble where the dynamics are going to completely shift. Chips are more valuable. And, I spoke to him about it, and, I've always said, and it is a true statement, that Daryl was not going to win the tournament with that one hand, but he could certainly lose the tournament. And you got to keep that in mind. And sometimes when you run real deep in tournaments, and even when you win tournaments, you can think back to the hands that you played well, and sometimes those played well hands are folds. It's a one pair hand, as Daryl said, and just wasn't feeling it and folded and went to the next one. And lo and behold, he's average chip stack here at this final table of 10 and now in the money after the money deal. So you can't say much when he's in the money and was able to lay down those aces. We don't know what the turn river could have been, so we can't say that he was wrong. But I was certainly saying my goodbyes to my good buddy Mark for sure. But his tight image and excellent play played a role there when he led out into Daryl on that Queen 7 deuce board. Said a lot of people aren't laying that down, and a lot of people are getting bad beated on the turn or river with another king or queen and out of the tournament rather than sitting here at this final table. So you can't win the tournament with that one hand, but you can certainly lose it, and always keep that in mind for tournament poker. They are sizing up that new deck. It won't take much longer here, but let's take a look at the schedule. West Texas Poker Championship Series continues on tomorrow with a Big O Championship at 6 p.m. We also have our 2 p.m. Big O cash game, $500 min buy-in, no cap. We've been doing that the last couple days. We played PLO on Tuesday, the High Roller Championship No Limit Hold'em. So we played Hold'em today. And so tomorrow is Big O's turn. And we all know how fun those games can be. So if you like 5 cards, if you like a high-low game, tomorrow's going to be at 2 p.m. here at Kojak's to play some cash game. Big O leading right up to the Big O Championship at 6 p.m., a $600 buy-in. We're going to see if we can stream that one to you guys as well. Big O, definitely more action, more interesting than Hold'em to a lot of people. But definitely a preferenced game, whichever one you like. It doesn't matter because we do them all here at Kojak's. We've had level of each tournaments, bounty tournaments, PLO high only, high rollers, Big O, regular Hold'em, bomb pots on level changes and free rolls. We've had it all here for this West Texas Poker Championship Series, and we're into the last weekend. So this is your last chance to come get one of those fantastic trophies. Like I said, Big O tomorrow, your next shot, if you're not one of these 10 sitting here at this table anyway. And then rolling right into Friday, the Texas main event, Friday and Saturday, and day 2 on Sunday. So flight A and B at 1 p.m. and 6 p.m. respectively. And then Saturday, same schedule, 1 p.m. and 6 p.m. for flights C and D. So the 4 regular flights, and then we have the turbo flight at 10 p.m. You try to get that second bag in your day 2 stack. Try to get as much as you can to carry forward. And for that lion's share of what is a 50,000 guaranteed prize pool. That's right, a 50,000 guaranteed prize pool. And if there's any indication of what we've been doing in 2 guarantees this whole series, who knows what that number is going to look like by the end of it. And I'm excited for it. But first, before we get there, we've got to play Big O. Tomorrow night, 6 p.m., 5 cards, high Omaha, high-low. Come join us here at Kojak's for that Big O Championship at 6 p.m. So plenty of time to sleep before tomorrow's festivities and actions, because we're going to be here quite a bit. Got Nassim in the booth here. Have a seat. We're at the final table, man.
Let's ride.
Nassim here in the booth with me. Seeing him
Give
on
you some
stream.
company, man. I thought you were lonely in here, so I said, you know what? Let me give my boy Reese some company.
Everybody else checking out. I'm the only warrior pushing through here other than Aiden on the graphics doing the best work out of all of us. Vac here in the cutoff looks down at pocket nines, raising it up. Nobody has anything to battle with. We've seen a lot of raising pre and a lot of folds as people are trying to ladder this one up. I've got an update from Chase. They decided to save the bubbles, the double bubbles. The 9th and 10th place are both getting paid. I've got the payouts right here. 10th place is getting $900. 3/4 of that $1,200 buy-in back. 9th place, $1,200 money back. And then we're going up from there. It looks like they pulled from 3rd and 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place to pay out 9th and 10th. But they definitely kept that $20,000 intact on that first place prize.
You can't touch that 20K. That's the pinnacle.
Yeah, I raised a lot of eyebrows when I put that prize pool out today. I'm not known for my 30% first places, as you know.
It's okay. It's a little less. It was like 28.
No, it was more than 30.
What? I thought
Yeah.
it was 63 prize pool.
Let's have a look here. I know I thought it was more than
Let's see who's closer.
62, 600,
Was it 62 or 63?
62, 6. Yeah, 31%.
Oh, yeah, 32.
Yeah, no, I'm well out of my range. Moss here, middle position, is going to call with pocket 4, try to see a flop to go set mining. Braxton in the small blind. Looks like he just called as well, and George checked his options. So we're getting a little sneaky here on this one on an ace 5-6 all spades board. Middle pair here for George. Looks like Moss might have been betting this out as a feeler. He does have the only spade in the field, and this is going to work. So good bet there by Moss. So him and Braxton finally quit battling. They were at quite the each other's throat there towards the end of that last feature table and the beginning of this final table. Did you see the hand that
The
hit
king
between
four?
the king four? Yeah.
I was watching on the live stream in there. That was dirty. He pulled the Braxton on Braxton.
Well, Moss, who's still playing great poker, been playing great poker, just for
I
some
guess he had
reason-
enough.
For some reason, just kind of got
To be honest,
get out of the line
I thought
there.
that he might have misread his hand. I thought he had ace king. I saw the king four. I said, no way, king
Maybe.
four.
Maybe, I don't know. But, you know, I mean, that move's going to work, obviously, 9 times out of 10. But with that many bigs just shoving randomly out of the button
Mm-hmm.
into the blinds, but the one time you get called, you're in super bad shape.
Mm-hmm.
But
You know what? That's the beauty of poker.
that's what Cruz said.
Any two cards can win at the end of the day.
Yep. Mark here, who's been kind of quiet in the cutoff, going to raise it up 25,000 with the ace deuce suited. George wants to see a flop.
Wow, just a safe call by George. Doesn't decide to raise it up.
Yeah, these ladders jump pretty hard. That's why a lot of these players haven't been getting out of line right now. Very innocuous 8-8-4 board. Mark here could make a c-bet here and represent a pocket pair, and George would believe it, I believe. But it does go check, check. So 6 on the turn. Now, does George try to steal it here? No. He's going to try to get showdown value with his ace-queen. King on the river. Whoever bets wins.
It looks like they might both take their ace high showdown value.
Yeah, and would have liked to seen a bet there out of Mark. If you're going to play ace deuce suited, you're going to want to at some point take a stab there. And he had all the pocket pairs in his range on that terrible flop.
Yeah, I mean they both seemed a little bit disinterested in the flop and the turn, but on the river it might have been too late to take a stab. George was probably going to call a bet, but yeah, if you were going to steal that, it would have to be on the turn.
Yeah, and let's not forget, right in between them, they've got Braxton. He's only got 74,000 in his stack.
That's probably why.
So a lot of these players don't want to get too involved. I'll put up the chip stacks here shortly. There's a lot of very similar stacks here at this final table. And while you've got someone that's only got a few bigs left, you don't want to be the one giving up hundreds of dollars in ladder equity because you went out before they did.
Is this chart right? Adolfo has 0% VPIP right now. He hasn't played a hand.
He hasn't played a hand yet.
Wow.
But, you know, that's when you've
He
got almost double the stack of the table when they sat down, it's okay to kind of chill.
He can go to Lubbock and come back and still have chips.
He's crossed under the 600,000 mark, but he came to this final table with over 600,000. Mark here in the hijack just going to limp in with that ace-8 suited, looks like. Adam's going to check his big blind option, so we're going to go heads up to a flop here. Ace-8 versus 8-4. Joey putting out a flop. Let our graphics catch up. Let's see a little something here.
I spy a jack.
Yeah, Adam's going to bet into Mark here. Come on, computer. I know you're tired. We're all tired. We can make it. 4-5 jack nut flush draw here for Mark. This hand could be dirty. Adam's seeing where he's at with this bottom pair, betting 20,000.
Notice how the equities are identical, 50-50. So
Oh, yeah.
I guess it is accounting all of those folded cards.
Yeah, you got 8 outs up there, but 4 of them
A bunch of the
are
clubs are
gone.
folded already.
Yeah, folded out. So it doesn't have quite as much equity as he thought, but the computer's still saying 50%. Ace doesn't help him. Only an 8 or a club.
Boom.
There it is.
Wow, that's the money
No
card.
delay. That is the gin card. That's going to make trips for Adam and Mark the nut flush.
I don't think Adam's going to be able to get away from this.
No, he's only got 80,000 left in his stack, and there's 70 in the pot. So stack to pot is just too cooked to let this one go.
This is just a cooler.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
Mark looks
can't
like
get away
Mark
from that.
raised, and Adam just snapped. So Mark unfortunately has one of the aces he's going to need to boat up. So he's looking for a jack, a 5, or the final 4 in the deck. We're going to say goodbye to Adam, and Mark's going to pick up some very nice, much-needed chips to carry on to this final table. And this is that situation that we were just talking about. You know, Adam's here at risk whenever Braxton just doesn't have much left. Of course, Adam would have to go through the blinds before Braxton. And the river deuce seals the deal there for Adam. But luckily for him, the final table negotiated a bubble save. So he's going to get 3/4 of his money back, a $900 10th place finish. Well played by Adam. Did you get to play with him much this tournament?
I did, yeah. I started out the tournament on his table. Adam was playing solid for quite a while. And then Fofo, or Adolfo, as it says on the screen, he came to our table and definitely fudged up some of the chip stacks back and forth. It came in swinging and hit a grand slam. He definitely Adam was the big stack at our table throughout the tournament, and then Dolph came in and definitely took chips from a multitude of players. So
Yeah, he came to this final table. We were looking at it, you know, I think 350 was what Moss had, and then Adolfo came in and almost double.
But no, Adam played solid, and he played really well in the PLO tournament yesterday. I was talking to him, so he bubbled the PLO yesterday.
Oh,
so
no.
At least today he got some money.
Yeah,
for
he
his
got some
efforts.
money for that. Yeah, back. That's good. Well, good on him for taking a stab here in this high roller and beating out 53 other players to get some of his money back. Moss here under the gun, strong raise. Nope, not a raise. I thought there was a lot more pink chips
just a
than that.
smooth
Just
call
a
with the
smooth call with nines.
Interesting. I wonder what his plan is if he gets raised. If he
Well, I
can
know-
smooth call.
I know it sounds nutty, but I've found myself in a similar position ages ago. And when you have a short stack at the table, you're trying to give him a
Ooh.
feeling
just
that he
hits
could
us up.
shove. Like maybe he's looking for Braxton to shove where he can snap it off. 7-8-9 set for Moss on a very scary board. Can
It
you
is
get
a
much
very
more
scary
scary
board.
than that, flopping a set. Brian is open-ended, but a lot of his outs are diamonds, so he's going to go let that one into the muck. And like I said, I feel like Moss was limping there to try to entice some.
I think it
rope
was
to
a limp
Braxton.
trap.
Yeah, like I said, I've been there many a times. Not nine-handed; it's a little difficult to do. But when he gets shorter-handed, I've seen that plenty of times. He does have the chips there, 410,000 in chips, closing that gap between him and Adolfo. 583,000 in his stack. George at 1.7 million. So
You know, I've been playing with Moss quite a bit recently. It seems like he's been a lot more active here at Kojaks, and he did really well the other day. Last week we played the No Limit PLO tournament, and I was out in third that one. He ended up with
Winning
the
it.
trophy.
Yeah, me and Cruz
He's
were
been
talking
playing
about it
really
earlier.
well. He's been playing
Yeah.
really, really well.
Level of each. That's a tough one to win, and it's a good tournament to win.
You know what's
Definitely a
crazy
skill
is
set.
we've had so many tournaments the last few days. I couldn't even tell you one of the hands that I played in that
Oh,
tournament.
no,
I forgot about
it's-
the whole tournament already.
Not only has it been a blur for the players, but it's been a blur for the staff. Trust me, because I'm feeling it. But a shout out to everyone for all the support they've been showing. We've blown away all of our guarantees. Everything's been so good here.
That's what I was
at
just
Kojak's.
talking about. 20K guarantee and 20K just for first place. Can you
Right.
believe that? That's
I mean,
amazing.
Well, at the end of the day, every single one of these players, these 63 players, at the end of the day, they were going to play in this event no matter what. It didn't matter what the guarantee was.
I think this is the best tournament.
Yeah, it's definitely on up there. And Cruz was talking about us bringing this back monthly like we used to.
I
have.
always said the same thing. I was talking to Michael earlier. I said, please, if you guys bring this back once a month, I think it would be great for the community.
Yeah, I told Cruz I would chew on it a little bit. Me and Michael have a powwow maybe, and of course the only reason we stopped it before was because it started getting into the holidays, and then you had a lot of the other monthly events going on at the WPTs, and the Choctaws in January.
Trust
that
me,
kind
all
of
you have to
stuff,
do is
so-
put it on. People will come.
Oh yeah,
People will come. They'll come from the cracks and the crevices. They'll come from out of town. All you have to do is advertise, and people will come.
Well, it's definitely been a good one today. Vac
Wow,
here
Vac just flatting with queens.
limping under the gun with queens. We-
Everybody's playing so sneaky.
Yeah, Moss here is going to get reeled in. Looks like he. I wonder if he's going to if he squeezed or if he's. Yeah, he just called.
See, the only problem with just limping in early position is that, I mean, I'm sure Vac had a plan. He wanted somebody else to.
Yeah, well, here it is. He
But
went
now
from-
Moss
he-
gets lucky.
He literally went from first to probably third.
You let in hands that you're dominating, and you let them catch up on a
Yeah,
flop.
and these guys are still playing sneaky. Check on this flop. So
Daryl
Mo-
with a heart draw.
yeah,
and
got the heart
open-ended.
draw, open-ended. Moss here trips on the flop. Vac's the only one that started out the strongest, and I hate queens here if I'm holding them with this board. 25,000 a small bet though.
That's the problem. When you just limp and you allow the blinds to catch up, you can't put them on a range of hands, so they could
No.
have anything. They could have a
No.
jack. They could have.
Limping at this stage is not advised.
What a great river for
Deuce
Moss,
on
too.
the river. So Moss is going to, the problem is Moss is going to bet and Vac here is going to call. Vac's never going to raise. So Moss is going to lose out.
Oh,
on
he
he
just
checked
checked.
it. Wow.
He's not gonna get any value
No
from
value
Vac.
from it at all, but there's just so much out there. He had a blocker to the straight too.
Yeah, I think Moss. I think Moss has to realize that there are a lot of draws on that turn. There's flush draws and straight draws still available, and with Vac completing, closing the action, that Vac could have a value hand. So he needs to bet again to realize some of that value. I think just
Yeah.
checking on the river, nobody's gonna take a stab at it.
Yeah, at the end of the day, Vac lost the minimum on that
He did.
hand.
He really did.
So that's what keeps guys like him into this tournament. Like we were discussing at the break, Daryl's laydown of aces to Mark.
That was crazy. I did have to talk. I did have to speak
Yeah,
with Daryl, and
yeah,
I
because
said,
you were in that conversation.
I told him, I said, hey, was the card reader really correct? But you know what? The other day I folded kings to Paul on a scary flop. This one was a little bit different. I mean, Queen 7 tray was a little innocuous. I don't know if I could fold to just one bet.
No, but like I told him, you can't. He couldn't win the tournament there, but he could definitely lose it. So
That's true.
It is what it is. Adolfo going to finally get into the action here under the gun with Ace Queen of Diamonds. Going to just call. This table is completely different from
This
the
is
last
so
featured
passive.
table. That's what happens when you have $20,000 up top.
I know.
Moss here going to play his position on the button. Daryl not going to complete, but Vac's going to check his 8-9 suited. Talk about a time to squeeze. Might not have worked against Adolfo, but it is what it is. All spades on this flop. No spades in the player's hands. King 3-7. Moss best with middle pair, but definitely can't feel it with the board looking like that.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's gonna want to bet this. I mean, it's a monotone flop. It is a little bit scary, but it does look like it's gonna go check, 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 and people are gonna just
If
try to get to a cheap river.
Yeah, and it does check all the way down. And Vac's going to go runner, two pair to win this one. Moss had it.
Wow.
Adolfo's going to be the one to
Adolfo's gonna
fire it out.
lead.
So, and Vac's going to look him up. He's never going to raise him
Vac
here.
can't fold ever.
No, and so Vac getting some of those chips back he lost in those queens, and that's what it's about. Folding when you don't feel it and getting it back in the next couple hands, and that's why he's got a middle middle upper stack here at this final table.
Yeah, no, honestly, Vac is a silent crusher. He's just slowly climbing through the ranks, just doing his own thing,
Oh yeah,
trying
no,
to hide in the weeds, but slowly climb up.
It's hard to extract chips from Vac sometimes when he's in when he's in the zone. He's not going to give them up easily. You really have to get in there sneaky.
He's a very solid player. I've played a few tournaments with him and a couple of cash games, and he never gets it in bad.
No. Dealer Tech getting into the box. This has been a marathon tournament, guys, but it's totally been worth it. A $1,200 buy-in along with a $20,000 first place prize. We wouldn't have it any other way, and we're thankful for each and one of you. Our viewership has been steadily climbing since these guys have been here at this final table. We're getting to that point where I don't know if people haven't been to bed, if they're starting to get up for work in the morning. But we're definitely going to take this down to a winner. And the blinds are getting up there. They're going up 8,000, 16,000. We've got a lot of 10 big,
Is there a big blind
stacked.
conversion on this, or is it just by chip
No,
stack?
I wish there was.
That'd be nice to see,
Yeah, just do quick math on a lot of
especially
this
at
kind of
at 4:15 in the morning.
stuff. No, trust me, it's definitely harder, especially when I've been sitting here staring at it. For
I'm
as
telling you,
long
I
as,
feel like I can't even give high-level commentary. My brain cells are all asleep right now.
I think everybody's kind of at that point. Gracie, Lucy, Joni, whatever she wants to be called on stream, picks up ace king suited. She's got
Premium.
12 bigs here. Let's see what she makes it here. Middle to late position. Looks like she was grabbing some raising chips at the least. Raises it up to 32, so 2X's it. Moss in the cutoff, ace queen off suit.
Uh-oh.
Feels
he's
like
gonna-
this
he
is
looks
gonna
like
be-
he's raising it up.
I don't know if I'd raise Joni. Not
Oh,
gonna
he just
lie.
calls. Okay,
Yeah,
good.
it's ace queen's definitely not a hand I'm going to try, but Adolfo's going to defend his big with 7-5 off suit. Could get a little sneaky here as well. So 3 ways to a flop. 3, 10, 4. Gracie, Joni still having the best of it with the ace king, and she's going to c-bet this out here. Adolfo.
She might
got
get,
the gut
depending
shot.
on her sizing, she might get 2 calls. Moss with the 2 overs and Adolfo with the gut shot.
Well, she doesn't get involved very often, so
Really depends on how much.
all
you're
of
betting.
the jacks, queens, kings are in her range if you're sitting there holding ace queen. If you're Moss, especially with Adolfo behind you, who's one of the only guys at the table that can hurt your stack, he does decide to let that one go. And Adolfo, I don't think he wants to chase a gut shot, but he's reaching for chips. Maybe not quite a believer
See,
just
it's
yet.
only about 3 big blinds, so when you think about it in terms of blinds, it's really not that much.
Yeah, but they're at a level now where they're kind of playing stack comparisons.
I was gonna say that's the other thing
'cause-
though. You don't want to be doubling up the short
Well,
stacks.
and look at Joni here. I mean, I don't mind her c-betting that there, but that's another half her stack. We're talking a $200,000 pot, and she's only got 50,000 behind.
I think her only move is to shove on that flop. You don't want anybody to call you.
No, because you're committed no matter what. 6 on the
Oof,
turn.
he just smacks it. He
Yep.
drills the.
The draws,
gutter.
all the draws just get there. It's going to go check, check. 9 on the river, running hearts. All the straights got there. Adolfo checked it, and Joni's going to get her seat saved by Adolfo by not getting that last 50,000. So big checks all the way around for Joni, getting to stay in this tournament, because if she'd have been put to a test, she would have had to put in the rest of her stack. Just
But that's
because
how he's been running the whole tournament.
just
Puts it in and
binking the
Bink
guts.
City.
Yeah, that's a tough one there for Joni, but like I said, very lucky to still be in the tournament at all. After having committed that much, I don't think there was any point where she could have laid that down, except to maybe a river bet at best.
No, I guess she lost the minimum as well. I mean,
Oh yeah,
although if she does bet bigger pre or just open shove pre, then she can get maybe a call by Moss and a fold by Fofo or Dolph.
yeah.
And then on that flop, if she just jams, he might not call it off either.
She
So
just skips it up all the way because she's got all the pocket pairs in her range with
Mhm.
her play style.
especially since she hasn't played too many hands.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Everybody knows. Mark there, going to get a walk. First walk we've seen of this final table here. And for those just tuning in, because we've had lots of them tuning up in here, this is event number 7, the High Roller Championship $1,200 event. We had 10 players come to this final table. We were paying 8, but they decided to save the double bubble here. Took a little off of 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Paid 10th place, $900. Adam got $900. Next person eliminated is going to get their money back, $1,200. But they left the one place up at the top intact, $20,000 set up for the first place and the trophy of this final table. And it may take us a while to get there, but we're going to get there tonight. Nassim, are you going to stay for it, or are you checking out? I see you brought your chips you racked up from the cash game.
I can barely open my eyes right now. All I'm saying is some of these people might have to call in sick to work tomorrow.
I'm telling you, but whoever makes that 20 G's will happily do it.
You know what? I think they earned the day off.
No, for sure. Moss here, middle position, raised it up to 50,000. 3x there, and takes
it's a
that one
little
down.
big for my liking. You're not gonna really get much action.
Well, he was letting the big blind short stack know that was Braxton's big blind. He's only got 58,000 left. He had to commit 16,000 of his 74,000 stack there. So he was basically telling Braxton, "Don't do it. I'm not going anywhere."
Yeah. He had a plan with his bet sizing.
Yeah.
He's trying to eliminate a player.
And I think you may see this table open up just a little bit once we get one more elimination. We got 2 players with essentially 2 big blinds. And whenever you have that dynamic at a table, things definitely slow down, and people start to play a lot more conservatively. They don't want to give up hundreds of dollars on a ladder by getting out of line with people with 2 bigs, you know.
See, the only thing is, I don't know if I like that fold by Joni, the queen 10 of diamonds. She only has a few big blinds left.
Well, she's in
At
big
this
blind
point-
next hand, I think.
Yeah, and at this point, if you're praying for a better hand,
Yeah, she would have run into it here with Mark.
definitely,
So
yeah.
it kind of works out in her favor, but in the long run, I think I would have shoved that there. But Mark here is going to be raising this one up with the pocket queens, and it's going to be a little bit hidden because it is a button raise, and everybody thinks button raises are sus. And but
It is hard to give credit to somebody on the button when you're in the blinds and
Yeah.
you feel like they're trying to just pick on you, steal your blinds.
Moss had limped in with pocket 4s, 16,000 more to him. It was just a min click there by Mark. Moss has the chips to definitely go set mining here.
Definitely.
So interesting development possibly here. 10-6-3, nice and safe for the pocket queens.
Close, but no cigar
Yeah,
for
Moss is going to check this, and Mark here's going to bet that. So unless Moss just feels like Mark has larceny on the mind, which would be crazy because
Yeah.
Mark doesn't have that anywhere in his mind when it comes to poker.
Moss is not going to be able to continue,
Nah, Mark has all the pocket pairs
especially
in
with
his
his
range.
big sizing.
Moss
Looks
has
like
to
about
see his chips
50,000.
again, though. There's 138 in the pot after that 50, and Mark's only got 180 behind, so Mark's never going to go away here. So Moss, if Moss puts him on big cards here, this is where he check raises him all in, and Mark's going to snap it off no matter what, and Moss is going to have 2 outs 2 times. See if he thinks twice about it.
He's going to have to let it go.
Yeah, he wants to so bad, but
Good fold.
Mark's never doing this with ace-king. He's not betting that much. And he shows the queen to continue to establish his image as if it was ever tarnished.
Seems like he always has it. I mean, Daryl gave him an insane amount of respect.
Oh, yeah. No, he usually does mean it. But, when it comes to your image, play off of it. I hope if he makes it down, 2, 3, 4-handed, I hope he puts in some bluffs into his range there. If they get probably more like 4 or 5-handed, he could definitely pick up some good pots by showing hands like that there, queens. He's got enough good cards here recently that he's been able to show some strong holdings. So he's got an image that he's not only always had, but reinforced here in this last couple hours. Daryl now middle position, waking up with the pocket 10s. He's got 139,000, so this is another one of those weird sizing situations to where if
Yeah,
you make
do
a
you
decent
just
enough
ma-
raise
do you
about
just
it,
raise,
you're
or
putting
do
in a
you
third of your
shove?
stack. He does raise it up. Looks like it's a min click. Maybe 40. Oh, it's 32. So
Tens is a very strong hand in this configuration.
no, for sure.
Oh,
no,
wow.
and, Miss Joni
Joni
waking
wakes
up.
with
Yeah,
the Rockets.
it's not
which-
much more to Daryl, so he's not going to feel the pain of the chips too much, just of the disappointment of finally getting a hand and Miss Joni waking up with pocket aces.
I mean, the
there.
good thing is that Daryl's not at risk, so
Oh,
he'll
yeah,
still
that
be
is-
left with chips
Yeah,
to
he's
play
got
with.
88,000, but him and Joni are pretty much going to swap stacks here. Tech puts out a flop. Let the graphics catch up. See if we see a 10 anywhere on this. 3 Jack 9 and no help. Looking for some runners here for Daryl to eliminate Gracie, or Gracie
See if we
needing to
see
stay
8 or
alive. King always going to be a sweat. Gracie needing to fade a 10 or a queen, and she's going to get a much needed double up, and it is a 7. So Miss Joni, Gracie, Lucy, whatever she's doing is, she's much needed chips there, and her and Daryl almost swap stacks. She's got 110,000 now, and Daryl is left with 88. Braxton still your short stack with 50,000. Only got 4 bigs. Daryl not far behind him now, though.
Yeah, we're definitely going to see a couple eliminations here in the next couple of orbits. Somebody's going to have to make a stand. Somebody's going to have to make a move, because the worst thing to happen is just blinding out. Death by blinds. But
That's going to
We'll
be
see.
hard to do with my structure.
we'll see if somebody can make a stand right now. One of the short stacks will either double or bust here in the next couple of hands.
They play 12-hour flights to WSOP, so I don't want to hear it. All these players talk about Vegas. You play 12-hour flights in Vegas. I don't want to hear it. This is the real deal. This is training for these guys. Mark here in the hijack. Pocket sevens, min raise. Nobody waking up with anything else, so he's going to pick up some more ammunition there. That's going to move Mark. Yeah, he's almost got 350,000 in chips. Puts him into third place. Moss with 420, and Adolfo still with that 650,000 monster stack.
Adolfo has such a commanding lead. And it looks like he's going to let everybody else
No,
battle.
No, it looks like he's asleep, number one. But number two, there's no reason not to. I mean, these ladders are very real.
No, this is definitely when the ICM pressure comes into place.
Robert on YouTube. Recognize the voice of Nassim. Good to hear your input. A player who battles against these people daily. Absolutely. That's why he's in the booth. Dropping that experience and knowledge.
Jorge calling with the pocket fours in the cutoff. Decides not to raise it. Doesn't want to build a pot.
Yeah, I confirmed it's George, by the way.
I call him Jorge. I always call him Jorge from day one.
8, 7, 10. Rainbow flop here. Deuces versus 4. First one to bet's going to take this one down. Looks like George is reaching first. Looks like a bet of 21 or 26,000. About a half pot bet there. No, he only bet 16. But Moss not hitting his ducks. Lets that one go.
Yeah, I asked him one time what he likes to be called, but
You don't care.
he has no preference. But
No, he doesn't seem the type to matter to him too much. But I did ask him a while back. Said it is George. And it is George. This is hand number 265 on this live stream. Nassim, you want to sit here in this booth with me all day long?
you're a
sometime?
champion. Anybody that's sitting here is a champion. At least today, the
Here we
AC
go.
is
A
cooperating.
little bit cooler in here. Adolfo wakes up +1 here. Ace Queen raised up 35. Braxton good enough with the King 10 with the blinds creeping up here shortly. It's gonna be the best he's probably going to see in the next couple of hands. Definitely a player is going to get out of the way for this one. See if the chip leader can take off.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be Adolfo versus Braxton.
Yep.
We'll see 37-63.
Live cards for Braxton. Clubs are live. Kings, 10s. That's what we're looking for here on this flop for him to
I
continue.
mean, this is the best outcome you could ask for if I
Oh,
was
yeah.
Braxton. So we'll just see what happens.
Queen Queen Jack would be better, but Ace, Queen, Braxton has a lot of outs, live cards here to continue.
Ooh,
And there's a king
spikes a
right
king.
there on the flop. Shrinks Adolfo's holdings significantly. 7 on the turn, no help. Adolfo needed an ace and only an ace to eliminate Braxton. Not going to happen, and Braxton, his patience paid off. He waited until he found something he felt comfortable with in a good position, and now has 124,000 in chips on this blinds of 8 and 16. So he's creeping back towards the 10 bigs mark. But let's take a look here while Dealer Tech is shuffling up here. Let's pull the stack sizes up here. You see Adolfo at 605, Moss and Mark and Vac separated from the rest of the pack with 300 to 400,000. Then you got George, Braxton, Joni, Brian, Daryl. I mean, double up out of any of these guys puts them back up towards the top. But at the end of the day, they still have fold equity in those stacks. That's still 124,000 from 300,000.
It's still anybody's tournament.
That's what I'm saying. They still have they can still cannonball any one of these stacks, and even Adolfo. That's some of those guys. That's a third of his chips almost. So they're not going to get called lightly when they put them all in the middle, especially if they do it pre-flop. Braxton here, ace-8 offsuit, as patient as he was. I wonder if he's going to try to spin it up. Yeah, he is. He's going to go ahead and put this one in there, and he's got, like I said, the chips to do the damage with. Brian, who's the short stack, does this feel like a spot where he wants to gamble?
Looks like he's thinking about it.
Yeah, you've got live cards. You're absolutely crushed by ace-queens and ace-jacks here. And Braxton floated around with that short stack for a good orbit. So I don't think he's going to get out of line if I'm Brian, even though the ace-8 is going to be the super bottom of his range. You're still behind.
He's sending it.
Yep, he is going to go ahead and gamble. Looking at the blinds, going to be going up. I don't hate it.
I don't
hate
either.
It. And Braxton's going to do that with all of his 9s, 8s, 7s, 6s.
I mean, in
down
this scenario, you're just hoping that your cards are live, and in this case, they are very live.
So he's got a lot more combinations to win, whereas Braxton's just got a lot of dodging to do. Tech there counting up those chip stacks to make sure everything is correct, especially at 4 a.m. Double count everything.
This is one of the flips we're talking about for a decent amount of chips. I mean, this puts you back in the contention.
190. Yeah, I mean this puts you right back up amongst that second tier of chip stacks. So I don't hate Brian's choice at all. Just got to go with it at some point. 8, 10, 6.
2 overs and a gutter.
Yep. Middle pair here for Braxton to take even a further lead. 5 on the turn. Need a 9, a queen, a jack.
Oh,
queen on the river, and the small fist bump there from Brian.
Wow.
So Braxton right back where he was. Took a small gamble there with the pressure on ace-8. And Brian gets the full double up.
I will say the last few times I've seen Braxton all in ahead, he's been getting sucked down on a lot.
Oh yeah,
he's not been running good on these
at
all-ins.
At the end of the day,
but when it's behind that, like that ace deuce, and when it came runner,
yeah,
and now
he's had his fair share over the times, but I think he's definitely been on the losing side of a lot of these flips.
Yeah,
this tournament for sure, and to still be around.
And it hurts. I mean, when you lose a flip like that, when you put it in the head, it's a little bit demoralizing. It hurts.
But he's worn it well, and you see the fold and frustration.
Just part of the game.
There. George there. Let's see what he wants to do. What kind of sizing he wants. He's only got 170 in the stack. Blinds are 8 and 16, so even a min click's going to be putting you in for a fifth of your stack. And yeah, he's going to go ahead and jam, and I think that's the play there. Use that fold equity to try to get a lot of pocket pairs to maybe fold that you're not ahead of at the moment.
Yeah, he doesn't want to get cute. He just wants to put it in
and he shows the ace-king suitor to let him know, hey, I actually had it. So we're still 9-handed. And we've still got quite a bit of viewers Mad props. We're not on Facebook anymore. I think Facebook has an 8-hour stream
How
limit.
many viewers do we have? 32.
Yeah, we're floating between 30 and 40. We got kicked off Facebook. I think they have.
You
an
think they're
8-hour
having
stream limit.
their breakfast coffee or
No,
their
we're getting to
midnight
that point.
glass of
That's what I was
milk?
saying earlier when I was in here earlier. You don't know if they're getting up or going to bed at this point.
Probably a combination of both.
But I'm here for it. George back-to-back ace kings, and Braxton's going to step right into it here. Under the gun, Jack 9 offsuit, good enough for him, and George going to reshove back over the top of him, or did he just call? No, he just made the call. He wants to invite maybe some others to do a dual rundown here. Let's see if anybody else wakes up with anything to battle with here. So for Braxton, a lot of combinations to improve his holdings here. And it's going to fold all the way around. Back-to-back ace kings. See if they continue to hold.
And did you notice Brian folded the pocket nine?
Was it 9? Or
Mhm.
there's a quick flash there. That's bad news for Braxton. Doesn't know it, and it's a lot of his outs here. But still a lot of combo draws. So Jack 9 for Braxton. Down to his last, less than 50,000 in chips, gets it in, only for George to wake up with the ace-king to contest it here. King on the flop, Jack. Braxton here needing a 9 or a Jack deuce on the turn. There's only one live 9 and 2 live Jacks. Can we hit either one of them? Not this time, and we finally say goodbye to Braxton, who, in all honesty, played amazing with some of the beats that he took.
He really did.
And definitely showed his chops.
GG's.
Yeah. And we all know he's a very dangerous player. And
I'm sure that's a relief to a lot of the players. They can let off their guard a little bit now.
oh, yeah. And with the smaller stacks finally starting to move out or up, you can see poker wide open a little bit, or open wide a little bit more. Daryl's still floating around that 4x stack. But when you've got so many people short stacked, it's hard to go too crazy. And but now we're down to the final
So
eight.
eight players
Yeah.
remain now.
So Adam with his $900 cash, and Braxton getting his money back on that bullet. And so now
Now the pay jumps start to increase quite a bit. So the next pay jump is going to be 2,300.
yeah, they left a huge jump between 9th and 8th.
Mm-hmm.
They definitely didn't offer any more than money back. So 2x your entry for the next one out, and we'll see exactly what happens here. There's Daryl short stack finding King 10 suited to see if anybody wakes up with anything. Nope.
Takes it
He's
down.
going to get a free orbit there, and he may exercise that option. He's going to get to see a lot more hands and be right back where he was.
Yeah, I think the table's going to open up a little bit now with a couple shorter stacks and a couple predominant bigger stacks. I think now we can play some poker.
Well, I was curious to how Adolfo was going to play this big stack, and I think we've seen it. He's definitely taken the conservative route. And
Which
again,
it is
don't-
surprising.
I don't blame him, but, you know.
The earlier stages of the tournament, it seemed like he was involved in every hand, but on the contrary, he had it 95% of the time. So
Oh, of course. And not just that, but when you get to this final table, you start to you start to smell that $20,000 first place prize.
yeah, when you have a mountain of chips, you can just sit back on it. So I guess the
Yeah,
Bank of Adolfo is closed for business temporarily.
Yeah, like I said, no one can critique.
Daryl's all in with the pocket tens.
Yeah, he's twice in a row here, so his hand's going to be a little bit under
Ooh,
repped.
wow, again!
Oh, wow.
Tony wakes up with the aces again
And
versus
George,
pocket
George
ten.
wants to call this really badly.
He does. He really does.
And as soon as he calls it, he's going to see Miss Joni rip in her stack. And it's not going to be any more to him, but he's going to definitely know that his queen 10 is way less valuable,
Queen King.
or his queen king is way less valuable than it was when he makes this call.
He's in a tough spot. He is in a tough position because, I mean, although Daryl only has a few few bigs. He's not putting it in with nothing.
Well, and at the end of the day, it's still for a third of George's stack. You know,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like we said, the ladder, the ICM.
That's the thing. If he doubles up Daryl, they flip flop.
Yeah, the ICM is real.
He's
right
shaking
now.
his head. He knows he's in a pickle. It's a very, very close spot.
Yeah.
I mean, not knowing what the cards are, it's an incredibly close spot.
Well, you're just hoping that you're flipping with Daryl at this point. He's not.
And of
even-
course, he
he's-
doesn't know that.
Yeah, he's not even considering
Wow,
Joni.
that's
He does lay it down. Yeah.
that's a monster lay down.
And he's going to feel good about it after seeing
He's gonna feel
Joni put her
incredible.
chips.
That's a monster
chips
lay
across
down.
there. So Joni wakes up with it, and there's Daryl's disgust. He's finally catching some hands to try to pull himself out of the basement. And Joni here waking up with pocket aces.
I don't want to say it, but it's like those aces have come back to haunt him.
Oh, yeah, I mean,
That's tough.
maybe not. We'll see
Let's see
here.
if he can get lucky one time. Daryl's such a good guy,
Well, we've got
but poker doesn't care how good
No,
of a guy you
no,
are.
poker, no justice in poker.
Not at all. We'll see what happens.
So Daryl looking for a 10, and only a 10 right now, or a lot of hearts. He's got the clubs covered. Hard to make a straight. Pocket 10s. 5, deuce, 6, not good for Daryl. Searching, looks like one of the 10s was folded too, so he has one out. We're looking for the 10 of diamonds, and only the 10 of diamonds here, or Joni is going to take us down to the final 7. And there it is. She
can't
kicked it
even
out. She
look.
can't even look. Yeah, I couldn't do
Looks
it either.
like
So fist bumps all to a very respected player, and another sigh of relief by these final table players as they have gotten rid of another giant here at this final table.
2,300 bananas going Daryl's way.
There's Braxton. Yeah, he got almost double his money back, and that's something to be proud of in a high roller event with the buy-ins $1,200 to say you came back with more money is good, beating out a lot of other people, 63 players, and there are 7 remaining. So good on Mr. Daryl for his deep run. And
It's gonna get exciting.
yeah, and I think it may go a little bit quicker than people are thinking. We might be in bed by 6 o'clock.
I'm predicting that we're gonna have a big stack clash in the near future.
Well, fatigue does play a factor in poker.
These players are tired.
Oh, yeah, you can see it in all their eyes. And so fatigue is a factor. We know it is here for work for us. And much less trying to concentrate and play. But that brings Miss Joni up to 187,000 in chips. And her and Brian are still kind of the short-ish stacks. 7, queen, 9 on this flop. Brian here flopping bottom pair. Miss Joni needing some running cards. Does check it over to Brian. Brian's going to bet this one out, and Joni's going to let this one go. I don't think she's going to float with these newfound chips, and does let that one go. So some much-needed chips for Brian. The two shorter stacks here clashing. And, yeah, like I said, 8... there's 7 players left, and the ladders jump from here pretty significantly. I think if you're Adolfo or Moss, do you start leaning into these stacks now?
So I would have to you have to recognize who your tighter players are and if you could take advantage of them. So I mean Vac and Mark have been playing a lot more conservative than the rest of the players, and Joni as well. So you need to start taking advantage when those players are in the blinds. You need to put some pressure on them and fold and start to pick up some chips. Brian is hanging in there with a shorter stack, so he's gonna have to make a move as well
And here's
if he wants to compete.
Joni on the button, King Jack suited. She's putting in some raising chips together here in front of her stack. Again, one of those button raises that looks sus, but doesn't look quite as sus coming from Joni. she's not going to do that lightly.
Yeah, it doesn't look
Brian-
like she's gonna get any of the action from the blinds.
Nah, they're going to let that one go. And so she's just past Brian now. So Brian is now the short stack. Blinds are 10 and 20,000. 20 bigs for a lot of these players. It's still pretty deep poker, but and we're sort of in that playing the stacks, not the blind stage.
Yeah, I mean, and when you are one of the bigger stacks, the small stack of the table is actually your best friend because you can put, now that the pay jumps are a little bit significant, let's see what's the next one. So the next one is going to be 2,900, and then it jumps all the way to 3,770. So if these players are looking at the pay jumps and the ladders, they really want to make it to that 6th place spot instead of this 7th place spot.
Yeah.
And so if you're a big stack, you can start putting a lot of pressure on these middling stacks by utilizing that short stack as your friend, knowing that okay, most likely that short stack is going to be busting before
Yeah.
yourself. So unless you have a extremely strong hand, you're going to be forced to fold out a wider range of hands than you normally would because you just don't want to be clashing, hoping that the next player is going to bust before you, and you can collect that
Those bigger ladders.
about $800 pay jump.
Yeah. Obsessed Out West says, let's go Miss Joni. Fun tournament to help run. Congrats to all, and I hope everyone has enjoyed. Don't know who that is, but I'm guessing it's an employee, and all the employees have been fantastic. So if you've helped run this tournament, we do appreciate it. Brian here on the button, the short stack here. How does he want to play pocket nines against the blinds?
10
here?
bigs. He might just put it in and not
Yeah, again,
not get
this
too
is
sneaky, or he could just raise
yeah, no.
small and get one of the blinds to call him with a weaker hand. But it looks like he's just gonna shove it and take it down.
Okay. Corey, you didn't go home, did you? Are you still here? That's Corey that said fun at tournament to help run. Nobody better be going home. Nah, Corey's done a fantastic job today. We had quite a debacle getting the tournament started. Our servers went down and lost our Atlas, lost our internet
So this
access.
chat is from YouTube.
All of them. It's a combined chat from all of them, but unfortunately we're not live on Facebook right now. Like I said, I think Facebook shuts you down after 8 hours of streaming, and so may need to look into that. Yeah, I was going to say, Corey, you're probably opening her up tomorrow. It's a few more days. We have a few more days of some marathon and poker action that we're proud to put on here at Kojak's. A series of events a couple times a year, and proud to put it on for everyone that's been showing up and showing out on all these events. We've crushed all of our guarantees. It's just been a fantastic run, and we've got 3 more events left. The Big O Championship tomorrow at 6 p.m. And then we're rolling right into the main event Friday and Saturday with day 2 on Sunday. And that final event, the Player Appreciation Tournament. If you have played in any of our events for this series, you get yourself a free bullet into a $1,000 prize pool tournament. No rebuys, no add-ons, just fun. Come and root on your favorite player.
Oh,
at
that's how
the-
that tournament works.
Yeah, yeah. It's just
So we're not gonna have to wait till 6 in the morning for that one.
no, it's just a little freeze out free roll for anybody who has played in these series events, and gets just a good excuse to get some people up here to have some fun, play some poker, root on the final table of the main event.
Brian with the ace-7 suited in the hijack. I think he's gonna decide to raise this on up and play a pot.
Yeah, showing that he's not scared. He just got those chips, doesn't mind putting them back into play. Moss here in the cutoff. Queen Jack's the best hand he's seen here for a while, so he may try to see a flop here. Iceman saying that this feels lucky he didn't come to play. I'm sure.
If it does get to Vac, I would prefer to 3-bet on the button in position with ace-9 suited. Brian can be opening light in the hijack, and you can put a lot of pressure on him.
Yeah. problem is with
He
the
might be
stacks
a
are
little
just
bit
so
afraid of
awkward right now.
with Adolfo behind left to act.
he's only got 6x after this Brian raise.
No,
so
he just
yeah,
folds.
min click back is still a large portion of your chips.
But it does show a lot of strength, especially
it does,
especially
but
with
you
Vac
don't
not
know
playing
you don't know how strong Brian is in that situation. He just got those chips. He may not put them back into play.
Yeah, and I mean that is the beauty of raising with people behind you, is that you can represent a lot more strength than perceived, and you can get better hands to fold. Especially with Vac being a little bit more on the conservative side, he doesn't want to play a big pot with Brian, and
No, he's
just waits till the next one to pick up a better hand.
he's a professional survivor in poker tournaments. And that's how you get into the paydays. Joni here lead down an ace, tray offsuit, lets this one go. Nothing for Moss. Over to Vac in the cutoff. Nothing for Adolfo. Mark in the small blind, queen jack. He really needs to raise this one up. Yeah, he's looking at the blinds here and trying to even think about what he's going to make it. And he does raise it up, and George immediately folds. So good raise there by Mark.
Yeah, blind versus blind. Queen jack is a fairly strong hand, so you want to raise it and get Jorge to fold all of his weaker hands. You don't want just a complete
No, they were all
let him in
limping
for-
earlier. I think limping needs to be done.
Yeah, you don't want to let him in with a marginal hand and have him connect with a flop.
Yeah, because a lot of people are going to be putting in their stacks with anything that they've connected with, trying to get that chip up there.
Reese, you're a trooper. I might have to retire here in the next couple of minutes.
I understand, bud. This is part of it. We're proud to have these events. I know they last a while, but at the end of the day, when you're putting up this much money for a high roller event, I don't want it to be bingo poker. I want it to be pure. And it's been about as pure as you can ask for.
It's going to be a big battle to the finish, and it's not going to end anytime soon.
I will say that if everyone did enjoy the structure and liked the structure, I
do like this raise.
I kind of don't mind making this a 2-day event. I'll be real.
But people like a one-day event. It just rips the
I
Band-Aid
know,
off.
but-
You can get it over with.
But geez, 6 p.m. start time. Maybe we knock it back to about 4.
Either that or you include an ante.
Yeah, but the problem is I don't like antes in short fields. And although I am more than proud of this turnout, it was only 63 players. And it's hard to ante out 63 players. And so, I mean, this tournament's long over. People have had to shove way earlier. I just think you need a lot more chips in play to have an ante.
No, this is nice. I mean, you have a lot of depth to play.
Yeah, even the PLO tournament, there was still a lot of bigs
Moss
in
didn't want to
play.
raise up my favorite hand.
Yeah, a lot of nothing here. Joni here in the small blind. Does she just let Brian walk, or does she raise this up here? 10,000 to call. She's got
raising.
Yeah,
with
she's
king nine
raising.
clubs.
She said raise. She's gonna min click it over to Brian, and it's gonna be the right move. Brian's gonna let that one go. Yeah, I wouldn't be, like I said, opposed to making it a 2-day event, maybe, or at least play down to the final table and then come back tomorrow. But at the same time, like I said, 12 hours is a long time to play poker, but that's what these guys are going to do when they go to Vegas here in a couple months. You
They
too.
love it. I mean, they're all fueled by adrenaline right now anyways.
Oh, yeah. Well, $20,000 for first place. There's literally no reason to make the tournament end with the blinds. I'd rather it be by the poker. And
Oh yeah.
all the feedback I got on the PLO structure last night was kind of the same. It was a long tournament.
What time did that tournament end?
4-ish.
That was a fun tournament.
Yeah. Big O is going to be about the same tomorrow.
Dolfo waking up with Ace Koisha.
See if he flexes that chip stack a little bit here. It's a double-edged sword. You could lean on people, but at the same time, you
Looks
could
like he
pull
makes it
yourself out of
50,000.
position. Yeah, he raised it up to. And George wakes up with the aces here.
2.5x. Wow.
Good timing for George putting it all in, and Adolfo's not. I don't think he's going to call it. You watch.
Yeah, Jorge, putting in 12 bigs right here. I don't know if Adolfo was going to be able to get away from this.
I mean, it was as tight as he's played that chip stack. He's only put in 10% of his
Looks
chips.
like he does make the call.
Oh, wow. That's a huge swing here, boys and girls. If I thought he could maybe get away with it. He's still literally the chip leader if he folds that there. If you don't want to coin flip against somebody, but he has
Wow,
chosen
this
to do
is,
so. This is a massive,
massive spot.
pot. Let the graphics catch up here and see, but we're looking at a $600,000 pot.
Yeah, in terms of ICM, this is a insane
Huge pot right here. And unfortunately for Adolfo, George has the worst hand to go against. There's his queen, so he does pick out outs. There's one out left. And there's a king.
Moss
Picks up
would've
more
had
outs. King or the last queen. Doesn't
Dude.
happen. And massive double up there. $506,000 pot.
I think George has the chip lead now.
They're neck and neck. Or if it should be math-wise. That's going to give George. No, that knocks down Adolfo. I forgot that had way less than that. So yeah, George is. They basically flip stacks a little bit.
Obviously, Moss can't make the call pre-flop, but Moss did have Queen Jack of clubs.
Yeah, I think Adolfo's kind
That's a
of a
big
little
hit.
bit surprised at how
big
many
hit.
chips it actually was. He called that so quickly.
I know.
You know, I was shocked. I really thought he'd get away with it. He put in 10% of his chips pre-flop, which is terrible, but it's not livable. Not unlivable. The Lubbock legend said, "This is going on right now. Absolutely, this is still going on."
Vac short stack per usual, he says.
Yeah, Vac's still in it. He is
still
in
it.
the money for those.
Vac is spectating and watching the rest of the players.
ICM goes up and up. For those just tuning in, hopefully you're just waking up and not just now going to bed. We have 7 players left, $2,900 for the next person eliminated, all the way up to a $20,000 first place prize. $20,000. That's why this tournament is still going on. These players are playing for a lot of money in this high roller event. 63 entries, $1,200 entries. We're definitely playing for a big prize here tonight, and that's why they are still soldiering on. And Nassim is not. I see you about to leave.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to retire. Good night, ladies and gentlemen, or good morning.
I appreciate you coming in.
Bid you adieu.
Oh, are you going to come in and fire the Big O, or are you going to sit the Big O out?
The good thing is, I can take the day off tomorrow.
You can take the day off tomorrow and not your game?
Those Big O guys are too good for me.
Well, you know, Cruz even said it too. He said he doesn't have much of an edge on those guys. They play that game way more than he does, and they really do. So
I don't think my bluffs can get through.
no, it's hard to bluff in that game. So,
But you will see me for the main. I'll be playing Friday. Saturday, I'm going to be booked up, so hopefully I can bag Friday.
2 bags. Take 2 bags into Sunday. It's $50K guarantee, man.
Well, I'm only going to have time for one, so might as well make it count. Take it easy, Reese.
Nassim, good to see you, man.
See ya.
And we have the game continuing on here. Mark under the gun lets his Jack 8 go. George looking down at Ace 8. Going to let that one go with these newfound chips. Not going to put them in play this easy just yet. And it's going to fold all the way to Moss on the button. King 5 lets his go as well. So battle of the blinds, Vac versus Adolfo. Vac's just going to let that one walk, and Adolfo's going to get some of those chips back. Still quite a few people watching. I don't know if you're just asleep with the stream open, but I'll take it. I'll try not to holler or anything and wake anybody up in case you are snoozing away here, hoping to wake up and see who's going to be taking that trophy home. Fantastic turnout, fantastic event. 63 players, 1,200 apiece. Put up here looking for that $20,000 first place prize. George here under the gun, waking up with pocket jacks. Let's see what kind of sizing he puts it here. Looks like 45,000. See if he has any takers. Good hands only make money when people wake up with good second place hands. Mark could be one of those here. Big blind. Only 25,000 to him to see a flop. King, queen. Reaching for some calling chips there. See if he wants to see a flop. Iceman saying King George taking the W. He's definitely positioning himself to do so. With a big hand there against Adolfo. And Mark puts the chips back, shows it, and lays it down. Well done, Mark. George isn't going to be doing that very lightly. Doesn't want to get involved. Plenty of cash to be made up on this ladder. Lays it down. Well done, Mark. Could have flopped best, but also could have been up against ace, queen, ace, king. Drawing really thin. He escaped a almost certain death scenario earlier against Daryl. Daryl's pocket aces against Mark's king, queen. Maybe that's why he didn't want to play it this time either. Had a very dry, unconnected queen, 7 deuce flop. Made the bet, and Daryl laid down the aces. Mark made the sizing just a little too much for Daryl to want to gamble with just one pair. And that fold led him to getting all the way to 8th place for 2,300. Got almost double his money back. Miss Joni going to let the ace deuce suited and go over, folds all the way over to Adolfo. He's going to play his button there. See if he made a little raise here. And raise it up to 45. Mark letting the suited one gappers go. George ace 10 suited. We're going to have a round 2 against these two guys here. As George puts in the call. Adolfo trying to pick up some blinds there on the button with the 10-7 suited, but it's definitely a playable post flop here. Let's see what Lauren puts out. King, king, 9. Not a good flop for either player. Could see, yeah, Adolfo's going to maybe keep it up here. It kind of gives way to him not having a king so much, but George isn't going to give those chips back to him that easy. Lubbock Legend, we're going to do our best. I think we are. We're set up to stream this final table of Big O tomorrow, or today, technically. It's Big O is a fantastic, fun event. Expecting a good turnout for that one tomorrow night at 6 o'clock. And it's event number 8 of our series. So only 3 events left. Only 3 events to go. We have the Big O tomorrow, and then the main event. And then that last little event is the Player Appreciation Tournament, the $1,000 prize pool. A couple big hands here, duking this one out possibly. Back in the hijack. Looks like he raised a 45,000 with the king queen offsuit. Adolfo in the cutoff. Ace jack offsuit makes the call. Mark suited gappers into the muck. George puts his hand in the muck, and Joni in the big blind gets a discounted rate, but not for those 2 cards. So Vac and Adolfo are going to be playing here. King queen versus ace jack heads up to a flop. And dealer Lauren puts out deuce king 6, 2 clubs. Vac flops top pair, running backdoor club draw. And Adolfo's going to be the one to bet this one out, and I don't think Vac's going to go anywhere. He's going to call this 60,000. In fact, he jammed over the top of it, and Adolfo's just got to let it go. I don't hate that move at all. You've only got 172 left. you're basically committing your stack anyway to that $60,000 call, and he's going to get a few extra chips out of the deal since Adolfo has to lay it down and made the C bet, which I don't hate either. He's got a lot of kings in his range. He was the one to raise it up. Or he called it off, actually, but he still has a lot of kings in his range. Lubbock Legend, come on down for the Big O event. You know, it's one of the better ones that we have here at Kojak's. Every one of these series that we do. Big O is big here in West Texas. And it's going to be a good one.
All right, everybody. We are going to take a quick break. This break lasted about 5 minutes, so I'm going to put up the 15-minute countdown timer, and we will be right on back. Stay with us. Light up the chat. Who do you think is going to win in the meantime? We got a stacked field over here. Mr. Brian, Mr. Moss, Vac, Adolfo, Mark, George, Gracie. Everybody is playing very, very well. We've got some pretty deep stacks as well, so make sure to light up the chat. Let me know who you think is going to win. If you guess the winner correctly, then you know what? I'll play that applause sound, hit the air horn a couple of times. Let me know what you guys think. I got Iceman in the chat saying King George is going to take the W. We've got a whole bunch going on. Obsessed out west. Corey, good to see you, my man. Open to close tomorrow. We are burning the midnight oil, everybody. And we are glad you are with us. Hey, we are the Sunrise Crew. If you've been watching since midnight, then you are in the Cool Kids Club. All right, I'm going to go ahead and take a quick break, and we will be right on back. See you soon. All right, everybody. Here we go. We are back in the game. Seeing a lot of interesting action here. VPIP, a very different story than what we typically get on the 1-2, but that is a $20,000 first place responsible for just about all of that. We got George opening up with the ace-7 offsuit on the button here. And it looks like, yeah, he's going to take the blinds down. Brian with a suited king decides not to hit that flush. And we are going to be moving on here. We've done 285 hands already. It's been a pretty wild day. The stream has been going on strong for 10 hours. Thank you, everybody, for checking us out. We got that Big O tournament for tomorrow, a very dedicated fan base, very dedicated player base. Make sure to come by and register for that tournament if 5 cards is what you're into. Some people say, hey, 4 cards, not quite enough. I agree. That's why we got that Big O tournament. And we are going to be running a Big O cash game 5-10 before that tournament starts up. Vac under the gun with, I would say, a junk hand. 10-7, getting into the muck. Mark with the ace-9 here does decide to fold out of the hijack. Gracie with the ace-9 suited, and look at this. Before her, George with the 10-7 offsuit is going to raise to 50K. Standard 2.5x, but even with that suited ace and in position, Gracie is going to get out of there. Cash game is going to be starting up right at 2 p.m. sharp, sir. So come out and make sure you get a seat in that cash game. Highly competitive field, highly dedicated players playing some Big O. We got Moss with the King 5, and George trying to pip the 10-7, but actually does pretty well. Got a Jack 9-7 on board, pair of 7s for George, way ahead, and that 8 on the turn gives him a straight draw. He is now up and down. And he's going to bet it. Moss just too far behind. I don't expect him to call. Yep, and he sure does get out of there. Legend saying easy field. Well, then I guess we'll see you tomorrow at 2 p.m. sharp, buddy. And we are shuffling up hand number 287. Appears to me to be a prime number. And we all know how that goes. Prime number hands tend to be massive hands. Let's see if we see any fireworks on this one. Been a lot of heads-up bet fold action lately. I think we're due for a big one. Legend saying, I don't know, 50-50. If he can wake up. Sounds like a plan, my man. That is exactly the same boat I will be in here. Mark throwing away the 8-4 suited. Some bookends, not going to be good enough here. George, though, with a real hand, ace-king. And he did pip the last hand, was very aggressive. Let's see if anybody decides to call him down a little bit lighter than normal. Vac with the 5-6 offsuit. I think if that were suited, he would likely make the call here. But being offsuit does make the decision a little more difficult. He opts to lay it down this time. Going to fold out of the big blind. And we are on to the next one here, 288. No fireworks on that prime number hand. But we'll see what we can develop here. Blind still at 1525. Getting up there. Legend saying 2% VPIP. A little bit higher than that, actually. Adolfo in the Adolfo even in the double digits here with 11% VPIP. Gracie next up at 14%. George all the way at 32%, flashing briefly. Mark with the king-queen offsuit under the gun. Extremely playable hand. The question is not will he raise. The question is how much. And it looks like he's going up to the standard 50. 2.5x. And nobody with cards to call. Adolfo is crushed. Going to play one of his hands, increase that VPIP number. And lucky for Adolfo, no king on the flop here. Fairly connected board, though. Decently wet. We've got 2 spades on there. The 2 and the 5 are connected. And Mark, with the pair of queens, going to go all in and take this one down. Adolfo just not enough of that board to continue. And Mark getting some much-needed chips. Here's a look at the chip stacks currently. I'm showing 187 for Gracie at the bottom of the chip count leaderboard. George at 611 at the top. And very tight field in between there. 353 for Mark. Moss at 331. Vac 312. Down into the 200s for Adolfo and Brian. Still pretty tight field. You can really see George's aggression paying off as the chip leader. And he is using that big stack very effectively. Stealing a lot of blinds, taking a lot of spots that the other players just cannot afford to take. Gracie with the queen 9 offsuit, going to lay it down. She is looking for an all-in spot, and that is not it. Brian with the suited gappers and the hijack, not going to continue. Vac looking down at a premium here. Let's see if he can get any action. Ace-queen suited, the ace of spades. He needs to go all in. At least that's what I would do anytime I see the ace of spades. Going to raise it up to 70,000, much bigger raise than what we have seen. And no callers there. That is what happens when you raise it up very big. Players are looking for super good hands right now. 15-25 are the blinds, so looking for those all-in spots here. Most players hovering around that 10 to 15 blinds mark. All right, and we will be right back.
Taking back over here for Chase. Doing some graphic work here for tomorrow's and watching this play out. Miss Gracie here under the gun. Ace-Jack suited. Looks like she's going to put some more chips in there. Let's let the graphics catch up here and see. She's going to raise it to 55,000. And no one will Vac here. Lets the 4s go. George and Mark, the blinds that are left. George is going to make that call. He wants to see a flop. In tough spot here, but doesn't know it. King-Jack versus Ace-Jack of Gracie. I see an ace on that flop. Let the cameras catch up. Come on, we want to see that board. Saw an ace just off the headset there of Joey. And that's going to make, there it is, ace, 10, 5, 2 spades. No real help. Gut shot for George. He's going to let that one go. So Gracie chipping up there. Blinds are 15 and 25. So things are real right now. These guys, like I said, we take a quick look there while he's shuffling that up. Let another look at those chips. George, 556,000. Vac, Moss, Mark, all around that 3 to 350 range. Gracie, 250. Brian, 200. And Adolfo, under 200. 25,000 is the big blind, so you got 3 players there, less than 10 bigs. But the other 3 even above them, not many bigs left for them either. So all players are looking for spots. Anything could pop off from this point forward. Brian here under the gun, playing it careful, laying down the queen 10. Vac in the hijack, ace 9 offsuit into the muck. Adolfo, king 4, no good. Mark, queen 7, not going to happen. So battle of the blinds, George versus Joni, or Gracie. He's going to raise this one up, and Gracie's not going to have anything. He's going to let that one go. Actually, he's going to go all in with it. Don't blame him there. Just put her to the test. Shows the king and jack offsuit, and picks up his big blind back from Joni from the previous hand. We've still got over 30 players, or people watching these players on YouTube. We got kicked off our Facebook. You can only stream 8 hours on Facebook apparently, before it locks you out for the day. We'll see if that resets at some point tomorrow for our Big O Championship. That's going to be kicking off in about 12 hours from now, 6 p.m. Hopefully I get to sleep some of those hours. And we're going to have that Big O Championship, a famous event here at Kojak's. $600 buy-in, $20,000 guarantee. Super stoked about tomorrow as well. Today turned out about as good as I could have hoped for. 63 participants in this high roller. These guys are playing for a $20,000 first place prize. That's why they've been playing for almost 12 hours. And absolutely nothing wrong with some due diligence on good poker, with good blind structures, not forcing the action too harshly. But it's definitely getting there now. Like Chase said a minute ago, we're almost up to hand 300 on this stream. 300. But like I said, if you're going to put on a high roller event, you might as well let the world enjoy. Those can go back and watch the play. George here in the cutoff, looking down at ace-9 suited, going to raise this one up. Gracie not having anything, going to let that one go. Brian 6-3 of clubs, can't confirm that one either. And Moss here in the big blind, 25,000, but he's going to let that one go, showing that he really didn't have anything to battle with. There's a lot of raising and folding here, but that's what happens whenever you're playing for these kind of prize pools and these ladders. You want to navigate carefully, raise whenever you have it, pick up some blinds, pick up some orbits. That is the point of tournament survival. Blinds 15, 25,000, and like I said, when half the field has just barely 10 bigs, anybody can wake up with a hand and go all in. So it's going to take train wrecks to get this thing solved. Adolfo not liking his hands. Frustrated with the lack of cards. George there, 10-8 suited, going to raise this one up. He's using that big stack to his advantage, as he should be. And nobody else having anything, and this is why. He's picking up 40,000 chips a pop here by raising it up and taking down these blinds alone. Gracie here, pocket eights on the hijack. Sorry, I had to step away there just for one moment. Right back into the action. Gonna raise this one up with pocket eights, see if there's anybody with a taker here. Brian ace-9 into the muck. Moss not liking his holdings back. King-7 and Adolfo not waking up with anything either. So it's, like I said, it's gonna take a couple of good hands to force any kind of action here. And Adolfo does go all in. Sorry, he chose to go on with that Jack-9, and Gracie's going to give him a call. So we're going to have a $411,000 pot here, so a good size pot. Adolfo, the one at risk, 2 overs, coin flip situation, about the best hand that Adolfo can hope for in Gracie's holding here. So Adolfo looking for a jack or a 9. Ace, king, 4, no help. Queen on the turn does give him some more outs with 10 and makes the Broadway. I called it right when it came out. So Adolfo with the double up. That's going to leave Miss Gracie with breadcrumbs. Wide ahead pre-flop. Needed runner for the Broadway, and got there. Were a couple of the overs, jacks for the 9, so did have some outs, but got there the hard way and the most painful way. Tough beat there for Miss Gracie, who is just going to be left with a little less than a big blind. And the button's going to be coming up on her in a couple hands, so she's going to need to find one here. Get max value from the blinds. It's almost a full triple up just with the blinds here, so we'll see what kind of hands she can get dealt here. George, ace, deuce, offsuit under the gun, and she got a good one. Blackjack, ace, 10 of diamonds, good enough. Get it in there, triple up. All in for 20,000 in chips. Brian not having anything to combat with. Both blinds are basically obligated. Even the big blind's going to get some change. And Adolfo's going to have pocket queens here. So might he make a move? Or is he just going to call to try to eliminate a player? Yeah, he raised it up a little bit. Raised it to 75,000. And Mark's going to get out of his way, and Vac's going to get out of his way. Vac there not understanding, trying to eliminate an opponent, so he's just going to let that one happen. Shake of the head there. We all understand, but when he sees the pocket queens, he'll understand he wanted to build some sort of a side pot with that holding there. So Adolfo's going to take back his change, and so now Gracie all in, 80,000 pot, ace 10 versus pocket queens. Adolfo looking to dodge an ace or lots of diamonds. Joey to the flop, 10-10 jack. That is a huge flop right there for Gracie. Just smooth out flops the pocket queens to get some of those chips back. And so the game continues on. Wow. Adolfo is just absolutely frustrated. Completely understand. As the blinds are 15 and 25. Short stack is still Gracie even after that triple up. Actually, it was more of a quadruple up after Vac called. So she went from 20 to 80,000 in chips. And she's going to get to look at some cards here. Doesn't necessarily need to be all in the blind. She does let that one go. Vac, Moss here, pocket eights, and the hijack going to raise this one up. Vac lets the queen jack go. He's just going to be chilling, waiting for Joni to find out what's going to happen with her, and it's going to fold all the way around. Moss is going to pick up some blinds there. Yeah, Lubbock, I wasn't I was really had looked away from the monitor thinking that was just going to fold all the way through. I didn't expect Adolfo to go all in with the jack 9. Turns out to work for him, though. Saved from elimination and chipped back up to about 400,000 in the process. And like I said, Gracie here all but out a moment ago, and then the quadruple up to 80,000 with the ace 10 of diamonds. She's in the big blind now, so a third of her stack in the middle in the blinds. Let's see what she wakes up with to defend it. It's folded all around to Adolfo. He's got queen 6. He's going to, looks like he might have just called here. George 9-8 completes. Gracie's going to check, so they're going to try to slowly chip away at Gracie here. 2v1. Jack 8. no help to Minnie. George does flop a pair of 8s. Adolfo flops the flush draw. Gracie lets hers go. And so now Adolfo looking to catch a queen or any heart. 10 on the turn doesn't help. Picks up some more straight outs with a 9 now that is in one of his in George's hand. And he's going to lead this one out. Looks like he bet 50,000 there. No, 100,000. And George comes along, non-believer with the open ender. Wow. 8 on the river. George gets the bottom end of the boat. Let's see what Adolfo does here. Oh my gosh, he's going to ship it all in and get instantly snap called. What a misstep there by Adolfo, who tried to make a move. Was not a bad move at all. It was a big, huge pot. But George, not giving him credit for a jack there, and makes the call. And Adolfo is going to be our latest finisher there. So, like I said, I understand the move, but that one is a toughie there. And then there were 6. 6 players remaining. Adolfo went for the power move. But going to be getting 2,900 for his efforts there. He was on fire coming into this final table, had all of the chips, the massive chip lead, rode it into the money. Finally had to make a move later on in the table play, but unfortunately things did not go his way. And out in 7th place, Adolfo, but it's still a fantastic run, beating out over 55 other players and taking home 2,900, over double his money for his efforts. Can't complain too much about that whenever you're in a high roller event to get some money and then some. And Joni gets a ladder. Gets a ladder up. Mark here in the cutoff going to raise it up with ace-8 suited. No callers. Chips up some more. So let's take a look at the chip stacks here. Joni's only got 40 left after getting through those blinds right there. 40,000 in her chip stack. George is up over the 1 million mark. First person there of this event. And we can see how close that's going to get him to that $20,000 first place prize. Mark here in the hijack decides to lay down the jack 10. George, the worst hand in poker, lays it down. Gracie on the button. Can she make a move on these blinds here? It's much needed. She's only got 40,000 in her stack. It's a mystery hand, but she's going to go all in. Brian, we've seen the small blind not have anything and Moss not having anything. But she's only in for 40, and they're already in for 15 and 25. So it's not that much more for either one of these players to make the call. And that might be what you see happen. And that's exactly what is happening. So both players complete their blinds plus a little bit more to match Miss Gracie's all in for 40,000. So she's going to be the one at risk, but the pot is 120,000, and both players, Brian and Moss, don't flop anything. Gracie's got the mystery hand here. 8 on the turn, does pair Moss's 8s. Ace on the river. Let's see if Gracie can turn over a jack, a queen, or an ace. Doesn't look like it. Looks like a pair of deuces. Yeah, she had a pair of deuces and was turned by Moss. And so Miss Gracie, a.k.a. Joni, a legend in her own right here at Kojaks, finishes 6th place, 37.70 for her efforts. And I don't know if she wants me to reveal this, but she won a horse race flip to get into this event. So I think she's definitely had the most profit out of anybody, and more than most for the next few places for sure, or the few places behind her for sure. So good on her to turn that little horse race flip Satellite into a 6th place finish, 37.70. Congratulations to Miss Joni. Super happy about that performance. And almost snuck away with even more lives, but the third time was not the charm. Looks like Mr. Mark here is pointing fervently at the clock. Oh, now he's calling for a floor. I think these guys are going to start talking about chops here. And I kind of don't blame them. There is the GM Chase there. They're wanting to probably look for some ICM here. And so this could be it, guys. If they decide to come along with an ICM chop, I'll have to get the details. Yeah, they're definitely counting up some chips here. So Chase, they're going to be doing some ICM figuring. We'll see what these guys figure out. I'll try to get those details. Like I said, I'm watching the stream 15 minutes in the past, so those details could be available. See what sort of deal they come up with. Now, we're going to be playing down to a winner regardless, guys, because at the end of the day, we need to hoist that trophy by someone. So I was definitely typing in some ICM. So we'll see if we can get that figured out here. Let's see here. Yeah, like I said, it looks like they have figured out some sort of a deal. Yeah, let me step away real quick, guys. I don't have anyone back here in the booth to find out the details, but I'm going to try to get those for you here so we can get it up and going and see what the situation may be. Yeah, it's let's take a look at the chip stacks as we know it. George at 1 million in chips. Next one down, Moss just under 400. Mark just over 300. Vac just over 250, and Brian at 130. So yes, I could see it being in some of these players' favors for an ICM, some sort of deal. But with $20,000 up top, the blinds are only 15 and 25. I mean, George can take a few hits before discussing some ICM. But let's not forget, we're closing in on that hour 12 thing. So let's let them decide, and I'll try to get an update on what exactly we landed at. Okay, I have figured it out here. Okay, pay attention. Here we go. The players did decide on an ICM chop. However, they left just a smidgen of money up top because we have to play for a winner here for promotional and trophy purposes. But it looks like here in 5th place, obviously Brian is going to be taking home $6,847. In 4th place, Vac is going to be getting $92.46. And then Mark, right above him, $94.84. Moss is a 2nd place finisher, $10,678. And George taking the lion's share of $15,272. So an ICM chomp minus a little bit for the trophy to play for. We'll get this all posted up on Facebook, but stay tuned because we're going to be playing out that last little bit here to see who is going to be hoisting that trophy between these gentlemen. But as I have it stand right now, Brian, 6,800 and change. Vac, 9,200 and change. Mark, 9,400 and change. Moss, 10,600 and change. And George, 15,200 and change. A fantastic, fantastic tournament. Prize pool over $62,000. And yeah, what an ending. It's not quite over, but what a payout. And we'll get everything nice and confirmed for everyone. Like I said, we'll get it cleared up, but they're definitely still making the deal right now. Like I said, I might have got this a little ahead of the stream, but they're going to leave just a little bit of money up top and play it for the trophy. All right, yes, I just confirmed that is what the case is. So Brian, 6,800, Vac, 9,200, Mark, 9,400, Moss, 10,600, and George, 15,200. That is what the players agreed to, and they left a little bit up top to play for that fantastic trophy. Event number 7 officially going to be in the books once that trophy is hoisted, and that is definitely what we've been looking for here. And they're still playing here. Like I said, definitely playing for the trophy. All of these players quite richer than what they walked in the door here today. Moss going to raise this one up in the small blind. Blind versus blind battle. Queen 10 versus Vax Queen 5. We'll see if Vac wants to open up a little bit now that he has secured his 6,800 payday. So a quick dealer change here to wrap this one up. Tech in the box here. Players are definitely talking a lot more and smiling a lot more. Battle of the blinds once again. Jack Deuce versus 9 Deuce. Mac's going to give Mark the walk there. Blinds are still 15, 25,000. Should be going up any minute here. Once again, thanks for all of those that have stayed tuned in all the way up to this morning to see how this event is turned out. And we've got the money decided. We'll get it posted up on Facebook ASAP, but we're still playing to see who gets that fantastic trophy and the title of the 2025 West Texas Poker Championship Series No Limit Hold'em High Roller Championship. Fantastic trophy. And get to see who takes that one there. Brian, ace. Trey, any ace good enough here? All in. Moss not going to be able to do anything with his 5 deuce. And Vac folding his jack 5. George and Mark. Mark thinking about it a little bit here, but decides to let it go, and George can't do anything with the double down 9 deuce. So Brian, nice timing there, picks up some blinds and survives another orbit closer to the trophy. So lots of folding. Just because all these guys got a massive payday doesn't mean they don't want to try for that trophy as best as they can. Let's have a look at the chip stacks here, see what has moved around. George still up top, Moss still second chips, Mark still right where he was. Vac's gone down just a little bit, and Brian down there. So 10 bigs left for Vac, a little less than that for Brian. And these guys, like I said, you're still seeing a lot of folding. These guys want to play for that trophy. They want that accolade. They want that photo on Facebook, that once in a lifetime design trophy for the 2025 High Roller Championship. Mark here in the cutoff, King Queen off suit. Reaching for some raising chips. George has an ace off suit, only ace deuce. Mark can't even count his chips, he's so tired. Lays 90,000 across the line. There's Joni catching her payday. Always nice. And looks like Moss is going to peel off the call here with Queen 7 suited. Queen high flop would be dangerous for Moss. Ace, ace 4. King Queen still ahead for Mark. Let's see. Moss is going to check it, and Mark's going to check it. 10 on the turn. No help to either player. Mark's still ahead with the king-queen. He goes check here. Let's see if Mark wants to make a stab. Moss is down to just 2 sevens left in the deck. It's going to go check to a river. 8, no help. So Mark here having the winner unless he decides to lay it down to any kind of bet. Moss doesn't want to. It goes check, check. And so Mark's going to take down this $195,000 pot. It's going to put him at second in chips. So quite a little bit of shuffle around here, but the doors have definitely opened up for some action. I don't expect this to last too terribly much longer. But with all getting a pretty good payday, like I said, George 15,000, Moss 10,000, Mark and Brian, both 9,000 and change. Vac, 6,800. Great turnouts. Smurf, you're not wrong. We're all still here. We're still all playing, but we have come down to a deal. All of these players, almost $7,000 plus for sure. Playing for the trophy now. Back there stacking up some chips. Brian still the short stack, 175,000. George under the million mark, but still close to it. George here first to act. 10-4, no good. Brian in the cutoff, 6 deuce, no good. These guys just aren't catching any real hands, guys. Battle of the blinds. Vac, queen, 6. Looks like he's reaching for some raising chips. And Mark's got an ace. 6-handed. It's not terrible. I don't know if Vac raised or, yeah, he raised to 75,000. That's quite a bit. Mark looking at the blinds, looking at his chip stacks. It is a lot. Let's see just how much the fatigue affects Mark. If he makes a call here with the ace-8, even though we see that he's ahead, Vac is not exactly a loose raiser. Does make the calls. We're going to go to a flop all clubs. Ace high still ahead. Vac with the only club, queen of clubs here. Don't know if Mark can continue here with ace high, no club. Nope, and Mark does lay it down, so Vac has wiggled his way up to second in chips. Got his cut of 6,800, but now he's going for that trophy. 6,800 wrapped up for Vac, but he has moved into second in chips, right behind George, who took home the first place money prize of a little over $15,000. What a payday. And now they're playing for the trophy. For those just waking up, that's where we find ourselves 12 hours later. Moss here going to ship it all in. Pocket deuces, 286,000. And Vac's going to wake up with ace king. So we're going to have a call here. Moss, the one at risk. Your $10,000 cash second place ICM chopper now at risk to VAC. 617,000 in the pot. That's going to give VAC about almost 800K in chips if he can somehow catch an ace or a king. And Moss looking for nothing to connect. 5, 4, 10. Good flop for the deuces. Still ahead of the ace king of VAC. VAC only have an ace or a king outs. There's the king on the turn. And now Moss is down to the last 2 twos in the deck. Not going to get it. So Moss is eliminated in 5th place, but in 2nd place in the ICM money chop. So a definitely happy camper there. Our level of each tournament champion earlier in the series on his 2nd big score of this series. Over $10,000 for a 2nd place ICM chop. Moss is definitely going home with a smile. Tired like all of us, but definitely with the 2nd most in cash. Congratulations to Moss. A fantastic tournament. Navigated a crazy feature table and had the chips in his corner for the majority of the final table. And got himself out of an ICM chop. Got everybody out of $10,000 in change for his efforts. And fantastic run there, sir. George raised it up. Brian, I think he went all in with the 4 deuce offsuit. Yeah, there's kind of starting to see the writing on the wall for these players here. But they're still playing for some prestige here. Brian got his $9,200 in change ICM chop. And now didn't have much choice left with only a few bigs left. Puts it in there in the big blind with 4 deuce offsuit. George makes the call with the jack 10. And Tech will see if it'll put us down to 3. 6, 9, 5, all hearts. Neither player having a heart in their hand. George still ahead with just the jack high, but Brian with a ton of outs. Deuce is going to be one of them. Takes the lead with a pair of deuces. George needing a jack or a 10 on this river. It is a queen, no help, and Brian's going to get a full double up. You see the laugh there, winning with the 4 deuce. It's that simple. Could have been doing it all night long. So he's still alive. That puts Brian up to 270,000 in chips. He's still a short stack, but not by as much. Mark here under the gun, king 4 offsuit, 30,000 to make this call. 15, 30,000 are the blinds. Under the gun, reaching for some chips. King 4 has done some magic. Nope, he's going to decide against it. King 4's been a definitely a hand this tournament. George here on the button. Looks like he's just going to make the call. Wants to see a flop with the 9-6 suited. These players definitely having fun as they've wrapped up their thousands and thousands of dollars here on this high roller in the ICM chop, playing for the trophy. Vac got to check his option, and we're going to go 3 ways to a flop. Jack, jack, deuce. Vac flops, trips, and the world, and a hammerlock on this hand. Checks it in flow. George going to make the first dive here to give some chips over to George as he bets out 45,000 chips that he won't be getting back. Vac, see if he announces his hand. No, just going to make the call here and let George continue to get some rope. A club on the turn here could be difficult. An 8 misses George. This hand is all but locked up. Vac's going to check it over George again. Does he want to try to stab one more time? Now he's going to go ahead and check it over. And to the river, a 5. No help for George, so maybe save him from losing some additional chips in this pot as Vac is reaching for a pretty significant amount. Looks like 75,000 into this pot, and George lets it go. So Vac continues on. So Vac definitely at a tournament high on these chips. He definitely navigated his way through this tournament to make him definitely in place to make quite a bit of money. I think I'm getting that Vac might have been the 9,200 chip stack, and Brian was the 6,800 chip stack. I'll get all of that straight soon. Not 100% sure. Don't take my word for it. I'm on about hour 18. Mark and George both flopping aces. 9 still a player for Mark. George has a 3 kicker. Lots of chop outs. Mark's going to go all in. Snap call by George. Mark's going to be miles ahead here. George looking for a 3 and only a 3 or some chop outs that are available. George looking for a 3 or the board to pair to help chop this one up. 8 on the turn. There's the board pair portion. Now we have a lot of chop outs here on this river. A queen, and there it is, and the frustration is real. But that was going to happen more often than not when that 8 hit the turn. Poor Mark was ready to go on that one, I think. We have dealt over 300 hands here on this feature table today. A long day of this tournament, but totally worth it on a high roller buy-in. And we're going to see some magic here. Brian, ace, jack offsuit, going to ship in his stack. Vac's going to make the call. The king, queen suited. George and Mark will be getting out of the way. And we'll see if Vac can claim another victim here in the pursuit of the trophy. If Vac takes this one down here, I'm just going to have to say that I'm rooting for Vac to take that trophy home. He has just sailed smoothly on through this final table, and now he's taking him out when the hardware is on the line. Looking for a king or a queen and spikes it right on the flop. Brian now in trouble looking for one of the last 3 aces in the deck. Queen on the turn doesn't help any. He can hit a 10 possibly. Does not happen, and Vac has claimed another victim. Brian, well played, sir. Got down to the ICM chop, and I believe he was the 6,800 and change cash out. Again, that'll have to be confirmed. I am trying to finish out the stream 15 minutes in the past and haven't been able to get the final word from the floor. But either way, a fantastic run by Brian, beating out, 63, 50, 57, 58 other players. And anytime you can cash in a high roller event, that's a good day. Check back here. Going to make a stab here with the 2 pair, hoping that Mark ever made something, but Mark never developed into anything there. So Vac still adding to that 1.2 million chip stack. George 684,000 in chips. Mark 245,000 in chip, and Vac now your chip leader 1.23 million. George here, first act, looking down at 3-4 of diamonds. Lets that one go. Vac 8-5 fold, so Mark going to take the walk there. And thought I saw a glimpse there of a pocket pair. But the blinds are 15 and 30,000. So it's a 45,000 added to his chip stack, which is 20%. He'll take it. Dealer Tech in the box. Been here as long as anyone today. Long day here at Kojaks, and we have a few more days left of this series. So I hope all of our crew finds some point to sleep because we're going to need it. Mark completes. George goes all in, and Mark has to let that one go. George trying to build up a chip stack to come back and combat with Vac. Mark first act here. Can't see his cards, but they're good enough to put all in the middle. Pocket 4s. George doesn't want to compete. Does Vac? Nope. And so Mark's going to pick up another 45,000 in chips. Just keep chiseling away, blind after blind. Vac looking down at pocket 7s, hoping someone's going to get frisky here on this hand. George folded his button, and so Mark 6 deuce, so no harm, no foul going to be happening on this hand. Vac goes all in and gets one of those big blinds back from Mark. Hand number 317 for anybody that's listening to this later, because there's not many listening live. There's still quite a few viewers, but I am firmly convinced that most people have gone to sleep, and this has just stayed open on their phones or televisions. But you know what? We'll take it. Love the views. Got a lot of stuff planned for this live stream coming up in the future. We do this for each and every one of you that tune in to these events, and we're going to be using it a lot more over the next few days. We've got the Big O Championship in less than 12 hours. So I hope some of you playing in that are getting some sleep right now. It's a very complicated game, Big O. $600 buy-in, $20,000 guarantee, another trophy up for grabs. And that's going to roll us right into the main event on Friday, 1 p.m. and 6 p.m., Flight A and B. And then Flight C and D on Saturday at 1 p.m. and 6 p.m. as well. Then we'll have the Turbo Flight late Saturday night. And like I said, good to get that second bag in. So George and Mark, see their cards here. No working for either one of them. George got 7-6 completes. the small blind. Vac with the mystery hand. Going to check his option. Maybe the graphics catch up on Vac's hand here, but we can see at least George flopping a bottom pair. Tough to do three-handed. Let's see if he wants to make an act here. Reaches for some chips. Going to be betting at least 30. And Vac with the mystery hand goes into the muck, and George picks up some more chips there. Mark here in the big blind, 7-6 suited, just going to complete it here. After George raised it up with a king deuce of clubs, Vac came along with the jack 10. Definitely some clubs could make this hand complicated here. 6-7-3, no clubs happening. Mark flopping 2 pair. Let's see how he wants to play this one. And not slow, goes ahead and jams it in there, and Vac not going to have it. So Mark going to pick up a pretty decent pot there, 395,000 in chips, creeping that edge between him and George. Slower and slower. Vac 1.1 million still. So George sitting at 639,000. Mark just under 400,000, and Vac 1.13 million. Vac here on the button, jack 7. See if he wants to just limp in and see if flop. No, he does not. Mark with the queen 6 in the small blind. See if he wants to go on to the next hand or if he wants to see a flop. He does make the call. George's going to check his option with the 9-5. Ten, king, ace. Mark with the gut shot Broadway. George missing completely here on this flop. Looking for a 9, or if I had to take this one down. 8 on the turn doesn't change anything. But he's going to fire out anyway as Mark makes his second check. And that may do it here for Mark. He does make the call, though. Wants to see if he can spike that jack on the river. And 9 looks pretty crazy, but it's not going to be any good as it goes check, check. And George is going to show down that 9. Come back and win that on the river. That one could be a turning point there, but you never know. I think all 3 of these players more exhausted than I am. They've been having to concentrate on high roller poker all night long and all morning long. I've just had to walk around, tell people what to do, and talk to a microphone on the computer. Heads up, George and Vac 5-3-3. No help to either player. George ahead with the king deuce, Vac with the 6 deuce. Looks like this one's going to go check, check. No, Vac's going to bet out 50 and George is going to fold. Good bet there by Vac. Showing some aggression there. Once again, still looking forward to tomorrow. I hope each and every one of you are for that Big O Championship. 5 cards, high-low. All the action you can take. We're going to try to bring it to you on stream late tomorrow if we're not all falling apart, but I'm sure it'll be fine. George on the button here going to raise this one up with King 8. Vac calls with the Queen 7, and Mark is mostly there on the big blind, so decides to come along with a 4-3 of clubs. 3 completely different hands here. Hard to see 2 people connect with this one. Ace, Jack, Deuce, Rainbow. Misses absolutely everyone. Gut shot for Mark, and that's about it. George still ahead with his King High, and he's going to bet this one out on the button. Betting 60,000, looks like, yeah. Vac there letting his Queen 7 go, and Mark looking back at his cards, can catch a 3, a 4, a 5. Make the wheel. Running clubs. A lot of good turn cards. You never know. Definitely thinking more about this one, but lets it go in the end. And George reaches up over that 800,000 mark to Vax, now just barely over 1 million. So we definitely starting to diverge into 2 out of 3 to continue this on. Mark needing to find a couple double ups real quick. George here, King, Queen, Vac with Jack 10, raised it up to 85,000. George called with the King, Queen, sorry. 8, 7, 4, missing both players. Let's see who wants to take the aggressor here on this hand here. Looks like this one's going to go check, check. King on the turn. That's going to give George a commanding lead on this hand. Vac needing a 9 and only a 9 to take this one down. See if he wants to call 80,000. And he does bink the 9. A very hidden straight all in. And George makes the misstep here late. Lack of sleep, but going to be $15,000 and change richer for his ICM chop. Did not see that as a possibility there. Wow. Vac just binks the gut shot on the river, and I didn't even see who went all in and who called, I'll be honest. It happened so quickly, but like I said, not the end of the world there for George, as he, like I said, got the ICM chop when he had the chip lead. Fantastic result here for Vac, who now has a commanding 8 or 9 to 1 chip count here on Mark. Mark with the hill to climb, and I can't believe it. Vac now sitting poised, ready to take down this tournament. If he can pin down Mark in a couple of hands here. Like I said, almost a 9 to 1 chip count. Mark going to be the first one to act here. 10-4 suited on the button. Vac has an ace in his hand, which is pretty strong heads up. So we're going to see a flop on this one. Mark just calls. Vac's option. Does he want to raise? He chooses to check. So we're going to see us a flop. Can't quite see the flop. Let the graphics catch up here. Looks like it might have been an all-in and a call. Ace, Jack, Deuce. Yeah, it's an all on a call. Mark's way behind here, needing running hearts or some wheel cards to come in quick. There's a 3, gets some more outs with a 5. Not going to happen, and there you have it. Your 2025 Kojaks West Texas Poker Championship Series event number 7, the High Roller Championship champion, Vac. I love it. I wanted it to happen once he started the comeback. Snuck around this final table, navigated his way through this tournament to get himself into the cash, got into a $9,000 plus ICM chop, and then worked his way just scalpel-like with these final 5 players to take home this unique trophy, 2025 champion high roller. Big congratulations to Vac. Not his first time in the winner's circle, and definitely won't be the last. Experienced poker player. Love having him here in Midland, coming down for these kind of events and cash games, and well deserved and well played there by Mr. Vac. Like I said, navigated the tournament fantastically. Never got too far up, never got too far down. Came to the final table and just kind of quietly sat back, stacked his chips, found his way right up to the top after they did an ICM chop of almost 5 figures for Vac in this $62,000 prize pool. And then, like I said, just eliminated the competition and got his way right up to that trophy. So we will be, fantastic. Great on Vac. Congratulations, sir. We'll be getting all that stuff up here on Facebook soon. I'm going to try to get some sleep. We've got a big event today in just a few hours. We're going to be having the cash games, the Big O. If you like the high-low and you're watching this back when you get up this morning, we're going to have that cash game starting about 2 o'clock for the Big O cash game, leading right up to the Big O Championship at 6 p.m. That's 11 and a half hours from now. Yeah, like I said, I hope everybody gets some sleep. I know we're going to let the staff try to get some sleep, catch up for a busy day tomorrow, and leading into a busy weekend for the main event kicking off on Friday and Saturday with the day 2 on Sunday, and then the final event coinciding with the day 2 final day of the main event, that $1,000 freeze-out tournament. No rebuys, no add-ons. Only those who participated in the series get to play in that fun tournament to bring everybody in to root on a winner for that main event championship going on Sunday. But you've got 5 flights starting on Friday and ending on Saturday to get into that day 2, a $480 buy-in. It's going to be a fantastic turnout. It's a $50,000 guarantee tournament, $480 buy-in. Come fire a bullet into that thing. It's going to be a fantastic tournament. But don't miss the Big O Championship tomorrow at 6 p.m. We're going to stream as much as we can of it. Definitely take you down to a winner if we do stream on that one. If you like the 5-card high-low variety, which I know a lot of these guys do, going to be some big action tomorrow starting at 6 p.m. Come play in that Big O Championship. It's a $600 buy-in. Another one of these fantastic trophies. And let's peek in here on this camera real quickly. I want to show this. There is Vac stacking up his chips and that fantastic trophy there. You'll see that one on Facebook shortly. Congratulations to Vac on his fantastic win, fantastic navigation of this tournament, a masterclass on survival and picking your spots and making it down to the end, laddering up, and then taking down not only almost a 10-figure ICM chop, but navigating to that trophy to have that forever. Congratulations once again to Vac. Thanks to each and every one of you that have either stayed through this or watching it back later to see who takes this down. Much appreciated. Lots of good fun stuff coming up for the live streams here at Kojaks Poker Club. Can't wait to see you guys here on all the social medias, Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch on the live streams. Our Facebook for all of our upcoming events and the stuff we have going on this weekend to finish out this 2025 West Texas Poker Championship Series. Hope to see you guys here at Kojaks in Midland. And, take part in what's been a fantastic series right here at the end. And we'll bring it home, and lots of good stuff coming up. So keep an eye on our